Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 201, 201, Powerful Demon Form. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Intercept. Jiang Fei quickly rushed to Carvis. However, the leader boss was not susceptible to being stunned, so Jiang Fei's intercept only allowed him to get close. -1. After getting close, Jiang Fei hammered Carvis's body, but he could not break through Carvis's defense. Level suppression was a real thing when low-level players fought against high-level bosses. Moreover, the growth of defense was exponential. Although the health points of a level 55 leader boss was only double that of a level 30 leader boss, the difference in their defense values did not follow. Ice Burst, -1125 bash, -527 -485 -492, although the two skills that took Jiang Fei's total health points into consideration had been able to break through Carvis' defense. Much of the damage had also been reduced due to the level suppression. Jiang Fei looked at the remaining health points of more than 100,000 and almost dropped his hammer in exasperation. This was going to take forever. Boom! At that moment, the boss's fireball hit Jiang Fei once again. -5,120. It was over 5,000 damage. This sent Jiang Fei's health points below 20,000. Jiang Fei was not an attacker. He was not capable of interrupting any skills whatsoever. If his opponent was a player, he could use the freezing effect of Ice Burst to interrupt casting, but a boss could not be frozen or stunned. Jiang Fei could only helplessly watch Carvis cast more spells. Soon, Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage had been stacked 10 times. However, even with his attack power doubled, his normal attacks still could not break through Carvis' defense. *boom -4978. Another fireball came, and Jiang Fei's health points suddenly dropped to 13,000. Shit! Jiang Fei cursed. He was out of options. Demon Morph. Boom from the sky. A bolt of purple lightning flew directly into Jiang Fei's body. However, this lightning did not cause any damage. It just made Jiang Fei's appearance change instantaneously. Jiang Fei's slightly tanned skin instantly turned purple-red. At the same time, a pair of curved horns grew out of Jiang Fei's head, and a pair of large wings sprouted out from his back. His current equipment vanished and was replaced by a set of black, shining armor. Although the attributes of the blazing hammer in his hands had not changed, it had morphed into a giant scythe. Oh wow, not bad at all. This was the first time Jiang Fei had ever activated Demonic Morph, and he was pretty satisfied with his new appearance. After the transformation was completed, Jiang Fei instantly dashed to the boss, cleaving through it with his giant scythe. -3,708. Jiang Fei was jubilant. This Nephilim form was way too powerful. The chaotic attack mode was already enough for him to be invincible. His attacks would ignore the enemy's evasion, parry, and other traits. His attacks would also ignore the level gap suppression and the enemy's defense value. His attack power was now a direct representative of his actual damage. Moreover, his attack power and defense had been doubled. He had now turned into a severe threat to the overleveled boss. Boom! Another fireball smashed into Jiang Fei's body, but it caused less than 4,000 damage. As Jiang Fei's magic defense had also doubled, his resistance towards magic was now rock solid. Although Carvis could reduce Jiang Fei's health points by about 4,000 per fireball, it took him 3 seconds to cast each fireball. In that same period, Jiang Fei could deal at least 2 attacks. When paired with the strong lifesteal effect, Jiang Fei's health points were actually increasing. Damn you! Carvis was shocked. He had not expected Jiang Fei to become a pure-blood Nephilim. Both Protoss and Nephilim were proper, superordinate races, and people who were of these races had great advantages when fighting against ordinary elves like him. Fortunately, Carvis' level was way higher than Jiang Fei's. This gave him the confidence to keep fighting. If he was at Jiang Fei's level, he would have instantly turned tail and left. Even he would be powerless to do so, should that be the actual case. Super Pyroblast. Asterisk boom asterisk min 13,700. Carvis' ultimate attack landed on Jiang Fei, immediately taking away all the health points that Jiang Fei had regained. Oh, F***CKU. As the casting animation of the Super Pyroblast was just like the ordinary fireballs, Jiang Fei had been caught unawares. Jiang Fei gave the boss 2 quick slashes, recovering nearly 4,000 health points. Through this, he managed to keep his health points above 10,000. As Super Pyroblast had a cooldown, Carvis could not use the skill continuously. Several fireballs later, Jiang Fei's health points gradually reached 15,000, but the boss's health points was already below 30,000. No, this human traitor has become an actual Nephilim. Her Majesty the Queen. Just as Jiang Fei was about to kill the elven aristocrat, Carvis suddenly screamed and leaped into the sky. Energy surge, destructive flame. A bluish-white fireball appeared in Carvis' hands. As Carvis did not have much mana points left, this spell did not only clear up his mana points, but it also taken away a bit of his health points. It was taking up all his remaining life force. Hee, kid. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He still had not yet used his demon's harborage. Carvis rose higher into the air with a sneer before sending the big fireball in his hand towards Isabella. Jiang Fei was shocked. If the fireball struck that chick, she would have to bid her resurrection goodbye. Intercept. Jiang Fei had selected Princess Isabella's body as the target of his intercept. Intercept immediately rushes to the target. If it is an enemy, causes 50 damage and stuns it for a second. If it is a friendly target, the next attack on the target will be borne by you. The range is 30 meters. Cooldown 1 minute. Jiang Fei got in the way of the fireball before it struck Isabella. Demon's Harborage. Jiang Fei lifted his shield. B** starred. As Jiang Fei's shield lit up, Carvis lost his temper. It was as if someone with steel claws was clawing at his heart. Having tasted his own attack, he knew the effects of this skill all too well. Left with nothing to defend himself, no mana points at all, and only a few hundred health points left, he could only watch his own ultimate skill come back at him. He shut his eyes and awaited his death. Boom! The white fireball glistened with a tinge of blue and swallowed Carvis up. Chapter 202. 202. Desperate Situation. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. You have eliminated the elven aristocrat Carvis. Obtained 3,850,000 experience points. Ding. As you have killed an elven aristocrat, the elves now treat you as a wanted person. Jiang Fei sighed. Jiang Fei was glad that her resurrection ritual had not been affected by the battle just now. At that moment, the effects of Jiang Fei's demon morph finally wore off. For hours cooldown, having used demon morph once, Jiang Fei now knew just how powerful it was. He could only dream of remaining in his transformed Nephilim form forever. Such power! He walked towards Carvis. There was no trace of that elf left. He had been completely disintegrated. In his place was a golden orb of light. The best thing that a leader boss could drop was legendary equipment. Jiang Fei's luck was extremely high, so he would get the best pieces out of everything in the boss's drop list almost every time. As golden equipment appeared almost every single time, he was already used to it. Other players could spend half a day killing a leader boss and only get violet equipment. If they could obtain golden equipment, it would be the same as welcoming a new year, something worth celebrating. Elven Aristocrat Medal, Decoration, Legendary. Magic Attack, plus 320 Intelligence, plus 35 Vitality, plus 20 Magic Critical, plus 5% Equip. Increases your magic damage by 15%. Equip. Allows you to acquire the skill, Mana Crystal. Immediately restores 40% of your mana points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Level requirement, 50 psi, good stuff, but the level requirement is too high. Jiang Fei sighed. This thing was definitely an ascended equipment for magicians. Instant recovery of mana points was perfect for magicians. However, the level requirement was just too high. No one could use it for now. Aristocrat's jewelry box, miscellaneous, epic, remarks, valuable pieces of jewelry. Any elven merchant will be willing to pay a high price to purchase this box of jewelry. Selling price, for 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Fei was happy. Now, he was truly short of money. Smart Tomato had taken the last of his wealth. This box of jewels could grant him some breathing room. However, as he was now enemies with the elves, he would never be able to trade with them himself. Apparently, he would have to ask Rosette Rose or Zhao Feng for help. The leader boss Carvis did not drop anything else besides the 2 items. But Jiang Fei was more concerned with the quest over anything else. These fallen bosses were just additional bonuses for him. Just as Jiang Fei was finished looting, he heard a scream. Pitter-patter after the scream, there was a series of chaotic footsteps, and Jiang Fei's heart sank. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Fei saw a massive number of elven and human troops. Diceller immediately saw the charred remains of Carvis. Aldos bellowed with rage. He was holding a bloody head in his hand. It was not the head of a stranger, but the head of William, the Bloodbat commander. Jiang Fei lost all hope. He had no expected William to fall. Moreover, there was absolutely no sign of any of the Dragonoid guards. Now, Jiang Fei was the last line of defense, standing before Princess Isabella. King Hell. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Even if he did not rank first among the players in terms of his equipment and strength, he was pretty darn close. Even so, this quest was kneading him about like Play-Doh. There were 2 level 60 lords in front of him, and they were accompanied by a large number of elite NPCs. He was only a level 33 player, and he had already used up his demon morph. Even if he miraculously morphed again, he stood no chance against them. Damn human being! The raging Diceller charged at Jiang Fei. She was almost too fast for his eyes to follow. Jiang Fei subconsciously lifted his shield. Bong, she was sent back even faster than she had come. Jiang Fei could not even tell what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Diceller was pushed back into the united army. She went down on all fours, spitting blood. Diceller. Aldos immediately rushed to Diceller's side. Jiang Fei heard a familiar voice. Only now did he see the Black Dragon Prince Enchanted standing right before him. Jiang Fei said, how Diceller had been pushed back was no longer a mystery. Although they were both lords, the level difference between the 2 of them was 20. Moreover, as a Black Dragon, Enchanted had inherent abilities that gave him great power. Diceller was nothing against Enchanted. Holy light. A white light flashed, and Famus finally made his appearance. He raised his hand to cast Holy Light, which instantly healed Diceller. Then, he turned to Enchanted, said in a calm, almost soothing voice, Your Royal Highness, we have reached a certain point now. You've already tried your best, but it had been for naught. Although Enchanted sounded firm, he had a worried frown on his face. They might not be able to overwhelm him, but he sure as hell can't stop this wave. Moreover, Jiang Fei had expended all his power and was now as good as useless. Ho-ho, are we in a cut scene? Jiang Fei shrugged. His hands were tied. Keen on taking her revenge after being wounded by the prince, Diceller snarled at him. Famus fell silent. Although he did not want to kill the Black Dragon Prince and end up having the Black Naga race align themselves with the Nephilims, they had to stop the resurrection of the Nephilim princess. If Enchanted insisted on blocking the way, they would have to press on. Chapter 203. 203. Isabella's Resurrection. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Fallback. Enchanted suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Fei. He looked resolute. Jiang Fei was puzzled. Ho-ho, consider that Black Dragon scale as a small gift from me to you. The Black Dragon Prince waved his hand as he spoke, and Jiang Fei was thrown backward by a stream of air. The air was gentle and did not cause any damage to Jiang Fei. However, it sent Jiang Fei hovering over to Princess Isabella's side. Jiang Fei could guess just as much, even as he asked the question. At the same time, he felt a little embarrassed. Apparently, Strasse knew long ago that Jiang Fei had kept the black dragon scale on his person, but he had never brought it up. "O mighty dragon god, please forgive me. Although you had once passed down your divine words stating that the dragon soul sacrifice should only be used for Naga compatriots, I cannot bring myself to see Bella get hurt." As Strasse spoke, he clasped his hands together and closed his eyes gently. Following that, he started chanting some words. Strasse began saying a lot of words in the Naga language. Despite his abilities, Jiang Fei could only understand fragments of the chant. "I soul offer fusion." The body of the Black Dragon Prince started transforming. Strasse's actual body was slowly being revealed, a black dragon that was over 20 meters long. No one attacked him, but Strasse's body started cracking open. Horrifying wounds appeared on the huge dragon's body. The pain was too much. The Black Dragon Prince was suddenly incapable of speaking anything coherent. "Stop him." Famus lost all composure. Clearly alarmed, the old man started chanting an incantation of his own. Aldo shouted. Hundreds of human and elven troops charged at the dragon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Aldos and Diceller drew their bows at the same time. They both released their ultimates. Bong, 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 bong. The arrows of the two level 60 lords and the attacks of the troops of the joined army were all repelled by a magical barrier. Strasse was basically untouchable, and this included those who were behind him, Jiang Fei and Isabella. "The F***CK, is that?" With another scream of pain, Jiang Fei saw a dragon-shaped phantom float out of Strasse's body. Bong, the huge dragon body exploded into a splatter of bloody mist. The phantom remained in one piece. It directly approached Isabella's body. The dragon-shaped phantom waved its forepaw at Jiang Fei. Finally, the phantom engulfed itself in flames and shot at the surrounding soldiers. Aldo started to hastily pull Diceller back, but it was too late. The flames split up and shot out like homing missiles. The two elven lords were instantly ignited. After two short screams, the two level 60 lords were reduced to ashes. It was so jaw-dropping that Jiang Fei was not even bothered by the fact that the three lords had no loot to show for their deaths. When the flames finally reached Famus, they were repelled by a barrier of holy light. Jiang Fei tensed up. He had not expected the suicide attack to actually be repelled by the old man. On top of that, Famus appeared to be completing his own incantation. F***CK. Jiang Fei smiled miserably. Although he had once defeated a level 95 overlord, it was all thanks to the gnome destructive setup. Now, where was he going to get a nuclear bomb? A heartbreaking female voice was heard. Jiang Fei looked back instantly and discovered that Isabella's body was already floating in the air. Her soul had finally fused with her body. Isabella had completed her resurrection. Isabella, Nephilim, Overlord, level 99 health points. 1-050-000/1 500-000-000 attack power, 100,000 magic attack power, 150,000 skills, all common Nephilim skills, all common Black Dragon skills, Deathly Shriek, Slaughter Ground, Soul Devour. Remarks: the Nephilim princess had been influenced by the Black Dragon Prince's soul sacrifice. She has absorbed the flesh and essence of the Black Dragon Prince and has evolved into a demonic Naga. Her rank has been ascended to Overlord. However, as she had only been freshly revived and is still mourning for her loss, Isabella is in a severely weakened state. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that things would end up like this. Isabella had actually fused with Strasse and evolved into a demonic Naga. Was a level 99 Overlord boss. It was something that triumphed over even the strongest among the leaders of the four races. Jiang Fei had met the Elven Queen before. Although the Elven Queen was also an Overlord, she was only level 95, the same level as the mentally disabled Dakasoren. However, Isabella now stood heads and shoulders over all of them. She may be severely weakened at the moment and only had 100,000 health points out of 1,500,000,000, but she could easily kill Famous in an instant. Well, they were most probably close to the end of this insane quest line. Mighty God of Light, please listen to my plea. By then, Famous was finally finished with his spell. Divine Art, Judgment Sword was completed. A huge golden sword, over 100 meters long, descended from the sky, directing itself at Isabella. Isabella roared. She did not even glance at the sword. With a wave of her hand, she sent a gray bolt of light at Famous. Jiang Fei saw what that had to be Famous' soul being pulled out of the old man's body. In no time at all, it flew and hovered to a stop before Isabella. Isabella opened her mouth and devoured Famous' soul. The old man's body fell to the ground lifelessly. An instant kill, plus 2,050,000, a green number appeared above Isabella's head. Boom! Almost immediately after, the Judgment Sword fell upon Isabella's head. Minus 2,800,000, the ridiculous attack value, also came with a horrifying debuff effect. God of Light's Judgment. Lose 50,000 health points per second. Your level is suppressed to level 1, and you cannot restore your health points through any means. Last for 10 seconds. F***CK. Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. Currently, Isabella had 300,000 health points left. If she was not allowed to recover any health points, she would die in 6 seconds. There were absolutely no enemies remaining, but Isabella could be finished even after that fact. Chapter 204. Unexpected Ending. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, hey. Jiang Fei looked at the decreasing health points and asked anxiously. Isabella laughed miserably. At that moment, her death was already certain. She was not even bothered about how Jiang Fei's disrespectful manner of addressing her. No, Jiang Fei could not bear to stop just short of completing this epic questline. If she was a player, this would be easy. A ridiculous idea suddenly flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Chick, there was limited time. There was no time to ask for her consent. The next moment, Jiang Fei took an item out of the spatial ring. Ring of Domination. Special item. Epic. Use on a dying beast-type or dragon-type monster to capture it as your own pet. Remarks. Cannot be used on targets more than 5 levels above you. Remarks. Cannot be used on bosses of Overlord rank and above. Remarks. If you do not want to die, please be careful when using it on pure-blooded dragon-type monsters. Requirement. Character level 30. Jiang Fei had once obtained this from the gnomes. He did not have time to capture pets after he had reached level 30, so this item had always been in use. Now, this item had become Jiang Fei's only hope in saving Isabella. Normally, this item would be ineffective against Isabella. Although Isabella had evolved into a demonic Naga after having fused with Ennead flesh and essence, she was still a level 99 overlord. The Ring of Domination would hold no power over her. However, the effects of Famous Divine Art had suppressed Isabella's level all the way to 1. While the debuff effect lasted, Isabella had also lost her overlord rank, so Jiang Fei wanted to give it a try. Rather than have her race quest fail, it was better to make a last-ditch effort. A golden light flashed. An exquisite collar appeared on Isabella's snow-white neck. At the same time, Isabella's body lit up in a series of golden lights. Her level was forcefully increased, eventually matching Jiang Fei's. Having leveled up so many times at once, Isabella's health points were back to full, and the abnormal status had been removed. However, Isabella's Overlord boss rank was now permanently taken away from her. Isabella, Demonic Naga, Divine Beast, level 33 health points, 80,000 attack power, 2,400 magic attack power, 3,500 skills, all common Nephilim skills, half-sealed, all common Black Dragon skills, half-sealed, Deathly Shriek sealed, Slaughterground sealed, Soul Devour sealed. Life, 10 out of 10 remarks. It is in your best interest that the Nephilim Emperor see that you have captured his daughter as a pet. Her little life was saved, but her attributes had changed entirely from a boss to a pet. Moreover, out of all the pets, she was the cream of the crop. As a level 99 overlord, she was only one step away from becoming a celestial. As a pet, she was of similar stature. However, Isabella's level had also been forced down to be the same as Jiang Fei's, resulting in a sharp decline in her attributes, and most of her skills were sealed. Her strength had instantly hit rock bottom. Of course, becoming a pet still had its advantages. At least, she now had 10 lives. Isabella screamed after she realized what had happened. Smack right after that, she slapped Jiang Fei across the face. You pervert! Isabella shouted at Jiang Fei in disbelief. Hey, chick! Jiang Fei shrugged. According to the game's settings, only wild beasts with little to no intelligence could be caught as pets by players. Generally, NPCs with intelligence would only join player camps as followers. Such a situation was unprecedented and would never be repeated again. ****. Isabella was still unable to get over the fact that she had become someone else's pet. She could not bring herself to listen to Jiang Fei's explanation and swung a punch at him. Immune. Of course, it was impossible for a pet to hurt its owner. Jiang Fei directly exercised his authority. Damn. Isabella remained frozen on the spot. Hey, chick, it's about time you wake. Up and smell the coffee. Jiang Fei smiled and walked towards Isabella. Then, he reached out and tapped the demonic Naga princess's little nose. ****. Isabella lost her temper. All her life, she had always been everyone's little darling. Never had she been treated like so before. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. What's done is done. You should also keep to your promise. Jiang Fei urged her. Isabella lifted her head proudly. Although her identity had changed, and she could no longer give out new quests, she was still the one who had initiated the previous quest. The last step of Jiang Fei's quest still depended on her. Chick! Jiang Fei threatened Isabella with a smirk. Isabella panicked. Now that she was Jiang Fei's pet, she could never reduce any command, no matter how ridiculous or perverted. Jiang Fei laughed smugly and removed the restriction of Isabella's movements. Boo-hoo! After Jiang Fei lifted the restriction, Isabella burst into tears. Stop crying. As soon as Isabella started crying, Jiang Fei suddenly panicked. He knew that this was just a virtual girl in the game. However, the virgin Jiang Fei was still taken aback. Boo-hoo! Isabella peeked to the flustered Jiang Fei and quickly took the opportunity to negotiate. Jiang Fei nodded. He was just scaring Isabella. Why would he make a girl take off her clothes for real? He was not that perverted. Isabella continued. Jiang Fei nodded without hesitation. He just wanted Isabella to stop crying. After all, the sound of a girl crying was really annoying. Isabella was going a little overboard. I think that's enough. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If he gave this girl an inch, she would take a mile. He had to control her. Phoenix. As she spoke, Isabella used her authority as an NPC for the last time and brought Jiang Fei's quest to closure. Chapter 205, 205, Psionic Cape. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Ding. Race Evolution Quest has been completed. Obtained 1,500,000 experience points. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 34. All attributes +1. Ding. After a series of system prompts, Jiang Fei completed his race quest that had lasted for nearly a month. At the same time, he obtained more than 1 million experience points and leveled up once again. Now he stood at the absolute top. After completing the quest, the temporary word behind Jiang Fei's race had disappeared. He was now officially in a film. At the same time, Jiang Fei had also obtained his first cape. Psionic Cape, Legendary, Skill, Psionic Absorption, reduces the damage you receive by 20% and stores the damage to form psionic points. While out of combat, your psionic points will slowly decay. Skill, Psionic Enhancement. Each time you gain 1,000 psionic points, your defense increases by 1%. Skill, Psionic Burst. Immediately release all your psionic points, dealing 20% of the number of psionic points consumed as damage to nearby targets, and reducing their movement speed by 50% for 5 seconds. Skill: Psionic Acceleration. Immediately releases all of your psionic points, increasing your movement speed and attack speed by 1% for every 1,000 psionic points. Skill: Psionic Assault. Immediately releases all your psionic points and attacks any target of choice within 30 meters, silencing the target. For every 1,000 psionic points consumed, the silence effect is extended by 1 second. Level requirement: 30 rare as they were, capes could only be obtained through very few quests. Capes could not be obtained from bosses or treasure chests. Moreover, capes did not give any attributes. They only had skills attached to them. Naturally, the higher the quality of the cape, the more skills it would provide. This psionic cape was a golden legendary quality equipment, so it came with 5 skills. It was a really comprehensive set of skills. There were offensive and defensive skills, which allowed the player to attack and retreat. The only downside was how difficult it was to accumulate psionic points. After he equipped the cape, Jiang Fei turned to Isabella once again. This chick had started beating him as soon as she realized what had happened, so he never got the opportunity to observe his new pet close up. As a divine beast pet, the word powerful could not even come close to describing what she was. This chick was simply overpowered. She was the same level as Jiang Fei, but her health points were more than double Jiang Fei's, and her attack power was 4 times that of Jiang Fei's. Her magic attack was the cherry on the icing. She had more than 3,000 magic attack. When paired with the additional magic skills that she had, an average cloth armor or leather armor player would be vaporized with a single magic attack. Even a hidden class player with godly equipment would fall before her, let alone an average player. Awesome! Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Now, in terms of both attack or defense, he was definitely the top player in the game. With Isabella by his side, Jiang Fei had the confidence to win, even if he was fighting against dozens of players. Players who had activated the pet system would get a pet space. Usually, they could keep their pets inside. After all, most players had pets with no intelligence. When they went into dungeons that were filled with monsters, these pets with no intelligence would only attract monsters and mess up careful plans. It was the wisest decision to temporarily put their pets away. However, Jiang Fei's pet was highly intelligent. It would not be appropriate to shut her in a dark room, so Jiang Fei had to consult her on this. Follow you, of course. Isabella pouted. Obviously, the chick had accepted her fate. After all, it was a fact that she was now Jiang Fei's pet. That was an absolute. All right, Jiang Fei said as he tore a return scroll. The next moment, Jiang Fei appeared at the teleportation point in Dawnlight City. Isabella followed him, looking around curiously. This was the first time Isabella had entered Dawnlight City. Although she had once attempted this before, the luminous Vatican had hunted her down, causing her death. She had not expected to enter Dawnlight City as an adventurer's pet after her resurrection. What a surprising turn of events. As soon as Jiang Fei exited the teleportation point, he ran into Zhao Feng. Jiang Fei nodded. Zhao Feng was quite observant. He instantly noticed Jiang Fei's Nephilim characteristics. Oh, I'm not a human anymore. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. If he said that he was not feeling smug, it was definitely a lie. Damn, for real? Zhao Feng asked, incredulous. Jiang Fei nodded and confirmed Zhao Feng's thoughts. Zhao Feng gave Jiang Fei a thumbs up. His brother was now even stronger. Jiang Fei asked. As Zhao Feng spoke, he noticed Isabella. Zhao Feng asked. Jiang Fei said casually, but Isabella looked at him with dissatisfaction. No way. Zhao Feng could not believe it. Damn you. Stupid fatty, what are you thinking about? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Clearly, this dirty-minded fatty had misunderstood the situation. Brother Fei, at your age, you have to have some control over yourself. Zhao Feng went on. What control? Jiang Fei said as he shared Isabella's attribute to Zhao Feng. Only in this way could he clearly explain why he had such a high intelligence, beautiful woman pet following him around. Damn, demonic naga? And it's even a divine beast. Brother Fei. When he saw the information that Jiang Fei shared, Zhao Feng believed Jiang Fei's words. However, he was extremely shocked to see Isabella's power. Okay, enough with the nonsense. Jiang Fei asked. I saw a few level 30 blue pieces of equipment, which some pub players happen to get. They're all exchanging the equipment for a large number of low-grade blue or green pieces of equipment. Zhao Feng said. Chapter 206, 206, Secret Exposed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After chatting with Zhao Feng for a while, Jiang Fei realized that it was almost time to go offline. So, he went to the potion shop and bought 1,000 gold coins worth of medium HP potions. The monsters in Dawnlight City had long been wiped out, so the NPC stores had begun to resume their businesses. However, human and elven merchants refused to deal with Jiang Fei. On the contrary, the orc and specter merchants were very friendly towards Jiang Fei. It was not just the merchants. Even the guards patrolling Dawnlight City were the same. When the human and elven guards passed by Jiang Fei, they gave him the cold shoulder. It was very uncomfortable having a huge number of red-named NPC guards walk past him. Moreover, Jiang Fei had been barred from entering places such as the Cathedral of the Luminous Church. However, the Spectre and Orc Guard were friendlier towards Jiang Fei. Some of the more intelligent captain guards would take the initiative to greet Jiang Fei. This was the result of selecting a faction. Although there were 7 or 8 players that were above level 30 in Dawnlight City, most of them had opted to take a step back and survey the situation before selecting a faction. After all, this was a highly important decision. If you chose the wrong one and wanted to change to a different faction, the number of reputation quests you had to do would break your back. Jiang Fei bought the potions. Even though Isabella was following Jiang Fei around, she was very well-behaved and did not cause Jiang Fei any trouble. After buying the potions, Jiang Fei began to go online and offline again and again to bring these potions into the real world. As he transferred the potions, Jiang Fei started to ponder on the nature of the ring. Although Jiang Fei had been wearing this mysterious ring for a while now, he still did not understand what it was and how it could bring virtual items into the real world. Moreover, when these things were brought into the real world, their volume would greatly reduce and their shapes would change. Both the potions and toys would become extremely tiny in reality. The jazz dance doll that was more than a foot long in the game was only the size of keychain in reality. The same was true for the potions. As the game did not limit the use of potions, players could use HP potions as normal drinks to quench their thirst. However, the game gave them a bottomless gut. In real life, players would have overdosed on the potions long before sustaining the life-threatening round. In reality, a bottle of HP potion was only 5 milliliters in size. Even so, the effectiveness was not reduced in the slightest. Moreover, Jiang Fei had not fully grasped the mysterious ring's rules just yet. He now pretty much understood how it worked when it came to equipment, but it was unclear when it came to any other items. When it came to potion and toys, he could extract these items out in the real world as many times as he wished. This led Jiang Fei into believing that the limitations were related to the item levels. However, he still could not extract a low-level backpack in the real world. So, it was not necessarily item levels. Jiang Fei shrugged. He could only keep up with his experiments until all was made clear. Shortly after extracting 100 stacks of potions, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. The game world froze, and Jiang Fei returned to reality. As usual, he found an empty bucket and poured all the potions into the bucket. Then, he gave Han Tianyu a call and asked Han Tianyu to wait for him outside his house. After Jiang Fei had his breakfast, he snuck the bucket out of the house when his mother was not paying attention. Here, Jiang Fei handed the bucket to Han Tianyu. Thanks. 50,000 for each bottle. 5 billion. I'll create a secret bank account for you later. When I transferred money to you the last time, your stupid bank card was almost targeted. Thankfully, someone on my side found out about it in time. Han Tianyu said. After all, Jiang Fei's bank account was just an ordinary bank account. A large amount of cash inflow would most definitely attract people's attention. Last time, Han Tianyu had been negligent. He did not deal with ordinary people very often. That thought had not even occurred to him, so it actually took quite a bit from him to fix it. Sure, Jiang Fei shrugged, not worried in the slightest. This was Han Tianyu. After all, when it came to money, this tycoon would never make irreparable mistakes. Han Tianyu took the potions and left. Jiang Fei still had to go to school. The morning classes were quite boring. However, as the little fatty Zhao Feng was around to mess with, the day went by pretty rapidly. At noon, Jiang Fei's troubles came calling. Fei. Han Tianyu sounded anxious on the phone. Jiang Fei asked, confused. Han Tianyu hung up as soon as he finished talking. About 10 minutes later, Han Tianyu's sports car stopped in front of Jiang Fei's school gate. Han Tianyu popped his head out of his car window and said, Jiang Fei asked after getting in the car. The last time Han Tianyu was this anxious when Chen Kaiyin had been mortally wounded. This time, however, Han Tianyu had a lot of potions in his hands. Even if someone was injured, he could handle it by himself. If the potions were not working anymore, there was no point looking for Jiang Fei. I messed up. Han Tianyu started the car and drove forward. He looked gloomy. Jiang Fei's heart started to beat rapidly. It was definitely a huge problem this time. Han Tianyu said with a sullen face. As soon as he heard Han Tianyu's words, Jiang Fei's heart fell. If this was the case, the fact that he was the source of the potions was no longer a secret. Yeah, Along realized it too late. Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei was shocked. Don't worry, that spy is from the Zhang family, another big family in China. Although they're interested in the potions, they won't dare do anything openly. We might see some movement in the shadows, but I've already arranged for someone to keep watch. Also, I've already acquired your dad's company. Your dad's been transferred to a new job at Manda Square, and I've arranged a new residence for you and your family in Manda Square. Your mother has already been picked up and sent there. Manda Square is fully equipped with living and entertainment facilities. As long as your parents do not leave Manda Square, I can guarantee their safety. Chapter 207. 207. Cellular Regenerative Drug. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei was speechless. He had been long aware of the risks that entailed selling such revolutionary potions, but this had been too sudden, too soon. Jiang Fei had thought that he would soon be fully equipped with game equipment. Then, he would become a superhuman and easily hold his own. This was why he had dared to take the risk and sell the potions. However, things had proceeded at a pace beyond his expectations. The mysterious ring had strict restrictions when it came to bringing equipment out into the real world. Moreover, even if he managed to take out a complete set of equipment, he would not be invincible. The so-called masters of internal martial arts could completely bypass the defense provided by the equipment and cause internal injuries or even death. After Jiang Fei lost the guarantee of his so-called invincibility, some guaranteed trouble had come running up his alley. Don't worry about it. I've already helped you get a day off from school. Just stay in Manda Square for a few days. Uncle Chun and I will go talk to the Zhang family. At most, we'll just share some profits with them. It's no big deal. I'm pretty sure they won't willingly spread such news to the public. Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei was flustered. After all, he was only a 16-year-old student who did not really know anything about the real world. He was at a loss. All he could do was go along with Han Tianyu's arrangements. They arrived at Manda Square. Han Tianyu had assigned a large house to Jiang Fei's family in a 100-story high-class residential area. All kinds of facilities, such as shopping and entertainment, were available downstairs. The whole building was like a miniature city. It had everything ranging from food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. There was even a ski resort in the building. One could remain there for a long time without getting bored. As Jiang Fei's family was now under the care of the Manda Group, it was difficult for people from the Zhang family to act. The Zhang family was also one of the top families of China. Although the leading families in China always plotted against each other and put spokes in each other's wheels behind the curtains, they were still nice to each other on the surface. Moreover, these families shared the same hatred for their common enemies. They would stand together and fight when the time came. As soon as Jiang Fei and his family entered Manda Square, the Zhang family immediately gave up on their plan to kidnap Jiang Fei or any of his family members. "Master, we have been to Jiang Fei's house. Jiang Fei's mother has been picked up by people from the Manda group in advance. We were one step too late." A brawny man in a black suit reported to the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Song. 17's cover was blown. It was natural for the Han family to move in. Zhang Song nodded slightly, as calm as ever. They left in a hurry. The things in the house were almost untouched. The man wearing a suit said. Zhang Song said calmly, "We found many perfume-like bottles beneath Jiang Fei's bed, probably numbering in the thousands." The man continued. Zhang Song nodded. "Also, we have investigated Jiang Fei," the man said. Zhang Song nodded after listening, then waved his hand to indicate that the man could leave. After the man in the suit left, Zhang Song leaned back in his chair and stroked his chin in one hand. "Interesting. It seems like the information 17 sent back was true. Jiang Fei is the one providing that mysterious potion to the Manda group. People from the Alliance have also mentioned that there's a Taoist monk backing this boy. He's named Zhuge Shanjin or something. It's highly likely that this potion was made by Taoist monks who practice alchemy all day long. It is most likely a defective product that was resulted from their attempts to make elixirs of life. Who the heck is this Jiang Fei? He has the support of Old Man Hai, a recognized martial artist, and has also managed to get his hands on a portable gaming device from a prosperous group." As Zhang Song talked to himself, his interest in Jiang Fei grew all the more. As the head of a top family, Zhang Song had more information resources than an average person. So he understood drugs like Jiang Fei's potions more than Jiang Fei himself. In the real world, there was a medicine that was similar to Jiang Fei's potion. Western countries had invented a highly regenerative drug before, and its effectiveness exceeded that of Jiang Fei's medium-sized potion. However, the cost of making it was sky high. The cost of making one bottle was close to $100 million. Not only were the materials scarce, but the manufacturing process was also very cumbersome. At most, 1 or 2 bottles could be produced each year. Even in Western countries, it was only reserved for the president and the head generals. The ones who ranked below them could only dream of such fantasies. Moreover, the Western countries were highly secretive when it came to such drugs. China had already sacrificed many spies, but had still been unable to obtain the formula of this regenerative drug. Jiang Fei's potion was not as effective as the Western drug, but it could still save lives. Moreover, it only cost 1,000 per bottle, which was peanuts in comparison. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who had the ability to mass-produce such potions for the lower-ranked soldiers, immediately became a national treasure. As the public knew Manda Group as the organization who came up with this potion, Manda Group status had naturally skyrocketed. Being the family behind the Manda Group, the Han family status had also risen in kind. As the Han family was getting all the profits, the other big families were naturally jealous. Such was the case with the Zhang family as well. After learning that the potion was not developed by the Manda Group, but provided by someone else, Zhang Song intended to jump in and steal the limelight. Although Zhang Song had planned to kidnap Jiang Fei and his family members, he would never hurt the boy. There was no way a random teenage kid could create such a magical medicine. No one would even consider believing in such a notion. Zhang Song had merely intended to act like the Old Man Hai. He was thoroughly convinced that an extraordinarily powered being named Zhuge Shanjin stood over Jiang Fei's shoulder. In China, people who pursued the path of longevity had once existed during ancient times. Although none of those Taoist monks that practiced alchemy all day long had been successful, many good things had resulted from their failed alchemy. So, if such a magical potion had been produced by accident, it would not be a surprise. As Jiang Fei was only a guise, Zhang Song's idea was to first get hold of Jiang Fei, then find an opportunity to get in touch with Zhuge Shanjin. Although the art of alchemy was something that regular people could not grasp, the Zhang family status would experience a rise if they could gain control over this source of supply. the Zhang family's right to speak in China would be further enhanced. As for Jiang Fei's lack of gaming equipment at home, Zhang Song was not too concerned about it. This was because many people did not access the game through gaming pods. Instead, many used portable gaming devices, which had started off as a piece of military equipment that was explicitly given to spies. It allowed convenient access to the internet to steal information. Later, however, many high-ranked military personnel had taken portable gaming devices home and used it for games. After all, the small portable devices allowed them to play games at night when they were away from home. Otherwise, lugging about a massive gaming pod while traveling around would have been most inconvenient. Chapter 208. 208. The Zhang Family's Plan. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Song shouted for someone outside the door. Yes. When the door opened, a mid-centennial man walked in. It was Zhang Jinfu, the major domo of the Zhang family. He was one of the people that Zhang Song trusted the most. Although Zhang Jinfu was not the highest in position in the Zhang family, he was still more superior than an average family member. People from the Han family should be here soon. I won't meet them. Let my second brother talk to them, Zhang Song said. Jinfu asked, "Don't mess with the stocks that are being supplied to the military. They don't get any extra profit from that, and it affects the lives of the soldiers in the front line. If we try to step in again, that master martial artist Chen Kain will come and kill me for sure. However, for all the other transactions, our family has to get at least 1/3 of the total profits," Zhang Song said without hesitation. Yes. Jinfu, turn around. He was about to go and look for Zhang Song's second brother to talk about the negotiations, but Zhang Song stopped him. Wait, Zhang Song suddenly asked. Yes. It could be said that Jinfu knew everything about the Zhang family. Ask that kid to interact more with Jiang Fei in the game. After all, they're teenagers. Zhang Song said. Yes, master. Jinfu nodded. That's all. Zhang Song waved his hand and signaled that Jinfu could go. Yes. Jinfu stepped back out of the door and carefully closed the door. Then, he went to make arrangements according to Zhang Song's orders. After Jiang Fei returned to his new home, he saw that his mother was about to go out. Jiang Fei asked with concern. The so-called Zhang family problem made him panicky. Oh, Mommy's going shopping, his mother asked. It was not time for Jiang Fei to get off school yet. As they had suddenly moved to a new home, Jiang Fei's mother was planning to pick Jiang Fei up after school. She did not expect that Jiang Fei would find the new house on his own. People from Manda Group picked me up and sent me here. They said that we've moved houses, so they showed me how to get here. Jiang Fei said, Oh, right, your father's new boss is pretty nice. It's only your father's first day at his new job, and he's already been given such a luxurious house. Jiang Fei's mother said happily. One had to know that although the 20th floor of the Manda Group and the floors below were open to the public, only people with high status in society could access floors above the 20th floor. An average person could not get in at all. Even though Jiang Fei's family income was quite high before this, they still had no rights to access this place. You go shopping then? Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that his mother was unaware that their family was in trouble. Jiang Fei did not tell her. His mother was just an ordinary person. If he told her, it would only make her worry in vain. Anyway, it was very safe inside Manda Square. As long as his mother did not leave this place, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about her being in danger. When she saw that Jiang Fei had disappeared from her sight, Jiang Fei's mother took out her phone and called someone. The person she was calling was Jiang Fei's father. Indeed, I am. Jiang Fei's father was very happy. After all, his new boss allowed him to get involved with so many secrets as soon as he started working. This showed how much trust his boss had in him. He had no idea that this was all deliberately arranged by Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei's mother nodded. After all, she was forcefully taken away from her home by a group of people early in the morning. Then, she was told that she now had a luxurious home on the 100th floor of Manda Square, and it was best not to leave Manda Square for a while. If this kind of thing happened to them, nobody would blatantly accept it without thinking about it. However, Jiang Fei's mother suspected Jiang Fei's father instead of Jiang Fei. After all, in the eyes of his parents, Jiang Fei was just a child who was still schooling. Even if he got into trouble, it would not be serious enough to make Manda Group send so many people to protect them. So, Jiang Fei's mother naturally thought that Jiang Fei's father had gotten involved in some highly confidential business activity again. Thus, their family was brought into Manda Square for protection. At this time, her husband's answer naturally proved her guesses to be correct. Jiang Fei's father was a professional manager, so she was not inexperienced when it came to businesses. Business was war. Many people carried out business without morality and often resorted to shady means. Before this, they would occasionally hire temporary bodyguards. So, Jiang Fei's mother was already used to this kind of thing. It was just that her husband's business secrets were way more important this time. So the security measures became more stringent, and they had to move to ensure their safety. Trade secrets were different from military secrets. Trade secrets were very time-sensitive. A particular secret might be so important now that someone would kidnap your family and threaten you. But after a week, everyone would know the secret, and it would even be reported on the news. Therefore, in her view, this kind of restriction would not last long. Maybe she would move back to her original house even before she manages to finish exploring Manda Square's high-rise shopping center. There was no need to worry about safety while living in Manda Square. Moreover, Manda Group's bodyguard were following Jiang Fei around, so Jiang Fei's mother was naturally very relieved. Due to this, she could go shopping in peace. As she did not want Jiang Fei to be distracted, which would affect his studies, she did not mention anything. Jiang Fei and his mother were both trying to protecting each other, so no one mentioned anything about the sudden house move. It just went by. Jiang Fei told his mother a lie. He did not go back to school. Instead, he went straight to the martial arts hall inside Manda Square. Manda Square was just like a miniature city. A variety of facilities were available. The Zhang family's appearance made Jiang Fei feel an even stronger sense of crisis at this time, so he became more passionate about becoming stronger. Originally, Tokugawa Shinji's threat had made Jiang Fei strive to become stronger, but Tokugawa Shinji was a Japanese. The old man Hai had clearly demonstrated what would happen to Japanese people who misbehaved in China. Their teeth would be plucked by hand. So, after a period of peace, Jiang Fei's determination to work hard slowly began to fade. However, the Zhang family was different. They were above the law, and the Zhang family was as powerful as the Tokugawa family. Moreover, Jiang Fei's conflict with the Tokugawa family only arose because he angered the young master of the family. With the Zhang family, however, it was purely related to stakeholders. The scariest thing was that the Zhang family was China's own force. Jiang Fei believed that if the Zhang family messed with him, Old Man Hai would definitely not go and pluck their teeth. He and his family could not hide in Manda Square forever, so Jiang Fei understood that he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Then, he could protect himself through his own strength. Chapter 209. 209. Clear Objective. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After he arrived at the martial arts hall, Jiang Fei got a practice room for himself. Although Han Tianyu had not yet paid him for the potions, he still had the 10 million earned from the divine arts. This amount of money was nothing to him. In the practice room, Jiang Fei began to practice the teachings of Old Man Hai. Perhaps Jiang Fei was rather talented in the field. It did not take long for him to be more proficient in the techniques. Each time he practiced the technique, he gained new insight. Old Man Hai may have come up with this technique in his earlier days, but it had been based on several different forms of martial arts. It combined the essence of external and internal martial arts. It had both the boldness of external martial arts and the hidden tricks of internal martial arts. This technique was ideal for Jiang Fei, as he could not train his inner strength, but had the extraordinary raw power that far surpassed ordinary people. However, they did not come without difficulties. Jiang Fei was being bottlenecked by his lack of knowledge about meridians and pressure points. They all seemed like gibberish to a total newbie like him. However, the evolution blood gave him an excellent memory. He did not have to comprehend them yet. Memorizing their locations on the body would suffice for now. As it were, Jiang Fei was simply going through the motions. He only knew what move should strike where, but he did not know why he had to strike that point. This would not hinder him from picking up the techniques, but he would be restricted in terms of improvisation and originality. He could not tweak the technique any further for his own benefit. Nevertheless, he was already doing impeccably well for a beginner. A real master would have already expressed their amazement at Jiang Fei's amazing martial arts talent and extraordinary physical fitness. Jiang Fei trained hard in the martial arts hall the whole afternoon. Jiang Fei also made up his mind to make this a part of his daily routine. He had to hurry and make himself stronger. Life was full of surprises and had already blindsided him more than once. He had to gain strength swiftly. As he did not know how long Han Tianyu's negotiations with the Zhang family would take, Jiang Fei did not dare leave Manda Square. So, Han Tianyu sought out for an extended leave of absence from school on his behalf. While this could be detrimental for his academics, it barely mattered to people like Han Tianyu. They barely even stepped in school themselves. After a whole afternoon of hard work, Jiang Fei's boxing methods were refined, as was his resolution to keep training. As he was a shut-in gamer, Jiang Fei never really had the heart to make himself stronger. Even after he obtained the mysterious ring, the idea of becoming a superhuman had just remained as an afterthought. He had put almost no effort into achieving such a dream. As a pampered high school student, Jiang Fei lacked the determination to improve. However, it was true that people only pushed themselves to their limits when circumstances required it. In the face of various threats, Jiang Fei had to start working hard. First, it was Tokugawa Shinji, and now the Zhang family. In the future, a Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, or even a Smith family might turn up in his life. Even though Jiang Fei was lazy, he knew better than to keep languishing about. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the mysterious ring safe. More importantly, he would not be able to guarantee the lives of his family members. Previously, Jiang Fei was there when Han Tianyu had asked Big Brother Bear and the others if they wanted to die. Not long after, that perverted old man Hai had casually told him that Nakoda had been disposed of. Although they were not enemies, Jiang Fei had learned that these elites had very little regard for human lives. Although Han Tianyu could defend himself now, Jiang Fei knew that relying on oneself was better than relying on others. He needed strength to protect himself and his family. Jiang Fei had grown overnight. When he first got the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei was still dreaming about being a superhero and effortlessly saving the world. In less than a month, Jiang Fei had acquired a more realistic view of things. He did not want to save the world anymore. Now, being able to protect himself and his family was enough. For this objective, Jiang Fei made a short-term plan for himself. During the day, he would say that he was going to school, but instead go straight to the martial arts hall to practice boxing. At night, he would enter the game and try earning some green equipment recipes. If he could not get them, then he would forge equipment using blue equipment recipes. If the cost was too high, he would help other players forge equipment in exchange for materials. Leveling up the ring was his first priority. After all, martial arts could not be mastered overnight. Only the ring provided a fast track to power. When he saw that school should have ended for the day, Jiang Fei casually returned to his new home. "Xiao Fei, you're back from school already?" From her voice, Jiang Fei could tell that his mother was extremely delighted. She must have had a good time shopping. Jiang Fei nodded. He was famished. Boxing was nothing like classes in school. Teenagers already got hungry without doing anything. An entire afternoon of training would turn them into raving, starving lunatics. When he came to the dinner table, his mother had prepared a variety of delicious dishes. Many of the seafood on the table were rarely found for sale outside. However, the shopping area of Manda Square above the 20th floor provided an infinite supply of these ingredients. As he ate, Jiang Fei praised his mother. His mother laughed and said. After the meal, Jiang Fei ran back to his room. He told his mother he was going to do his homework, but he began to familiarize himself with things like meridians and pressure points. Although these things were just theories, they were useful in reality. No one would just stand there stupidly and get hit. In a high-speed battle, if you wanted to accurately strike the opponent's pressure point, you had to know the position of the pressure point like the back of your hand. As Jiang Fei studied a diagram that labeled the meridians on the human body, he felt his muscle memory kicking in. He could instinctively move his limbs towards each pressure point. At 10 o'clock that night, Jiang Fei got into bed and logged into the game. Han Tianyu had really thought things through. There was a gaming pod in Jiang Fei's room. He put it there as he wanted it to be convenient for Jiang Fei to access the game at night, unbeknownst to the fact that Jiang Fei did not even use such devices. However, this gaming pod did help Jiang Fei in a way. At least, he could now explain his appearances in the gaming world. Chapter 210, For the Ring's Sake. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The game operated in a way where it closed all day, only opening up at 10 p.m. Those hours of downtime would be equivalent to a split second in the game. From Isabella's perspective, Jiang Fei had just flashed in and out of existence. Jiang Fei bit his lips and said, "Just where all the adventures go." "Oh wow, Adventurer's World?" Isabella asked. "What?" cried Jiang Fei, knowing all too well that it was impossible. "Oomph." Isabella mumbled underneath her breath. Jiang Fei entered the day that day with a sense of purpose. He immediately spent 100 gold coins to put up advertisements all over the city. The first person to message Jiang Fei was Smart Tomato. From his perspective, Jiang Fei was the richest, dumbest person in the game. Like a man with an indispensable amount of cash, Jiang Fei bought anything without even attempting to haggle. Ever since Smart Tomato had befriended Jiang Fei, his earnings had doubled. "Oh yeah, I'm buying those," Jiang Fei replied instantly. "As a matter of fact, I have two. A level 25 chainmail chest piece and a level 20 wrist guard." When Smart Tomato learned that Jiang Fei was a divine blacksmith, he dared not approach Jiang Fei when it came to dealing with recipes, fearing that the recipes might be too low a grade for someone like Jiang Fei, renowned blacksmith. To prevent himself from being humiliated, Smart Tomato was smart enough to avoid offering anything that was as cheap as his green recipes. However, what Smart Tomato did not know that Jiang Fei had never thought that green recipes were cheap to begin with. Sure, blue-grade equipment were stronger, but the cost of the materials and the success rate of actually crafting one was just too much for Jiang Fei to handle at that time. Jiang Fei wanted the green-graded recipes to feed the ring. Even though Jiang Fei was rich, his wealth was not infinite. Jiang Fei asked bluntly, "I'll give you a lower price if you take both." 1,500 gold coins, said Smart Tomato. Knowing Jiang Fei's appetite, Smart Tomato offered a slightly higher than market value price. As long as it was not too much, Jiang Fei would always agree. Deal. As expected of the divine blacksmith, Jiang Fei did not even talk about the price. All he wanted was to quickly feed the ring. He had no luxury to think and lament about a few hundred gold coins as a huge loss. He was only able to be in that situation because Zhao Feng had helped sell that jewelry box. As a result, Jiang Fei had over 4,000 gold coins in hand. He was able to spend money, precisely because he had money. Of course, he had his lucrative sources of income. Smart Tomato quickly met up with Jiang Fei. He would not keep such a generous benefactor waiting. Thanks for your patronage," said Smart Tomato with a large smile on his face. "Don't mention it. I'm sorry, but I have things to attend to now," said Jiang Fei as soon as he got the recipes. Ding, ding. Jiang Fei immediately used the recipes and found that they did not take much to make. Jiang Fei was so pleased that he immediately started searching for the materials. "Brother Ning, I have plans to craft a bulk number of blue-grade equipment." Jiang Fei contacted Han Tianning via private message. However, Jiang Fei was still a man of gratitude. The equipment that came out of Jiang Fei's hands were all of top-notch quality. He would not want them to end up in the hands of some random players. Han Tianning went straight to the point. Even if Jiang Fei had blatantly asked for materials, he would never reject him. He was the kind of man that would do anything in the game just to have his fun. The man had money, power, and people. If he wanted something done, he would get it done by his own way. He had no care for guild benefits, loss, economy, and other trivial matters. Such a man was both a threat and a nightmare to players like Lady Casanova. The actions of such a man would be akin to the first push of a series of cascaded dominoes falling down, the last piece being the downfall of the other guilds. If such a thing did happen, the other players would not sit quietly about it. If I fall, I'll drag you down with me. A zero-sum game. However, Han Tianning would not falter. A man in his position would not care about such a result as long as he had his fun. Being at the far end of the spectrum in terms of leadership, Han Tianning had led Fafnir and the Azure to a point where the other three major guilds had begun to make their move. From their perspective, Fafnir and the Azure was doing things without logic nor fear of consequences. The entire situation would be the same as a group of individuals playing poker. Fafnir and the Azure would be the kind of guy that had been winning several games, and the other three major guilds have had their patience tested time and again. It would come to a point where the other guild would be so disgruntled that they would just flip the poker table over. No one gets to play anymore. That was the point that Lady Casanova had reached. Upon Han Tianning's order and consent, Jiang Fei had ordered the materials he needed. However, even though Han Tianning never asked anything in return, Jiang Fei would never want to just take things off for granted. When Happy Drunk had his men deliver the materials, Jiang Fei immediately started crafting. In his schedule, he had cleared out everything else and planned to craft for the entire day. Green-graded recipe had a higher success rate of crafting. After all the green-graded equipment crafted would be fed to the ring, while a few blue ones would be reserved for the heavy-armored users in his guild. Any surplus would be given to Fafnir in the Azure as a means of payment for the materials. A level 20 green-graded equipment would take at most 20 seconds to finish. Accounting the time taken to retrieve materials from the storage, Jiang Fei would have crafted 2 articles of equipment in a minute. The problems rose when there was a mountain of materials and large quantities of equipment to be crafted. Time would be wasted. Bang, bang. Jiang Fei did not stop to ponder about the time wasted and immediately start hammering at the blacksmith's workshop. Level 20 green-graded equipment had over 60% when it came to success rates, and a lower 30% ascended bonus upgrade rate. Statistically, after every 10 sets of material used, Jiang Fei would produce 6 equipment, of which 2 of them would be blue-graded while the rest would be green-graded. This was but a rough estimation, since RNG in every game was unpredictable. If the deity of RNG was on your side, you might even produce 10 blue-grade. However, that also meant that you might end up failing all 10 attempts. As Jiang Fei was busy bringing metal to anvil, he had an idea. He called out for his pet, Isabella, and had her work for him. Being a sentient pet, possessing intelligence and will, she would be Jiang Fei's assistant. As he smithied, the little girl would go back and forth to the bank and fetch him more materials and store all the equipment produced. However, as she was not considered an adventurer, Isabella did not possess an inventory system. Everything she carried in her hands was all she could carry. As a result, she had inadvertently showed off the equipment to the entire city. However, Jiang Fei had 0 worries for the little girl. She was a level 34 pet with over 80,000 health points. Her attack power was off the charts, and she could one-hit KO all light and cloth armored players. Tank-type players would last only for 3 to 4 hits before being minced meat. That, and the fact that no one could attack anyone in the city. A single player would never survive if they tried anything on the girl, or even an entire guild. Eventually, the familiar marking on the ring appeared. Even though the progress was painstakingly slow, Jiang Fei had thrown in several hours of work into it. It was worth every drop of blood and sweat. Chapter 211, The Invincible Pet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That day, Jiang Fei had devoted the entire time of the day to craft equipment. Aside from the occasional short break, Jiang Fei had been crafting non-stop. In average, Jiang Fei had used a little over 100 sets of materials in an hour, and he had been at it for at least 20 hours. In the beginning, Jiang Fei was able to get by with that sort of speed due to Isabella helping a hand in running errands for him. However, Isabella quickly grew sick of it. She was, after all, a princess of the demon race. How could someone in her position be running errands? After some time, Jiang Fei had Isabella deposit over 30 sets of equipment of blue and green grades into his own guild storage. The remaining equipments, left for Fafnir in the Azure, were not delivered. If they wanted it, the members of Fafnir in the Azure should come to Jiang Fei and get it. While Jiang Fei was crafting equipment as if he was on steroids, Happy Drunk saw the opportunity and sent over 10 men to retrieve as many equipment as they could. At the same time, those men were tasked to deliver materials for Jiang Fei. When Han Tianning gave the order to supply Jiang Fei with any amount of materials, Happy Drunk was not too happy about it. However, when a large number of blue-graded equipment were received, Happy Drunk was angry at himself for not delivering more materials for Jiang Fei. After a whole day of banging metal, Jiang Fei had crafted over 1,000 sets, minus a proportionate number of failed attempts. Out of the thousands of sets, 400 were blue-graded. Thanks to the smithing marathon, Jiang Fei's blacksmith experience had shot up by a significant amount. If he repeated the same smithing marathon for another day, Jiang Fei would have gained enough experience points to graduate from being an apprentice to an actual divine blacksmith. Of the 400 blue-graded sets, Jiang Fei had kept over 100 for himself and gave the rest away to Fafnir in the Azure. Those equipment were just enough for a small force in their guild. At first, Jiang Fei had planned to feed all the green-graded equipment to the ring. But it soon became apparent that the ring could not consume the equipment as swiftly as he could craft. After over 20 hours of crafting, the ring had only managed to consume over 100 sets. The experience bar had only gone up by half a bar. In the end, Jiang Fei sent another 100 green-graded equipment sets into the ring and gave the rest away. He did not bother to keep any more for himself nor for his guild. They were already equipped with the blue-graded equipment, and 100 green grades were enough for the ring to reach another level. Keeping any more equipment would only be a waste of space. Even though they were just green-graded equipment, they were products of Jiang Fei's crafting. All of them came with skills. Some of them were even stronger than blue-graded equipment skills. For a majority of players at the average level of 26 or 25, they often came fully equipped, although most of their armor would be a mix of white and green grades. Players in guilds had a better time, as their guilds would dispatch a team of players to raid a dungeon every day and farm equipment. Most guild players would possess 1 or 2 blue grades. Other small guilds and random pub players would never be so lucky. This shower of equipment was an impossible feat that no normal guild could achieve. After all, most profession players in guilds were still raising their mastery levels. The equipment that they could cough up were at best green and mostly white-graded. It was partly because the guild was incapable of obtaining higher-grade recipes, and even if they did, no crafter would dare to craft the item for fear of failing an attempt and wasting a large quantity of materials. Once Jiang Fei had filled up the red slots of the ring's inventory, he ordered Brother Bear and his men to send the other 100 equipment to the guild storage. There was just not enough time, as there was only 3 hours left until the game shut down for the day. With all that time left, Jiang Fei and Isabella went straight towards the dungeon inside Dawnlight City. The name of the dungeon, Bottom of the Blood Pool. Before the appearance of Isabella, Jiang Fei had always thought that the dungeon could never be conquered. Now that Jiang Fei had evolved into a demon, he had grown several times stronger. If he were to include Isabella in battle, they would be unstoppable. A level 30 normal dungeon is nothing but a walk in the park. Fortunately for Jiang Fei, the dungeon was inside the city itself. Jiang Fei and Isabella arrived at the entrance in no time at all. Said Isabella, "Somewhere over the rainbow." Jiang Fei smiled as he answered nonchalantly. With a quick dip of his head into the entrance, both Isabella and Jiang Fei were sucked into the dungeon. Cried Isabella when she realized that Jiang Fei and herself had been teleported away. Isabella added, "Indeed, the dungeon Bottom of the Blood Pool was not part of the overworld, but a part of the blood prison. The boss of this dungeon was one of Jiang Fei's old buddies, the blood god Vega. However, it was impossible to encounter a celestial tier boss. Back then, when the Cardea brothers' evil planned to take Dawnlight City over, Warlock Sava had planned to connect the Blood Prison with the overworld through a certain ritual. With the power of the Blood Prison, Sava intended to completely decimate Dawnlight City. However, Jiang Fei and his merry lot had chimed in and interrupted the spell halfway through, resulting in a small portion of the Blood Prison remaining in the overworld, forming said dungeon. When both Isabella and Jiang Fei were in the dungeon, Jiang Fei started by selecting the normal difficulty to test the waters. What he saw this time were the same monsters as he did the last time. Demon Bleeder, Xenogenesis, Elite, level 30. Health points, 13,000 attack power, 1,300 skills. Laceration, Sever Laceration, attacks a target and causes bleed. Stackable up to 5 times. Sever, increase 20% attack speed. Note, Infected Unknown Being. This monster was the same kind as the ones that were running amok in Dawnlight City. They were monsters that were infected and not native to the Blood Prison. Bella. Jiang Fei bellowed and took the first initiative to blow a mouthful of icy cold breath. Minus 2,614. Minus 2,589. Just after Jiang Fei had cast Ice Burst, Isabella had just finished channeling her spell. 2 pillars of fire burst out of the ground, completely enveloping both the monsters. Minus 12,357. Minus 12,764. Critical. Isabella's magic attack was close to 4,000. After a combined attack with Ice Burst, her damage was amplified to over 6,000, making both Jiang Fei and Isabella's attack skills a perfect combination. Another reason for that was that all fire-type attacks dealt on a frozen target would result in a 100% critical attack. Before the 2 monsters could even move a muscle, they were both killed instantly. Ding! You have killed Demon Bleeder. Ding! You have killed Demon Bleeder. Oof! It had been a while since Jiang Fei ran through a dungeon solo. Hence, when he received experience points, it was not divided amongst others. That was most incredible. This just the first monster in this blood prison, said Isabella condescendingly, as if Jiang Fei was behaving like a villager who had just received his first gold coin. Oh, come on, Missy. Jiang Fei did not give much care about Isabella's Tsundere one attitude. In truth, he adored the little girl. Such a pet was so strong that she was practically invincible. She was both a powerful ally and an obedient lackey. What's more, she would never argue over the loot. As a pet that possessed intelligence and conscience, you could talk to her when you were bored, play pranks on her whenever you want. She was the best partner any adventurer could have. Isabella clicked her tongue. However, beneath her cold appearance, she smiled when Jiang Fei was not looking. Even though she was an AI pet, she was programmed as a girl. Being praised like that only gave her joy. Translator's note, Tsundere. I'm pretty sure everyone knows what tsundere means by now. However, for those who don't watch anything related to Japanese, it is a personality type of a girl which on the outside, portrayed as a cold or a high and mighty character, yet caring and thoughtful on the inside. Chapter 212. 212, little lady. You're just too macho. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. With Isabella's overwhelming attack, Jiang Fei only needed to step forward. Literally, all the monsters that Jiang Fei encountered were immediately killed. All he had to do was lure the monsters, cast Ice Burst, and have the little lady burn them all in one clean swoop. Level 30 dungeon monsters were not easy, but the monsters themselves provided wholesome experience points. Each of them provided around 10,000 experience points. A single wave of monsters would provide Jiang Fei with roughly a little over 100,000 experience points. Such speed of leveling up was just too fast. After clearing a short route, Jiang Fei reached the first boss. By then, there was only a third left of his experience bar. The recently leveled up Jiang Fei was extremely delighted to know that it was possible for him to reach level 35 by the end of the dungeon. Sentry Guardian Felix, Bloodborne, Advanced Elite, level, 31 health points, 55,000 attack power, 1,800 skills. Charge, Frenzy Attack. Charge, rushes towards the farthest target, knocks target down, and deals a huge amount of damage. Frenzy Attack, immediately deals a powerful strike and increases attack speed by 10%. Note, a true Bloodborne. The manager of the lower end of the Blood Prison. Bloodborne Foot Soldier, Xenogenesis, Elite, level, 30 health points, 20,000 magic attack, 1,300 skills. Shadow Bolt, Curse of Pain, Darkness Recovery. Shadow Bolt, fires a dark arrow to deal magic damage to an enemy. 2-second cast time. Curse of Pain, curses a target, deals damage over time shadow damage. Lasts for 15 seconds. Darkness Recovery. This foot soldier will heal the Sentry Guardian by 10% of his maximum health points. The first boss of the dungeon was not alone. It was accompanied by 2 little minions. Such a formation was rare in a 5-man dungeon run, was common in a 10-man dungeon run, since there would be a secondary tank in a 10-man party. This boss lineup was meant to test the cooperation of the party. Failure to work together would inevitably result in a complete wipeout. However, as of then, the boss was too easy for Jiang Fei to kill. Jiang Fei did not need to move a muscle to eliminate them. Even if all 3 of the monsters were to combine their health points, they would not be on the same level as Isabella. All right, I'll kite the monsters. You take on the boss. Jiang Fei ordered Isabella, to which she gave a quick nod. Jiang Fei nodded back and immediately rushed forward. Cried the Sentry Guardian. With a loud growl, the boss rushed to intercept Jiang Fei, with 2 of its minions following closely behind. Since Jiang Fei knew that the boss had the charge skill, he did not allow the boss to take the initiative first. With a quick dash, Jiang Fei activated his own skill and zoomed towards the boss. Since the Sentry Guardian was an advanced elite, it did not possess a certain level of immunity to debuffs. Hence, when Jiang Fei activated his charge, the boss was immediately stunned. When the skill animation ended, a debuff icon appeared above his head. It was Curse of Pain, dealing 500 damage every 2 seconds. 500 damage was quite severe for your average Joe. However, Jiang Fei was no average man. The man had over 30,000 health points to spare. Such damage meant nothing to him. Lightning Strike, -200, -200, -200. Jiang Fei struck the ground with his hammer, dealing damage and gaining aggro on all 3 targets. -842. The boss slammed Jiang Fei powerfully. It was strong, but its attack speed was too slow. Abyssal Flame. By then, it was Isabella's turn to attack. That was the first time Jiang Fei had witnessed Isabella using a single target magic attack. -6,700, -300, -300, -300. What the hell? Cried Jiang Fei. Isabella should have had over 4,000 magic attack, yet that black-colored flame had dealt over 7,000 damage in total. It also had burning damage over time, which continued to tick. What sort of skill could do that? It had to be something Jiang Fei had never heard of before, since he knew that most magician-class players would not have it. Nephilim's magic art, said Isabella proudly when she noticed that Jiang Fei was staring at her in awe. With a quick flick of her wrist, she conjured up another abyssal flame and threw it out a second time. Oh my god, Jiang Fei had never been a proper tank to begin with. All the aggro that he could ever generate was from his damage. The problem was, Isabella's damage was much higher than his. As expected, when the second black flame struck the boss, the Sentry Guardian turned away from Jiang Fei and proceeded to attack Isabella. Charge, -604. As a result, she was knocked down. Oh, come on. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The boss had dealt over 800 damage to Jiang Fei, but only over 600 to Isabella. What did that prove? Isabella's eyes flared with anger as she rose from the ground and roared in fury. The girl was once a Nephilim realm princess. She was a character who was once a level 99 Overlord tier boss, yet she had been knocked to the ground like a weightless strawman. It was only natural that she would be enraged. Demon Flame Infusion. With a flash, black flames burst out from both of Isabella's palms. With that, she no longer needed to channel her spell. She got into an attack stance and lashed out her fingers, which then became claws, and she attacked the boss mercilessly. Minus 1,957. Physical attack. Minus 3,782. Demon Flame. Each time she attacked, 2 damage text would pop up. If that was not already powerful enough, her attack speed was much faster than a dagger-wielding bandit. In the blink of an eye, the Sentry Guardian Felix's Heath bar dropped to half. Screw this. I've had enough. Upon witnessing the power of his pet, Jiang Fei was speechless. It was purely a coincidence that Jiang Fei was able to make Isabella his pet. He was supposed to be the main attacker. Yet, Jiang Fei's pet was now the one taking care of him. Not only was she able to cast spells and deal magical damage, but she was also fully capable of melee combat. In less than 10 seconds, the boss was burned to death. After killing the boss, Isabella was still not sated. She was still fuming, and she had wheeled around to face the 2 remaining targets. The remaining 2 minions were slaughtered. In total, she only took 20 seconds to finish the boss fight. Ding! You have killed the Sentry Guardian Felix. Obtained 88,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed the Bloodborne Soldier. Obtained 12,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed the Bloodborne Soldier, said Jiang Fei with a wink, a huge smile, and a thumbs up. By then, the black flames on her palms had allayed. Likewise, the murderous look on her face had vanished. Oh please, you're the macho man. I'm just a lady, said Isabella as she rolled her eyes. Ho ho! Jiang Fei could not help but roll his eyes as well. The little girl had killed a 250 cm tall monster and burned the poor fellow to death. How could she call herself a lady? This dungeon run was supposed to be of the same difficulty as the Depths of the Night dungeon. With an advanced elite boss, the dropped equipment should be in the form of a treasure chest. When the boss corpse vanished, the chest would appear. Cried Jiang Fei as a silver treasure chest appeared. He smiled from ear to ear, knowing that this was basically a free gift. Translator's note: carry, a term used to describe an action where stronger players take care of a weaker player until said player becomes stronger. Chapter 213, Doba Omar. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shadow Art. One-handed sword, quality, excellent. Physical attack plus 445 vitality, plus 15 critical chance, plus 5% equip. Increase 5% of your attack. Level requirement: 30 Oz's Raging Flame Shoulder Guard, Cloth Armor, quality, excellent. Physical defense, plus 80 magic defense, plus 40 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 7 magic critical chance, 5% level requirement. 30. Jiang Fei clicked his tongue when he saw the 2 blue-grade equipment in the treasure chest. The boy had just gotten used to seeing violet and gold-graded equipment. He had little to no care at those blue-grade equipment that other players would kill for. Arg, so be it. Jiang Fei sighed and accepted his luck. It was the first kill, yet all he got was just 2 blue equipment. Give or take a few days, when other players raid the dungeon and defeat the boss, they would not be looking at 2 blue equipment. At best, they would score 1. If it's just 2 green equipment, they might just cry foul and rage. Jiang Fei could not care less about the equipment, but they were still good to a certain extent. He picked them up and stored them in his inventory before moving on with Isabella. After the first boss, the monsters deeper into the dungeon were no longer random, mutated beings. True Bloodborns started to spawn. Crimson Warrior, Bloodborne, Elite, level, 32 health points, 17,000 attack power, 1,400 skills. Nil note: the lowest ranking amongst the Bloodborne. Crimson Bandit, Bloodborne, Elite, level, 32 health points, 14,000 attack power, 1,500 skills. Nil note: the lowest ranking amongst the Bloodborne. Even though the notes clearly stated that the monsters were at the lowest rank, Their basic stats were much stronger than the previous ones that Jiang Fei had encountered. Enough standing around then. Jiang Fei jumped into the battle with a smirk and used Ice Burst. By then, the skill Ice Burst was already within grasp. Jiang Fei was so good at using the skill that he could see the area of effect before he activated it. With quick steps, he jumped in front of the enemy, aimed and blasted out cold air. Dealing over 2,000 damage, the cold air damaged and also froze the targets. Flame Burst. Wham! 2 pillars of fire burst out of the ground and dealt over 5 digits worth of damage. However, these bloodborne monsters were stronger. Isabella was not capable of killing them with just one skill. Shadow Dragon's Breath. After just a short duration of chanting, Isabella unleashed a blast of dark crimson dragon-shaped magic, which spewed out flames that dealt over 6,000 damage to the monsters, immediately killing them. Ding! You have killed Crimson Warrior. Ding! You have killed Crimson Bandit. Though it was only 2 monsters, the experience points gained was so extravagant that Jiang Fei could literally see his experience bar jumped up a notch. Isabella could not longer one-shot the monsters after the first boss. However, she still had some tricks up her sleeves. The 1-minute-long cooldown skill, Shadow Dragon's Breath, was good enough to clear the monsters in a jiffy. As mentioned before, it was Isabella who was carrying Jiang Fei. With her dealing most of the damage, the duo had cleared monsters in waves of 10s to 20s in less than a minute. The reward for killing them was obviously tons of experience and a mountain high of gold coins. This dungeon is rather generous with gold coins. If players were to come here every day, anyone could be rich. Looks like I should sell those items that are gathering dust soon, thought Jiang Fei to himself. He had a lot of items in hand, one of which was the Dantian Pill, an item that could increase a pet's growth. In the beginning, Jiang Fei had wanted to keep that for himself, but he had never thought that Isabella would be so strong. The ancient little lady was nothing close to a normal pet. The girl is a divine beast. What can mere pill do to her? Might as well sell the pills for gold. Beside the pill, Jiang Fei had some ant egg essence. Although he had held the items for a long time, Jiang Fei was still contemplating on selling them. An item that could increase a player's maximum mana limit was just priceless to begin with. What would happen if he accidentally sold it to a potential enemy? Even though Jiang Fei believed that he had not made any enemies in Dawnlight City, it was still better to be cautious, as not everyone shared his thoughts. Just as his mind was drifting away, Jiang Fei and Isabella had arrived at the second boss. As distracted as he was, the chances of him screwing up this normal difficulty dungeon run, with Isabella by his side, was infinitely small. Isabella's 80,000 health points was just. Even Jiang Fei had over 30,000 health points. Even if Jiang Fei just stood there like a sitting duck for a minute, Isabella would have completely obliterated the monsters before the monsters could even be a threat to Jiang Fei. The first boss, the Sentry Guardian, was roughly 250 centimeters tall with a vicious look in its face. However, the second boss's appearance was so indescribable that it made the first boss look like Chris Evans. The second boss was over 3 meters in height and had the build of a Hell's Guardian. It had a blue-grayish skin color, a pair of long fangs that curved up like a boar's, a pair of flesh-made wings on its back, and lamb-like hooves for its legs. A combination of weird, ugly, and just bizarre. Doba Omar, Demon, Advance Elite. Level, 33 health points, 70,000 attack, 1,900 skills. Curse, Summon Hound, Soaring Strike. Curse, reduce 30% of a target's attack power. Deals 300 damage a second. Summon Hound. Summons 4 demon hounds to assist in battle. Soaring Strike. A powerful strike that sends a target soaring to the sky, dealing fatal damage on falling. Note, a traitor of the demon race. Fully relied on the cowardly nature of a bloodborne. With nobody around to assign roles, Jiang Fei jumped into the fight immediately. Isabella alone was strong enough to take care of this fugly Sonova Beach. Intercept. Jiang Fei flashed beside the boss and stunned it for a second. At the same time, Jiang Fei used Sunderstrike. minus 400. Once the boss had just recovered from the 1-second stun, Jiang Fei immediately spewed an icy cold breath. Minus 2,741. Freeze. Chance. Isabella Abyssal Flame was just ready to blast. Minus 13,842. Minus 300. Minus 300. Minus 300. Abyssal Flame was a fire-type magic spell. It had a 100% chance to land a critical hit on a frozen target. That was the reason why Isabella could deal over 10,000 damage in a single hit. That was also the reason why the boss immediately turned away from Jiang Fei and charged onto Isabella. Demon Flame Infusion. Isabella seemed to have a lust for battle. As expected of the demon race, they were hard-coded with love for battle. When she saw the boss charging towards her, she immediately summoned flames in her palms and welcomed the boss to a melee fight. Chapter 214. 214. An Accidental First Clear. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Isabella went berserk, the boss's health points started to deplete like a ruptured water dam. In the same manner, the boss was fast in casting its skills. However, that mattered not to Isabella, for she successfully eliminated Doba Omar in less than half a minute. Tisk. Isabella clicked her tongue disgruntledly. Despite her conceited behavior, all she wanted was Jiang Fei's compliment. Jiang Fei knew that and immediately roared. Brilliant. Without even glancing at Isabella, he moved on to the second boss loot. In the treasure chest, he found 2 more ascended blue-graded equipment. However, neither one of them were suited for him. He then threw them in his inventory nonchalantly and patted Isabella's head. With the 2 worked hand in hand, all the monsters along the way were cleared without trouble. Jiang Fei had not even broken a sweat. Frontliner Commanding Offer, Braylock's Bloodborne, Vice Leader, level, 33 health points, 90,000 attack power, 2,300 skills, Insanity, Battle Cry, Tornado/Insanity. Immediately activates 4-strike Battle Cry, increase 10% attack power. Tornado Slash, attacks all targets around. Note, the last boss of the bottom of the blood pool normal difficulty. As expected of the last boss, its overall stats were strong. However, it was not over the top. After all, this normal difficulty was just a warm-up for players to reach the hardest difficulty. Jiang Fei read its properties before jumping into the fight. Compared to the previous bosses, the true differences lay in the skills being used by the boss. It would be a test for the healer in a regular party. The thing was, Jiang Fei had no need of a healer. Before the boss could even hack away the 5,000 health points, Isabella had dealt enough damage to gain the aggro. The same thing happened as before. The little lady would attack a few times before getting attacked. After that, she would go berserk and whack the poor fellow until it died. Even though the boss was already a vice leader, Isabella had only taken a little over a minute to kill it. Ding! You have killed Frontline Commanding Officer, Braylox. Obtained 115,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 35. All attribute +1. As expected, Jiang Fei had gained a level after conquering the dungeon. Standing at the second place of the level ranking board was Chun Shi being at level 31. Ding! You have killed all the bosses in bottom of the blood pool. Normal difficulty. Ding! Your party is the first to completely conquer the dungeon bottom of the blood pool. Jiang Fei was familiar with the procedures of being the first to get a first clear. Hence, he tried a different joke from before. Oops. Jiang Fei entered the phrase and submitted it. Jiang Fei was not in a rush to expand his guild at the moment. To him, this was just a playful, harmless prank. Ding! Citywide announcement. Oops! Accidentally got the first clear. Party has successfully obtained the first clear for the level 30 dungeon, bottom of the blood pool. Normal difficulty. Ding! Citywide announcement. Oops! Accidentally got the first clear. Party has successfully obtained the first clear for the level 30 dungeon, bottom of the blood pool. Normal difficulty. Ding! Citywide announcement. Oops! Accidentally got the first clear. party had successfully obtained the first clear for the level 30 dungeon, bottom of the blood pool. Normal difficulty. The message was repeated 3 times in a row and was clearly seen by everyone in the Dawnlight City. "What the hell, bro? Why didn't you call me?" cried Han Tianyu in a private message. The man did not care about the items and experience point from the dungeon, but he cared a lot about the exposure one could gain from the citywide broadcast. Hoo-hoo. All right, I'll call you again next time. Jiang Fei smiled as he replied. He was having a good time, making a joke of the citywide announcement. The next message received was from Rosa Rosette. How could you waste such an opportunity again? She was clearly distraught. She was a woman of ambition. When she first entered the game, all she ever wanted was to spread her name out as far as possible. That was why she was genuinely angry at Jiang Fei for wasting such an advertisement opportunity. However, she knew her place. Jiang Fei had earned the announcement all by himself, and she was merely standing by his side. She knew she could never make a difference all by herself. All she did was to express her anger to Jiang Fei and stop there. Not bad, my brother. Zhao Feng was rather plain and straightforward. Bravo, young master. That's right. That's our young master, all right. It's a pity that the young master was born a few thousand years too late. Huh, what are you talking about? The leaders of Bear Brothers spoke more trash in the guild channel. The words and context they adhered to were rather harsh and disrespectful, disgusting all the girls that were in the same guild. Again, isn't he a profession player? How could he be that strong? Don't be silly. Ever since Verger Glider gained some fame, many players had the same idea. Even Imagine Thieves have tried sending their blacksmith to kill monsters. So, it was only a so-so at the beginning. Once the monster got a little stronger, all of them were overwhelmed. Their defense was crippled compared to normal players. I would say at best, they could be at the same level as a rare class, those of a tank. Still, they lacked firepower. That's true. That Verger Glider got himself a hidden class. He must be stronger than any blacksmith around. Still, the guy is too strong. Sigh, talking about it won't get us anywhere. Might as well train now. He's already at level 35. While others were green in envy, those in Imagine Thieves were jealous to the point of rage. Jiang Fei had always exceeded their expectations at every step. They, too, had tried raiding the dungeon once. Even with 4 of the strongest players from the 3 major guilds in the city, all they could reach was the second boss before getting beaten to a pulp by the boss's minions. All they could do at the moment was to quickly finish off their class advancement quest and wait for the guild members to reach level 30. How was it possible? 4 of the strongest players across 3 major guilds were not able to defeat the second boss, whereas Jiang Fei, a blacksmith, was able to clear the entire dungeon alone. It was both an embarrassment and a headache for Lady Casanova. Chapter 215, Back to the Cavern. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei was not bothered to answer every single message that he received. He only chose to reply to the closest of his friends, and even so, he replied with a few sentences before ending the conversation. Without further ado, Jiang Fei went ahead to the dead body of the boss. Even though the boss was a Vice Leader tier, it was both the first kill and first clear of the dungeon and the boss. Naturally, Jiang Fei would have high expectations for the loot. With a gentle push, the boss of the boss glowed with a dim light before turning into countless of light particles, leaving behind a glowing treasure chest waiting to be opened. Jiang Fei opened the chest and obtained 3 equipment, one of which, the best of amongst all, was a level 30 epic graded leather armor. Garuda's Shadow Greaves leather armor, epic, physical defense plus 120 magical defense plus 60 agility, plus 18 strength, plus 5 equip. Increase movement speed by 10% level requirement. 30, Jiang Fei smirked. It's still good equipment, but not the best, said Jiang Fei to himself before stashing it into his inventory, along with 1 blue grade and 1 green grade equipment. Jiang Fei had gotten used to holding powerful stuff in his hands. He was not excited about the greaves that he had just obtained. Normally, any average Joe would have gotten crazy even for a piece of blue graded equipment. let alone a violet-graded one. After clearing all the loots around, Jiang Fei prepared himself to return to Dawnlight City. All the equipment that he had obtained from the dungeon would be stored in the guild public storage for anyone to use. That was the haul of a normal difficulty dungeon run. The first to clear would gain a violet, a blue, and a green graded equipment. Additional runs would only result in a blue and a piece of green equipment from the boss. To have an epic graded or violet graded equipment, one must tackle the harder difficulties. After storing the equipment in the storage, Jiang Fei had a little under an hour before the server disconnected. Jiang Fei used the remaining time to roam around in the city aimlessly. When the clock struck 6, Jiang Fei woke up and went down to have breakfast that had been prepared by his mother. After breakfast, Jiang Fei went off. Instead of going to school, which was what he told his mother, Jiang Fei went to the training center to practice his martial arts. Aside from lunch and short breaks, Jiang Fei was in the center for the entire day. Even though this nameless art lacked beauty, Jiang Fei invested all his attention and energy into learning it. He had the entirety of yesterday to memorize all the chi paths and pressure points in a human body and had practice striking all of them. Most of his practice came in the form of shadowboxing. When the time was ripe, Jiang Fei went back home, just like any student from school would. His clueless mother had prepared the same luxurious meal for the entire family. According to her, it was rare for her to be able to shop for those upper-class ingredients in that area. Hence, she would want to try preparing all the rare delicacies as much as she wanted. Jiang Fei listened to her and laughed it off. His mother thought that the threat to his family in regards to his father's secret business plan would end fairly soon, and they would have to pack their belongings and return to their shabby old house. However, Jiang Fei now understood Han Tianyu as a person. Put aside the fact that they were good friends, nay, brothers. Even if they were in a casual relationship, Han Tianyu would never reclaim anything that he had given away. After the fantastic dinner, Jiang Fei returned to his room. He then spent all the time he had left before the server starts up to research more about chi paths and pressure points by studying his own body. When the clock struck 10, Jiang Fei went to bed and entered the game. Coolme. Jiang Fei tempted Isabella once he was done withdrawing all the green equipment that he had crafted and placed them into the red slots of the ring's inventory. He then summoned the Earth Drake and rode out of the city. In that session, Jiang Fei had 3 goals to achieve before the night ended. The first was to make sure that the ring was fed at all times. Since he had enough equipment as fodder, he would not want to waste a single moment leaving the red slots empty. Time was of the essence. If he could get the ring to level up again, he would be stronger. There was no telling how long that would take. The second goal was to have a rerun of the bottom of the blood pool at normal difficulty. The main reason was not for the equipment drop, but for the amount of experience points that he could earn from the monsters inside the dungeon. The third goal was to try and raid the unknown dungeon that Jiang Fei had bought access to with a large sum of gold coins. Back then, before Isabella came around, Jiang Fei could not complete the entire dungeon. Now that he had Isabella fighting by his side, he might have a chance to finish off the entire dungeon. After all, he had spent so much gold on it. Might as well clear the bloody dungeon. Among the 3 goals that he had, feeding the ring took precedence. The other 2 were not as important and could be done in no fixed order. However, considering he had actually finished the normal difficulty of the bottom of the blood pool, he would want to try the elite mode. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei decided to tackle the unknown dungeon alone. "Itchy why?" cried Isabella. Her voice was far behind, and she seemed to be out of breath. Jiang Fei stopped his Drake and waited until Isabella caught up to him. Jiang Fei cocked his head curiously as he asked, "What's wrong, you say? How could you let a lady such as I run on the ground?" said Isabella as she panted for breath, ruining her princess-like appearance. Jiang Fei was distraught. Pets did not normally possess such high intelligence. When a player traveled around, they would place their pets back into their inventory slot and travel. The problem was Isabella had clearly expressed her rejection towards being kept inside a darkroom. The Earth Drake that Jiang Fei bought from the NPC merchant was not cheap, or rather, it was extremely pricey. However, The mount was not a dual-seater. Jiang Fei did not want Isabella to expose her identity, just because she had been forced to run. Jiang Fei knew that he was already beyond famous. That fact he had already accepted. However, as famous as he was, he did not want to expose Isabella's true nature to the world. If others knew that Jiang Fei was harboring a dragon as a pet, the world would come crashing down on his head. Jiang Fei sighed and ignored Isabella's plea and continued to the unknown dungeon. Luckily, it was already close by, and Jiang Fei immediately entered the dungeon without stopping. Ding! Since all the monsters had been cleared by Jiang Fei, the initial section of the dungeon was easy. In a blink of an eye, both Jiang Fei and Isabella had arrived at the ant colony base. The unique trait of an unknown dungeon was monsters that had been killed would not spawn again. That was why even after a few days, the Cavern Ant Commander was still standing there with its 4 minions. Cavern Ant Commander, Beast Leader, level, 28 health points, 60,000 attack power, 1,100 skills, Rush Formation, Tearing Bite, Ferocious Attack, Berserk Rush Formation, control military ants to attack a target. Tearing Bite immediately attacks the target, causing considerable damage and a bleeding effect. Ferocious Attack. The next 3 attacks will knock the opponent away. Berserk. Increase 100% in speed and attack. Note: a powerful Cavern Ant Commander. Overwhelming attack power. Cavern Ant Assaulter, Beast, Advance Elite. Level, 27 health points, 12,000 attack power, 800 skills. Charge, Knockback Charge. Rush to an opponent and stuns for 1 second. Knockback. Next attack will knock back a target. Cavern Ant Defender, Beast, Advance Elite. Level, 27 health points, 18,000 attack power, 400 skills. Sacrifice, Protect Sacrifice. Sacrifices 10% of its health points to instantly recover the commander's health points by 5%. It also increases the commander's attack power by 10% for 10 seconds. Protect. While the protector is still alive, all ants battling have 20% increased defense. Cavern Ant Assassin, Beast, Advance Elite. Level, 27 health points, 8,000 attack power, 1,000 skills. Assassinate, Insane Barrage Assassinate. Instantly appears behind a target to attack the target. The first attack is always a critical attack. Insane Barrage. When the assassin is behind a target, its attack speed is increased by 100%. Cavern Ant Piercer, Beast, Advance Elite. Level, 27 health points, 8,000 attack power, 800 skills. Poisonous Needle, Piercing Shot Poisonous Needle. Attacks a target from afar with a toxic effect. Every second deals 100 toxic damage and can stack 3 times. Piercing Shot. Ignore 30% of the target's defense. Note: increases the commander's attack and defense by 10% every time a soldier ant dies. The boss that Jiang Fei dared not to try back then was now just a boss like other weak ones. So what if the boss had 4 other minions around it? This ant commander was nothing compared to the previous dungeon bosses that Jiang Fei had defeated. Or rather, Isabella had defeated. Either way, this boss is nothing but a small threat. Chapter 216. 216. General's Headgear. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Could you please find me a more suitable opponent? There's no meaning in squashing weak ants, said Isabella before Jiang Fei could even comment on the boss. Yeah, we all know that you're very strong. Hurry up and kill it, then. We adventurers grow stronger by killing monsters. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the little lady before rushing over to the boss and initiate the fight. Lightning Strike. -200, -200. When Jiang Fei got a hold of the boss aggro, he positioned himself ahead of the slowed enemies and readied his skill. Ice Burst. -2,741. -2,801. -2,754. With a blast of cold air, Jiang Fei froze all the enemy except the boss that was naturally immune to all debuffs. Flame Burst. -13,424. -12,974. Even though the little lady condescendingly spoke to Jiang Fei, she was still his pet. She had to obey and follow the system rule to attack the target that the owner's attacking. Besides that, she too wanted to restore her own power. In a way, it was an illusion of choice, and a good one too, as she was killing the monsters at insane speed. Ding! You have killed Cavern Ant Assaulter. Ding! You have killed Cavern Ant Defender. Ding! You have killed Cavern Ant Assassin. Ding! You have killed Cavern Ant Piercer. Before the 4 minions could even touch Jiang Fei, they were sent to oblivion. Even though the death of the 4 minions had increased the boss attack by 40%, its attack was still less than 1,700. It was still weaker than an advanced elite monster from a level 30, normal difficulty dungeon. Additionally, the boss had only 16,000 health points. Jiang Fei and Isabella's combined attacks had reduced that value to only 1,000. The battle quickly reached its conclusion, with Isabella casting a few abyssal flames. She was too lazy to invoke Demon Flame Infusion. Ding! You have killed the Cavern Ant Commander. I really don't understand how adventurer, such as yourself, gets stronger by killing trash like this, said Isabella after the boss dropped to the ground, smoldering from the flames that Isabella had thrown at it. Jiang Fei ignored Isabella's comment and approached the boss. He could not deny that the boss was weak, yet the boss still had the capability of a strong boss. It was only too low in level. That was why it had put up such weak resistance. The level 30 was a player's the threshold point, a level that entailed a severe strength gap. A level 28 leader tier boss could never be as strong as a level advanced elite boss. A bright, golden light flashed when Jiang Fei touched the boss dead corpse. The high-luck Jiang Fei had magic hands that could help him gain the best of the best from a boss loot. General headgear, chainmail, legendary, physical defense plus 160 magic defense plus 90 vitality, plus 15 strength, plus 7 block chance, plus 5% stun resist, plus 5% equip. Grant the skill, vigor. Increases 15% maximum health points. Holy moly! Cried Jiang Fei happily. Truth be told, it had been too long since Jiang Fei had seen a percentage-based health point boon from a piece of equipment. Back then, when he was spam crafting equipment, he had never seen a single one of his equipment containing such a buff. Now that he had obtained such a piece of powerful equipment that suited someone like himself, Jiang Fei took the equipment and equipped it immediately. His original health points were boosted from around 27,000 to 33,000. What a huge jump in power. Humph. Now that he had obtained one superpowered equipment, he had determined the purposes of each specific dungeon and their difficulty levels. Aside from the headgear, there was an additional level 25 blue-graded staff. Jiang Fei took it and stuffed it into his inventory without looking. Whether it was a good one or a shitty one, it would be given to guild members. After looting everything, Jiang Fei and Isabella proceed into the cavern. Monsters were coming in groups, but even so, Jiang Fei did not feel like using Ice Blast on them. Isabella alone was enough to deal with all of them with a single use of Flame Burst. Their first hiccup showed itself. Jiang Fei's level was too high, and the level gap was too much. His experience points started to diminish. After bulldozering through the entire way to the end of the route, Jiang Fei and Isabella had arrived at a large hall. Soldier Training Grounds. That was the name of the map. From a name and looks of the hall, it was apparent that the soldiers trained here. However, as Jiang Fei explored the surrounding, there was not a single monster in sight. "Let's leave," Isabella said as she walked towards the center of the hall. Toot! A loud trumpet blow blasted across the hall and echoed on. Jiang Fei gasped with horror. The ground of the hall was only made from dirt, and what Jiang Fei saw that made him gasp was countless of tiny ants came out crawling from the ground. In an instant, Jiang Fei and Isabella were completely surrounded by over 10,000 ants. Clack, clack, clack. Tens of thousands of ants with the size of roughly his fist suddenly moved away, creating a small opening which revealed another ant which was drastically larger, approximately the size of a newborn calf. Ant Queen's Guard, Beast Leader, level 29 health points, 80,000 attack power, 1,300 skills, tearing bite, disembowel, corrosive venom note. The personal guardian of the Ant Queen, an ever-protective soldier that never leaves her side. Jiang Fei noted that the monster was only level 29. Almost in an instant, Jiang Fei had lost his interest in the battle. The only thing that was interesting was the fact that the larger ant was in an invincible state. Neither Isabella nor Jiang Fei could act on the monster. It could be the system was triggering a cutscene. Clack clack. The bigger ant clapped its giant scissors like pincers together as it initiating a line of communication with the other ants. As it did, the sea of tiny ants started to gather together in an extremely tight formation. That sight was extremely uncomfortable for Jiang Fei. Clack! With one loud clap of the Ant Queen's guard's pincers, tens of thousands of tiny ants began rushing towards Jiang Fei. Before Jiang Fei could even react to it, Isabella had already thrown out of ring of fire, burning up thousands of ants, turning them into ashes. Chapter 217, The Cunning Ant Queen. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Even Jiang Fei, a man, was alarmed as thousands of tiny ants came to him like a tsunami. What of Isabella? A princess who had everything that she wanted in her life. How would she feel from the position of a girl? At the very least, she could do something about it. Terrified and disgusted, she had blasted these ants all to oblivion. After 1,000 ants perished, the Ant Queen's guard clapped its pincers together again. This time it clapped twice. Close to 400 elite tier ants charged at them. They were different. This time, they were roughly the size of basketballs. Hundreds of them clumped up together would be downright terrifying. Before the ants could get into melee range, Isabella prepared herself. After one flame burst, all the incoming ants were left wriggling close to death. Shadow Dragon's Breath. Wham! One massive AoE skill was unleashed, and all the elite tier ants were killed. Even though the Ant Queen's guard brethren was killed, it did not move, as if it had no emotions. Again, its pincers met, and a group of advanced elite ants gathered. Their numbers were close to 80. Jiang Fei felt that he stood on the sidelines enough while watching Isabella do all the work. It was a little awkward for him. While Isabella had been like a stationary, fortified fortress, Jiang Fei leaped forward and called the attention of the advanced elite ants to himself. Ice Burst. Minus 3,147. Minus 3,321. Minus 3,089. A sea of red text burst out as countless of ice structures were formed. Boom! After a sea of crystallized ice formed, a powerful burst of red flame burst out from the earth beneath. The sea of white-blue was immediately replaced with dark red. Jiang Fei's ice burst dealt insignificant damage. That skill was not meant for offense, but it gave out a freezing effect. Once an enemy was frozen, all subsequent fire-based attacks would trigger a 100% critical strike. That was the destructive power of a combo attack. It was a wave of 5-digit attacks, no less. However, it was not enough to kill them all just yet. Shadow Dragon's Breath. No matter. One last AoE massive attack was enough to turn all the burning targets into gray ashes. Finally, after all the advanced elite ants were defeated, the Ant Queen's guard made its move. The Ant Queen's guard shrieked and leaped forward, cried Jiang Fei as he immediately activated Intercept. With haste, Jiang Fei glided across the dirt and collided into the boss. Sadly, the boss was immune to effects like stuns. Still, Jiang Fei's goal was achieved, and that was to reach the boss first before Isabella landed an attack. Lightning Strike. Minus 200. When the boss was slowed, it turned to Jiang Fei and begun its attack. Knowing that he could not last long trading blows with a boss, he immediately used all the active skills in his skill tree. Abyssal Flame. Minus 6,924. Minus 300 minus 300 minus 300. After Jiang Fei was finished with all his skills, Isabella's ball of black flame landed on the boss. Sadly, Even though Jiang Fei wanted to deal as much damage as he could, Isabella had already taken his place at the top of the aggro list after only 3 instances of Abyssal Flame. At the same time, the boss had lost so much health that it was left with less than 60,000 health points. By the time the boss had reached Isabella's melee range, Jiang Fei already stood in front of her, getting in between the boss and Isabella. They executed another devastating combo. What was first thought to be an annoyance turned out to end in less than 20 seconds. As he recalled, the boss had died before it could even use one of its skill. Ho ho! Jiang Fei was jubilant. He had always thought that bringing Isabella with him would be a godsend. Soul of the Beast, toy, legendary. Use. Grants the ability to communicate with beasts. Effects last for 30 minutes with a 4-hour-long cooldown. Note: humans have their language, so do beasts. Humans' language could never be understood by beasts, and vice versa for the beast's growl. However, with the soul of the beast, one can momentarily gain the power to communicate with beasts. Wow! Jiang Fei shrugged. Even though this little item seemed powerful, it had almost zero use in a fight. To begin with, beasts had next to no intelligence. Communicating with them would be equal to talking to a bunch of inanimate statues. After the training ground, Jiang Fei walked a little further and realized that he had reached the end of the secret dungeon. Something's not right. Jiang Fei reacted immediately. When the Ant Queen's guards had appeared, Jiang Fei remembered reading something about never leaving the Queen's lair. If that was the case, the Ant Queen must have been up to no good. Jiang Fei dragged Isabella and rushed back to the training hall. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had felt something off just before he ended the dungeon run. If he had walked out, the Ant Queen would have escaped. When Jiang Fei arrived, he immediately spotted the Ant Queen. It was hard to miss. The Ant Queen was massive. The back of the Ant Queen was a large white, flesh-colored sack like a large caterpillar. Apparently, the Ant Queen was hiding beneath the ground while the battle was raging on, and when every ant was defeated and after Jiang Fei left, it had crawled out of the ground, trying to escape. Ant Queen, Beast, Lord. Level: 30 health points, 300,000 attack power, 1 magic attack, 1 skills. Egg production, lactation note. The leader of the ant colony. Possesses almost 0 combat ability. Jiang Fei was delighted when he read the Ant Queen's stats. This little bugger was just too cunning. It knew that it had no combat ability and had relied on cheating the lives of others to survive. Little did it know that Jiang Fei had returned. The Ant Queen immediately regretted crawling out this soon. If she had waited for a little more, both Jiang Fei and Isabella would have stormed out of the caverns after failing to find her. Without holding back, Jiang Fei began his barrage of attacks. Bang and bang it went. Jiang Fei's hammer rose and fell. The Ant Queen shrieked out in pain and cried for help. However, the critters on the wall were considered non-interactable objects. The Ant Queen was just a large bug with 0 combat capabilities. While it may have 300,000 health points, she could not run, nor could she fight. After a short while, she was left with only 100,000 health points. Ding! The Ant Queen had started to shake her head up and down. A notification chime rang in Jiang Fei's eyes. At the same time, the name tag of the Ant Queen had turned from red to yellow, indicating that she had no intention of harming Jiang Fei. Haha, this is interesting. Jiang Fei laughed. He then had Isabella stop her attacks. Since the Ant Queen was nothing but a sitting duck, Jiang Fei decided to hear her out. If she wanted to play tricks on him, he could do anything to her. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 218, 218, The Hen That Laid Golden Eggs. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After reverting to neutral stance, she continued to chirp and shriek. Jiang Fei squatted down and looked at her, trying his best, but failing to understand the little Ant Queen. Hey, dummy, didn't you just pick up that thing? Said Isabella. Oh, when he had obtained the soul of the beasts, he thought it was nothing but a toy and put it behind him. He immediately opened his inventory and used the soul of the beast. In a flash, the chirp and shriek of the Ant Queen could be understood. Mercy! Oh, please have mercy! Don't kill me! Zhang Fei smirked. You want your life? Fine. Zhang Fei was a master of blackmailing NPCs. Oh my lord, I have nothing. At this point, the Ant Queen started to sob. Her entire colony was massacred by Zhang Fei and Isabella. She was the only one left standing. What? Zhang Fei roared as he lifted his hammer, trying to feint his swing. Wait, my lord, I have something. When death came knocking, even the lowest of beasts would be smart enough to save its own hide. Zhang Fei held back and lowered his hammer. Speak, Zhang Fei scoffed. My lord, I'm willing to trade my offsprings. The Ant Queen was basically spitballing at that point. Zhang Fei was stunned. Yes, said the Ant Queen quickly as she shook her behind. She then groaned a little and released 7 to 8 little ant eggs. Most of them were the size of a small tennis ball, and only one was the size of a basketball. Worker ant egg, pet egg, normal, use, gives birth to a normal tier worker ants as a battle pet. Level limit, 30 soldier ant egg, pet egg, fine, use, gives birth to a fine tier soldier ant as a battle pet. Level limit, 30. Zhang Fei widened his eyes in disbelief. Never in his entire gaming career would he expect something like this to turn up. Who would have thought that a weak little ant queen could be a treasure trove? Never mind the normal tier pets, since Zhang Fei already had Isabella by his side. It was not for him, but for the other players in the game. It would be a huge help for normal players. Hence, even if it was only normal tier, players would gain a valuable asset in battle. Even though the quality of the pet egg produced by the Ant Queen was mediocre at best, she had proven herself to be indispensable by producing a significant amount of eggs each time. If Zhang Fei could take her in, she would be a living money printing machine. My lord? Zhang Fei was momentarily quiet because of his surprise. However, the Ant Queen had mistaken his amazement for dissatisfaction. She quickly increased her offer in fear of her life. Just as Zhang Fei had enough of surprise, he was again surprised by another article of treasure. Ant milk, strengthening potion, fine, effect, removes all debuff and gains health point regeneration. Cool down, 3 minutes. This. Isabella suddenly jumped up. Zhang Fei was oblivious to the item. Even though he could read the item description, he was unable to appraise its value. However, when Isabella jumped at the sight of the ant milk, it had to be something good. Dummy, I guess you have your limits as a human. Ant milk might have a weak regenerative effect, but its main purpose is not healing. It is to remove all debuffs, be it magic, curse, disease, or even God's judgment. It could remove them all, said Isabella as she rolled her eyes. Whoa. After listening to Isabella's explanation, Zhang Fei realizes the importance of this bottle of ant milk. The idea he had was not to use the ant milk in the game, but to bring it to the real world. In reality, the usage of the ant milk would be even more extensive than a simple recovery potion. Recovery potion would be something that would heal injuries, but fell short when it came to curing diseases. Even a simple flu virus could never be cured with recovery potion. Herein lay the epicness of the ant milk. It could be compared to the miraculous spirit pill in Xinxia stories. From simple fever to deadly diseases like AIDS could be cured in an instant. With the ant milk, a real-life, all-cure potion. Zhang Fei, listen to yourself for once. Zhang Fei thought to himself. He had learned his lesson. Back then, because of his kindness, he had rescued Han Tianyu and Chen Kain and got himself in a mess with the Zhang family. Hence, with that lesson in mind, he swore to himself never to let anyone know about the ant milk. I cannot earn money from the ant milk before I stabilize its production. Zhang Fei was disgruntled at the fact that he had no idea how to use the ant milk without revealing its true nature. Said Zhang Fei, I could produce 100 ant eggs and 30 portions of ant milk in a day. That is my limit, and I need a full day of rest once I have reached my limit. The Ant Queen replied, Not bad. Zhang Fei nodded happily. Even though most of it were of normal tiers and only a few of them were fine-tiered, the quantity alone was satisfactory. But there was a caveat. At first, Jiang Fei had wanted to take all the given 8 eggs and ant milk and be done with the ant queen. However, once he realized that this ant queen was a literal mother hen that laid golden eggs, killing her would be a waste. However, sparing her was also a problem. The ant queen is the last boss in this secret dungeon. She could never leave the dungeon, which meant that Jiang Fei could never bring her out. Even though the dungeon was well hidden away, what guarantee did he have that a lucky player would not stumble upon this secret dungeon? Additionally, Jiang Fei did not fully trust Smart Tomato. He had only given him his word. Moreover, Jiang Fei was sure that the dungeon was too difficult for any player to raid. That was why he could take his time. But since he had wiped the entire dungeon clean, all that was left was the defenseless ant queen. Anyone could waltz into the dungeon and punch her to death. Oh my god. Jiang Fei furrowed his eyebrows, frowning as he tried to think of a solution. Chapter 219, An Improbable Possibility. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After racking his head for ideas, Jiang Fei came up with something. A probable impossibility at worst, an improbable possibility at best. Jiang Fei first collected all the ant eggs and ant milk for that day and contacted Big Brother Bear. He had Big Brother Bear schedule shifts to keep the secret dungeon under guard around the clock. Since the secret dungeon was a solo dungeon, one person had to remain within it to shut off its access to the world. Jiang Fei was confident in their ability to carry out his instructions. He knew all too well that these punks were zealously loyal to him. As long as he instructed them not to kill the Ant Queen, they would guard her until the end of days. It was not because of their loyalty to Jiang Fei. It was the fact that Han Tianyu was tight with Jiang Fei. Underneath the smile and laugh when he was joking around with Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu is a cold-hearted military man that could turn your entire family into dust with just a snap of his fingers. Besides, they were all being paid by Han Tianyu. Even they feared the day when Han Tianyu decided that they were a waste of money. They needed to work doubly hard to prove him wrong. Disobeying Jiang Fei was one thing, but Jiang Fei telling on them to Han Tianyu would send them to the bottom of the sea, where they would be nothing but feed to the fishes. Jiang Fei knew that, and he had confidence in the thug's loyalty towards his cause. With someone guarding the secret dungeon, Jiang Fei headed back to Dawnlight City. There, he kept his haul in his personal storage, never to reveal it to a single person. After that, he stored the obtained equipment in the guild public storage. After filling up the ring's red slots with fodder equipment, Jiang Fei once more headed to the bottom of the blood pool with Isabella in tow. This time, Jiang Fei chose the normal difficulty. Having completed the dungeon once, he had a rough grasp of its mechanics. He was able to work in increased tandem with Isabella. As a result, they completed the entire dungeon run in less than an hour. Jiang Fei exited the dungeon happier than ever, his experience bar all the more fulfilled. After the warm-up, Jiang Fei turned back to the entrance and increased the difficulty. Ding! This is a 15-man party dungeon. Your party still has empty slots. Jiang Fei replied instantaneously, and the two of them melded into the dungeon entrance. The monsters standing guard were still elite tiered, but their levels were much higher at level 35. It would be a tough fight since their overall strength had gone up a fair bit. Demon Lacerator, Xenogenesis, Elite, level, 35 health points, 23,000 attack power, 1,700 skills, Laceration, Sever Laceration, attacks, and bleeds a target. Stackable up to 5 times. Sever. Instantly increases attack speed by 20%. Note, an unknown infected being. The monster's health points had increased by 10,000, almost double that of the previous difficulty, while the attack power had increased by roughly 50%. Such observations were made from the two monsters at the start of the dungeon alone. It would not be much trouble for a party of 15 members. One thing to note was that almost all the monsters in that dungeon came in groups. Any average party would have to mete out tremendous effort just to survive. Come on then. Jiang Fei took charge and used Ice Burst on the two monsters. Minus 3,025. minus 3,174. Flame Burst, minus 12,453. Minus 12,847. As the two were fresh from a completed run of the same dungeon, their teamwork was seamless. After Ice Burst froze the two monsters up, Isabella's fire skill immediately burst out from the ground. Even so, such a well-executed combination was unable to instantly kill off the monsters. Isabella finished them off with Shadow Dragon Breath and a couple of Abyssal Flames. As they proceeded on, the two met up with more monsters. Even as the monster count grew, Jiang Fei and Isabella were basically a pair of indestructible tanks. Their journey was smooth sailing and almost casual. On top of that, Jiang Fei had entered a dungeon that was meant for 15 players, so all the experience points were granted to him and him alone, and it was a tremendous amount. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 36. All attributes +1. Even Jiang Fei did not expect to level up this soon. They had not even encountered the first boss of the dungeon. As expected of running a dungeon alone, Jiang Fei grinned from ear to ear. After some simple calculations, one could gain at least 10 times the experience points from running a dungeon, as compared to conventional grinding. Ho ho, you have changed my perception of adventurers. You guys have a ridiculous growth rate. It's almost a perpetual spurt, said Isabella. It was perhaps the first time Isabella had praised Jiang Fei. Oh please, don't take me as an average adventurer. Jiang Fei snorted proudly. As arrogant as he was, he fully understood that it was all due to Isabella's prowess that had allowed him to run a 15-man dungeon alone. Alone, he could never have achieved such a feat even if he could run the dungeon alone. It would take way too much time to make it worth his while. They now stood before the first boss. Sentry Guardian Felix, Bloodborne, Vice Leader. Level, 35 health points, 150,000 attack power, 2,800 skills. Charge, Frenzy Attack Charge. Charges towards the furthest targets and deals powerful damage and causes knockdown. Frenzy Attack. Immediately deals a powerful attack and increases attack speed by 10%. Note, a true Bloodborne. A demon officer at the outskirts of the Blood Prison. Bloodborne Foot Soldiers Xenogenesis. Advance Elite. Level, 35 health points, 80,000 magic attack, 1,700 skills. Shadow Bolt, Curse, Darkness Recovery Shadow Bolt. Fires a shadow arrow at a target. Deals shadow magic damage. 2-second cast time. Curse. Curses a target, dealing shadow damage. Lasts for 15 seconds. Darkness Recovery. Bloodborne Foot Soldiers will protect the Sentry Guardian Felix. Restores Felix health points by 30%. Crap. As expected of the elite difficulty. Jiang Fei sighed. Alone, he would have failed at this point. However, with Isabella by his side, they might still have a chance just yet. What do you think? Said Jiang Fei. The boss had over 150,000 health points. Even Jiang Fei had doubts. Isabella pondered for a brief moment and said, You shall take on the small minions. She was confident, or so she sounded. This time, the boss was strong enough to give her pause, rather than usually charge headlong into it. Will do, Jiang Fei replied. He decided to quickly take down the minions first, as their healing skill would be troublesome. Ready when you are, said Isabella as she prepared her magic. Chapter 220. It's over 10,000. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Isabella sent out an abyssal flame, and Jiang Fei literally ran after the flying missile. When the ball of black flame smashed into the boss, Jiang Fei leaped past the explosion and gave it a good rap on the head. A level 35 Advanced Elite was nothing to Jiang Fei. Even though magical attacks were highly effective against armored players, Jiang Fei could take the hit. He had equipment that could negate damage taken by 20%, as well as an additional magic defense that could further lower magical attack. In the end, Jiang Fei took what that was slightly a hair over 1,000 damage. The foot soldiers' attacks were heavy but slow. Unlike bosses, these lower-ranked monsters were susceptible to stun and freeze effects. With potions, Jiang Fei could stay right on top of the bloodborne foot soldier for a good period of time. On the other side of the battle, Isabella was having a casual moment. Despite having less than half of the boss health points, Isabella's attack dealt over 7,000 damage per hit, while the boss could only deal over 1,000 damage. After only a brief moment, Isabella had already hacked away more than 75% of the boss health points. Assured of victory, Jiang Fei could finally breathe easy again. Ding! You have defeated Doba Omar. Obtained 275,000 experience points. When the boss fell, Isabella immediately turned to the foot soldiers and swiftly ended the battle. She had only lost over a third of her total health points and ended the fight in just a few turns. 20,000 health points would have otherwise taken Jiang Fei forever. After examining the loot, Jiang Fei had obtained 1 blue and 1 violet grade equipment. Sadly, neither one could be used by him. As a vice leader boss, 1 blue and 1 violet grade equipment was a common first kill outcome. Subsequent defeats would only yield 2 blue graded equipment. Once he had collected all the loot, Jiang Fei proceeded onwards. With Isabella having his back, both of them cleared the entire route to the second boss with ease. Like the previous boss, Doba Omar had been upgraded from Advanced Elite status to Vice Leader. Naturally, his stats had been boosted as well. However, when Isabella saw the boss, she immediately used the skill Demon Flame Infusion. The two killed the boss in a fit of explosive damage. Like the previous boss, Jiang Fei collected 1 blue and 1 violet graded equipment. Let's go. Since the beginning, Jiang Fei had never considered the second boss to be an actual boss. Nevertheless, it was now a vice leader. The loot were barely any better. Jiang Fei was eager to meet the third boss and the possibility of fourth. The monsters that appeared before the third boss were stronger, but that is not enough to prevent both Jiang Fei and Isabella from steamrolling over them. They quickly reached the third boss. Frontline Commanding Officer, Braylock's Bloodborne Leader, level 35 health points, 180,000 attack power, 3,000 skills. Amok Tornado Slash, Destructive Smash Amok, immediately attacks the closest target. Tornado Slash deals a powerful slash to all targets nearby. Destructive Smash deals a powerful catastrophic strike to a target. If target's HP is lower than 50%, the skill will deal a critical hit. As expected of the elite difficulty, the third boss had been significantly upgraded. The attack power alone was at 3,000. One attack could easily deal over 5,000 damage. If Destructive Smash ever produced a critical hit, even a tank would lay splat on the ground. Phew, I'll head in first. Take some pot shots. Jiang Fei instructed Isabella and jumped towards the boss. Cried the boss, as soon as Jiang Fei entered its range. Ice Burst, minus 3,384. Bash, minus 1,527, minus 1,608, minus 1,645. Jiang Fei unleashed a flurry of skills on the boss. The boss responded in kind. Minus 1,758, minus 5,241. Amok, minus 3,528. Tornado Slash. When the boss was finished, Jiang Fei was left reeling at the damage caused. In that instant, Jiang Fei had lost 1/3 of his total health points. To take 10,000 damage while having 1,700 defense was terrifying. This was a tank slayer. Crap. Bella. Take over now, cried Jiang Fei. The boss had far exceeded all expectations. He had expected a hike up in power, but he had never expected consecutive activations of skills. The gap between normal and elite was like heaven and earth. This boss standing before Jiang Fei was the kind that could end a player's life immediately. Before that chain of attack, a tank was useless. An entire party would have not stood a chance. Of course, specific strategies existed, one of which was to have knights use sacrificial blessing on the tank. That way, all damage taken by the tank would be shared by the knight. Knights and priests played a huge role in this boss fight. Even an inferior tank could take all that hits with a powerful healer in the party. Immediately after that chain, the boss strength seemed to have diminished. All attacks that came after were regular hits. Apparently, the developers of the game were throwing players a bone. This was not a broken boss, simply one that required a party to work together. Still, this was one lesson that people were not willing to pay for with their lives. With regular attacks, the pressure on Jiang Fei was slightly alleviated. Isabella's black flames consumed the boss. Jiang Fei quickly lost the aggro to Isabella in only 4 attacks. When the boss finally diverted its attention to Isabella, Jiang Fei had less than 10,000 health points left. When the boss got close to Isabella, she immediately activated Demon Flame Infusion and started to trade blows with the boss. Although the boss health bar was dropping fast, so was Isabella. This was the first time she was actually facing trouble. With the boss now facing its back to Jiang Fei, he relentlessly attacked, stacking up to 10 counts of Ruthless Barrage. Now he was acting as a proper DPS. As the two of them carved the boss up, the boss started losing ground. By the time the boss was left with 10% health points, Isabella still had over 51%. The boss growled and suddenly swung around to Jiang Fei. Panic ensued as the boss raised a massive fist at him. He had less than 50% of his health points, and he was about to take on a fully powered destructive smash. Wham! Minus 17,583. 5 terrifying digits popped up over his head, immediately emptying Jiang Fei's entire health bar. Chapter 221, Level 5, Godly Ring. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Golden light flashed across Jiang Fei's entire body, and he instantly regained 50% of his total health points. Once again, the Undying Aegis had saved his butt. What the hell? Pick on someone your own size. Jiang Fei muttered disgruntledly. The boss was being a complete prick to Jiang Fei. Instead of attacking Isabella, which the boss could never defeat, it had turned to Jiang Fei instead. Obviously, the boss had run out of fumes by then. Even with a chain of skills unleashed, it could barely deal over 7,000 damage to Isabella. She was still going strong, with over 40,000 health points left. Basically, the match was over, as long as Jiang Fei survives the onslaught. Jiang Fei had failed to predict that massive blow and had taken a blow that almost finished him off. Without the Aegis, he would have died instantly, and Isabella would have disappeared, resulting in a failed dungeon run. Having failed to finish him off, the boss was as good as dead. Tens of seconds after, the boss was defeated. Ding! You have killed the frontline commanding officer, Braylox. HM. There's no notification about the dungeon clearance. Jiang Fei was falling back to his previous experience with the Deep into the Night dungeon. The higher the difficulty, the more bosses would appear. Jiang Fei went ahead and collected the loots and was disappointed when there was no golden light. All he found were violets. Bloody Wargid's Force Fist, main weapon, epic, physical attack plus 575 strength, plus 10 vitality, plus 15 equip. All attacks ignore 10% defense. Equip grants you the skill Force Punch. After charging up for a short moment, dash forward a short distance to crush a target. A successful hit will knock a target back a certain distance. Level requirement, 30, Bloody Wargid's equipment set 1/2, Bloody Wargid's Impact Fist, secondary weapon, epic, physical attack, plus 475 strength, plus 15 vitality, plus 10 equip. Deals 1 additional magic attack every 3 hits on the same target. Equip grants you the skill Penetrating Chi Strike. Completely ignores the target's defense for 1 attack. Deals pure damage to a target. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Level requirement, 30, Bloody Wargid's equipment set, 2/2, Bloody Wargid's equipment set effect. Attacks will generate a protective shield that absorbs damage. Shield value equals to 50% of a previous attack. Oh hot dang! Even though the boss had only dropped 2 equipment, Jiang Fei was delighted. Those 2 equipment were much stronger and even harder to obtain than golden-graded, legendary equipment. As set equipment, their prices would be off the charts. Once again, Jiang Fei was let down by the fact that he could not equip it. Sadly, the equipment would end up in the guild storage, waiting for a fortunate bandit class to pick up. After collecting the equipment, Jiang Fei proceeded on. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei and Isabella arrived at the fourth and last boss. Bloodborne High General, Bloodborne Leader, level, 37 health points, 200,000 attack power, 3,800 skills, speed slash, heavy cleave, blood vortex, sudden attack, blade storm. Speed slash, deals 3 consecutive normal attacks. Heavy cleave, immediately attacks a target, dealing enhanced damage. Blood vortex, summons a blood vortex. Reduces movement speed by 20% and deals 1,000 damage per second to all targets within a vortex. Sudden attack, jumps to a stationary target inside the vortex. Restores 10% of self-health points. Blade storm, spins around and deals powerful damage to all targets around the general. Lasts for 10 seconds. Increases movement speed by 50% during the duration of the skill. Note: the general in charge of the Blood Prison's outskirts, the last boss in the elite difficulty. Finally, Jiang Fei glanced at his own experience bar and noted that it was almost filling up. With the experience points from the boss and the first clear reward, he might actually reach level 37. "What is your plan?" asked Isabella when she saw Jiang Fei just standing still. "Just a moment. I need to make a call." Jiang Fei shook his head as he replied Isabella. "Joe, the announcement for the bottom of the blood pool." Jiang Fei asked Han Tianyu. "Yes." Han Tianyu's reply was immediate. In a flash, Han Tianyu was at the dungeon entrance, where Jiang Fei invited him. Since the location of the dungeon was just in the center of the city, Han Tianyu did not have much ground to cover. "Since you're not in it for the loot or the experience points, why don't you just hang around at the entrance?" At that moment, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were the only 2 players in the dungeon. Isabella was not counted as a player, being Jiang Fei's pet. Without a healer, Han Tianyu was a sitting duck for the ruthless monsters. Moreover, Han Tianyu's player character was not as tanky as Jiang Fei. As skilled as he was in real life, he would not be able to evade the attacks for long. "Sure," said Han Tianyu happily. As Jiang Fei said, Han Tianyu was never interested in leveling up or items. All he wanted was the opportunity to make server-wide announcements. Upon Han Tianyu's agreement, Jiang Fei and Isabella rested for a moment to be at peak state while allowing their skills to finish their cooldowns. Just as Jiang Fei was about to stand up, he heard a light chime. Alerted, Jiang Fei jumped to his feet and looked around, only to be greeted by nothing but dust and eerie silence. It took a while before Jiang Fei finally realized what had happened. It was the ring. "Phew, it was you." Having filled the ring with equipment for so many times, the ring had finally gained enough experience point to level up. At that point, there was still one more equipment within the red slot of the ring's inventory. The ring had stopped accepting fodders. Looks like when you level up, those changes are reflected in both real life and in-game. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Even though he had obtained a new level of understanding for the ring's leveling rules, the ring had a voracious appetite. Even with over $10 million in hand and $100 million given to him by Han Tianyu for the potions, Jiang Fei was not sure that he was able to continue feeding Ring. It basically was the physical embodiment of gluttony. Chapter 222, Bella's Dragon Form. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Now that the ring had gained a level, Jiang Fei immediately scanned for the one thing that he always wanted, a new ability. Luck plus 50. This stat was the very core and definition of Jiang Fei in the game. Aside from luck, he had already gained double the number of inventory slots, allowing him to store more items in the game, as well as bringing more items out of the game. Before leveling up, he had a total of 72 slots, 36 blue, and 36 red. Now, he had 72 blue and 72 red. There was also the appearance of something new. The small text description at the top corner of the blue inventory had was now. Maximum level of item exported. 30 maximum item count exported. for 7ths, whereas the text description of the red slots was now. Minimum level equipment sacrificed. Temporarily unable to sacrifice. Minimum grade of equipment sacrificed. Fine. YSHH. The changes had been rather subtle. That in the ring had suddenly stopped asking for more equipment as feed. At the same time, the ring had opened up 3 more slots for Jiang Fei to bring items out of the game. 1, 2, 3. 3. Jiang Fei cried with joy when he realized that he could bring more equipment into the real world. He had been always craving for more equipment to be taken out of the game, and when he was granted that wish, he suddenly had no idea what to do. Although he had already gained strength and capabilities that would have made him unnaturally strong, he was still human. If he were to take a blow to the chest or limbs, he could still consume a potion to recover. However, if he were to take a shot to the head, he may not even be in the position to tend himself. When it came to helmets, Jiang Fei still possessed one good helmet in his inventory that he could not bear to discard, the Iron Wool helm. This helmet had a high defense, which should be sufficient against typical blows to the head. Jiang Fei was particularly drawn to its ability to dispel all mental control skills. The moment Jiang Fei was placed in the crosshairs by the Zhang family, he had always been on edge, feeling like he would be taken away at any time. If the worst-case scenario happened and he got himself kidnapped, he might end up spilling all the beans while under hypnotic interrogation. That would result in an apocalyptic event. Protecting his mind was almost as important as his well-being. Jiang Fei also had his eyes on a particular piece of chest armor. At that point, he had arms, legs, and head protection. His chest had been left open to attack. If the ring had gained a level 1 hour earlier, he would not have hesitated bringing out his desired armor. But now, he was looking at something that was potentially better. The Bloody Wargood's equipment set. Since he could not equip the 2 fist weapons in the game, he could put them to use in the real world. They were perfect for him, as he had been practicing a nameless fist style from the old high. If he brought it to the real world and equipped it, he might take the nameless fist style to another level. The fists were indeed powerful. Adding on to the fact that he would gain armor penetration, 2 active skill, and 2 passive skills, he could also charge in any direction he wanted, which could further improve his fighting ability when paired with a nameless fist style. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt like a little kid that had just got himself a new toy from the store and could not wait to go back home to unpack it. The Iron Wool helm was meant to prevent himself from revealing all his secrets. However, if he could prevent himself from being captured in the first place, who would need to worry about revealing any secrets? With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei still opted for the Iron Wool helm as a safeguard. Of course, he did not forget the Bloody Wargood's 2 fists. When all 3 equipment were placed in the blue slots of the ring inventory, Jiang Fei's attention went back to the game. "Hey," I said, "hey, what are you staring at?" bellowed the little Isabella as she pranced around in front of Jiang Fei to get his attention. "Huh, oh, saw the..." Jiang Fei smiled and pat the little girl's head. While Isabella was enjoying the head pats, Jiang Fei was thinking about something else, namely how the ring had ultimately affected him as a whole. His strength, confidence, his life had changed for the better, said Isabella as she pointed at the boss. 1. Jiang Fei smirked. Eager to get out the game as soon as possible, Jiang Fei barked that line at Isabella. If he had not brought in Han Tianyu to the dungeon, promising him the opportunity to make his beloved announcements, he would have logged out, right there and then. Isabella stuttered a little. Don't worry about. Just go all out and go wild." "Oh, change your form," said Jiang Fei. "Ho ho ho." "Very well," said Isabella without reserve. If she was not contracted to Jiang Fei as his pet and had her true potential weakened, she would have been perpetually flying around in her dragon form. Jiang Fei took a few steps back to prepare himself. Ever since Jiang Fei had learned of Isabella's dragon form, he had wanted to witness just how strong she would be. Foolish one. With a powerful roar, Isabella leaped into the air. She spread her hands out, and a massive distortion of space occurred around her. In a flash, the cute little girl vanished, and in its place was a massive, black demonic dragon that was about 30 meters long. The demon dragon then took a nosedive and headed for the boss at supersonic speed. Jiang Fei, who carried the black dragon scale, could clearly feel the power of Isabella's dragon form. Breath of obliteration. A dark, purplish gas burst out of Isabella's dragonic maw and blasted the bloodborne High General. What followed next was once again beyond anything Jiang Fei ever saw coming. Minus 80,000. Minus 80,000. Minus 80,000. 3 massive damage texts popped up, and the bloodborne High General was vaporized, without ever learning what had struck him. Ding! You have defeated bloodborne High General. Obtained 550,000 experience points. Obtained 50 gold coins. Ding! You have defeated all bosses in the elite difficulty bottom of the blood pool. As bewildering as Isabella's carpet bombing was, what the followed terrified Jiang Fei even more. After killing the boss with breath of obliteration, Isabella simply circled around in the air, throwing out the same skills as if it was free. Ding! You are the first party to clear the dungeon bottom of the blood pool in elite difficulty. The chime of the notification had stirred Jiang Fei, or he would have continued staring at the flying demon dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and utterly bewildered. "Brother Yu," said Jiang Fei as he transferred the party leader position to him. He said nothing else to Han Tianyu, turning his full attention back to the terrifying figure in the sky. Chapter 223, 223, Fear Invoked from a Little Announcement. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, haha. Han Tianyu laughed as he hit enter. Ding. Citywide announcement, yeah, I'm just that rich. Party has completed level 30 dungeon, bottom of the blood pool, in elite difficulty. Ding. Citywide announcement, yeah, I'm just that rich. Party has completed level 30 dungeon, bottom of the blood pool, in elite difficulty. Ding. Citywide announcement, yeah, I'm just that rich. Party has completed level 30 dungeon, bottom of the blood pool, in elite difficulty. The message repeated 3 times, and the first message that Han Tianyu received was from Chen Shi. "Oh, you mate, do you know no shame?" At that moment, Chen Shi's resolve to quit the guild was frighteningly real. She was afraid that the public would know that she and that Sanuva Gun were in the same guild. It was too much of an embarrassment. Brother Yu, said Jiang Fei with a solemn expression on his face. It would be one issue if he was the one stirring up some trouble, but to be in the same crosshair as Han Tianyu would be a complete mess. Huh, it's fun. Han Tianyu laughed it off and smacked Jiang Fei's shoulder. Just how strong is Master Fei is? Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to how the people beneath Han Tianyu were overly praising him, but he knew that the members in his own guild were shamelessly offering their own praises. Enough with you lot. Behave yourself. You all are girls, cried Rosette Fox when she had enough of her own sisters. Rosette meow meow squeaked. She had always been Jiang Fei's #1 fan. Fei, there's something of concern here. Rosette rose arched an eyebrow as she sent a message to Jiang Fei. Asked Jiang Fei curiously. Nothing. Could be nothing. Rosette Rose asked. Before the announcement was made, Rose had made her decision to join the aristocrats with Jiang Fei. However, as Jiang Fei grew stronger, Rose had a change of heart. If Jiang Fei had entered aristocrats back then and helped that guild rise to the top, she would be helping herself to all the glory. However, Rose had seriously underestimated Jiang Fei's growth rate. At this rate, she finally saw that Jiang Fei did not need anyone's help to be the best. It was the contrary. As long as Jiang Fei continued to grow in strength, she too could bask in his shadow. "We are blood brothers in the real world," said Jiang Fei without hesitation. He had over 100 members in his own guild, and only a handful were smart enough to make wise decisions. The thugs were all brawls over brain. As for the females, some were smart, but most of them were cowards. They ended up hiding behind their skirts when trouble arose. Only Rosette Rose was willing to go the extra mile and help him rally against overwhelming odds. She was the only one who had a stomach for war. Rosa sighed. It was just as she thought. As Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were having the time of their life, The three guild alliance were grumbling to themselves. "Looks like the tables have turned," said Billy Boy. He was supposed to be just a battle captain of the Magic Thieves. He was never needed in guild meetings. Most of the time, it was Lady Casanova who would handle the management. However, when Billy Boy saw fit to attend a guild meeting by himself, it only spoke volumes of how dire their situation had become. Who the heck is this Verger Glider? That strength makes no sense. Demon's Grimace growled. If Jiang Fei clearing the level 30 dungeon in normal difficulty was alarming enough, him babysitting Han Tianyu through the elite difficulty was catastrophic. To the trio, Han Tianyu's message had come off as an insult and a challenge. He was basically claiming that he was second to only Jiang Fei, and they were blood brothers. Han Tianyu was claiming that he was unstoppable and invincible. Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were utterly unaware of the waves they had caused. Of course, Han Tianyu had his ulterior motives. He was the kind of man who played games and brought toxicity to the community, all for his own fun. Watching the three guilds were panicking will only be something that Han Tianyu would enjoy. "Sigh, might as well resort to the last step," said Demon's Grimace. "Wait," said Southern Azure Sword concernedly. Lady Casanova sighed, loudly without saying anything else. "Since no one is against this, I'll accept that as consent," said Demon's Grimace. Disgruntled, Demon Grimace stood up and left. Jiang Fei was not aware of what that had just occurred over the meeting table. He was still astounded to see Isabella's dragon form. After a minute of flying around, Isabella either grew bored or she was finally beginning to tire. She settled down beside Jiang Fei, slowly morphing back into her human form, smirking. "How did you breathe fire nonstop like that?" asked Jiang Fei, surprised. "What are you talking about?" said Isabella as she rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, how are you so strong?" Jiang Fei teased. "Brother Innes?" said Isabella with remorse. How about your transformation skill?" "Yes, I will only last for 1 minute in dragon form, and the cooldown is 7 days. If I'm forced to, I can last for another minute, but for the next 48 hours, all my attributes will be halved. The cooldown will still remain the same," Isabella explained. Jiang Fei nodded. With great power came a hefty price tag. Just then, a golden sparkle caught Jiang Fei's eyes. The Boss Corpse. Chapter 224. 224. Blood Cross. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After the announcement was made, Han Tianyu bade Jiang Fei farewell and immediately left the party. It was just like Jiang Fei had predicted. The rich bugger cared not about the experience and the loot. After a simple THX buy, he had promptly left Jiang Fei alone. Jiang Fei went to the Boss Corpse. The most alluring shimmer was a given. Jiang Fei expected no less. As Jiang Fei inspected the corpse, a golden glimmer was revealed. Blood Cross, accessory, legendary, physical attack, plus 180 strength, plus 10 vitality, plus 20 equip, heals by 20% of damage output. Equip grants the skill Blood Chain, binds you and a chosen target, making it impossible for you or the target to get away from each other by more than 1 meter. Deals 300 damage to you and the target at the same time during the skill's active duration. Lasts for 1 minute. Use the skill again to cancel the effect. 5-minute cooldown. Equip grants the skill Lifelink. Links you and a friendly target together. If the link between the target and you is less than 30 meters, heals both you and the target for 500 HP per second. Lasts for 5 minutes. 1 minute cooldown. Level requirement. 35 note. Both skills, Blood Chain and Lifelink, cannot be used at the same time. Cried Jiang Fei when he was done reading the equipment description. For the longest time ever, he had been craving for a piece of equipment that could heal. This equipment would be ideal for a soloist like Jiang Fei. With Isabella by his side, he could use the skill on her and turn them into immortals. There still was the lifesteal effect on his accessory. With this single equipment, Jiang Fei would never find his health in the red again. Come rain and high water, Jiang Fei would beat the living shit out of any boss. The skill, Bloodchain, would be extremely useful for him in PvP battles. That would solve his slow movement speed issue when facing off an agile opponent. 1 minute was more than enough for him to whack the living hell of that player. Plus, even if Jiang Fei chose not to attack, he would still be dealing 300 damage per second for a minute. Jiang Fei immediately swapped out his current accessory for the new Blood Cross. Even though his old one had a mana burn effect, it was ineffective against a boss. It played a role in downplaying its value. With mana burn, Jiang Fei would not make much of a difference, but with Blood Cross, he would be impossible to stop, while also dealing massive damage in the process. It was all the more effective against bosses. With the newly obtained gear equipped, and gaining a level from the final boss along with the completion of the dungeon, Jiang Fei had grown stronger. His health points had reached 35,000, equivalent to a tank who has undergone second-class advancement. A typical second-class advancement guardian, a defensive-type warrior, would have over 12,300 health point and 1,230 defense, which would be the same as Jiang Fei when he had just evolved into a new race. As of now, Jiang Fei was level 37. With the combined perks of the unique race and epically strong equipment, Jiang Fei's overall stats far surpassed any other tank-class player out there in the game. Besides the legendary tier accessory, the boss had also dropped 2 more violet-graded equipment that mages would love. Naturally, Jiang Fei took the both of them and dumped it into his inventory. When Jiang Fei and Isabella exited the dungeon, he had a sudden idea. He approached the dungeon nonchalantly and prompted the pop-up. Ding! You are about to enter the bottom of the blood pool, heroic difficulty. Your party has not reached the 40-player count. Jiang Fei shook his head and said, "It was just a joke." Even though he had the confidence, he still had enough sanity in him to know that he would not survive a 40-man dungeon run alone. They might just pull through if either Isabella or himself could maintain their alter forms for a longer period. In their normal states, even the regular monsters would wipe them out. Jiang Fei turned around and completely dropped the idea of challenging the heroic difficulty. He stood at the entrance for a while, unsure of what to do next. In the end, he strolled around the city for some window shopping. He talked to a few of his guild members and decided to call it early. When he was back in his room, it was only 4 in the morning. The sky was still dark, and the moon was still high in the sky. Everyone was still sleeping or getting ready for their abnormal work time. While those that had to wake up at that hour were still half awake, Jiang Fei could never be any more excited or awake. He wanted to try the power of his newly obtained equipment. Before he logged out, he had already placed the equipment in the ring. Shring! A faint, silvery light shimmered around the ring, and a ghastly mask appeared in Jiang Fei's hands. It looked like the kind of mask that kids could buy in the shrine, much like a Japanese oni. The equipment had retained its name, but it looked completely different. Jiang Fei lifted the mask up and slowly brought it close to his face. It practically flew into his face, changing into light particles that sunk into his skin. Jiang Fei touched his face, finding no change to it. Nothing had changed. His skin still felt the same as before. He gritted his teeth hard and hurled his fist towards his face. When his fist made contact with his face, a soft, faint glow flashed out, and Jiang Fei's fist stopped just a few millimeters away from his face. However, in a split second, Jiang Fei's hands glowed and the light from his head vanished. At that moment, he felt a prick akin to that from a sewing needle. Jiang Fei had completely forgotten about the Ares glove that he had worn from before. That thing had a 30% defense, ignore passive skill, which allowed Jiang Fei's own damage to penetrate the mask. All is well. Jiang Fei smirked and extracted the 2 fists from the ring. Damn! Cried Jiang Fei when he saw the fists in the real world. In the game, the fists were made of metal and completely encased a person's fist. However, in the real world, they turned into a pair of black cloth gloves. On its fingers were silver metallic scales. They were most likely there for more than just aesthetics. Jiang Fei tried it on immediately without hesitating. Instead of disappearing into his body like the other equipment that Jiang Fei brought into the real world, The pair of gloves merely fit over his hands like gloves. When he put them on, he could literally feel the power coursing through his body. He knew for a fact that they were more than just decorative. Since the gloves had granted him power, Jiang Fei immediately started basking in the power. Jiang Fei clenched his fists and tried to feel the power once more. He could tell that the gloves did not require any active commands. When he willed it, the power would flow through him. He could feel the explosive power flowing in his body. The pair granted Jiang Fei a total of 25 strength points, which gave Jiang Fei the strength to lift 500 kilograms of force. Just with that, without any skills, Jiang Fei could punch men to death. Gently and carefully, Jiang Fei removed the gloves from his hands. His house would never contain such power. A small mistake might break something. The gloves were thin. Jiang Fei could easily fold and tuck them into his pockets. When in danger, he could put them on in a jiffy. With that knowledge in mind, Jiang Fei could not wait to head out to try his powers. Chapter 225, Invincible Bloody War God. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After leaving Manda Square, he bolted to the training facility and headed towards a training room. He prepared himself adequately and started carrying out his tests. Force Punch. Wham! As he activated the skill, Jiang Fei could feel a powerful surge of heat flowing into his right fist. 1 second later, Jiang Fei thrust his fist forward. A huge force propelled Jiang Fei forward and towards the direction of a sandbag. When his fist touched the bag, it literally exploded, releasing all the sand, cotton, and other contents of the bag. That was a little too much. As remorseful as he sounded, he was practically screaming with joy in his heart. That power had been most gratifying and pleasurable. However, he had miscalculated the potency of the skill. He had chosen a wrong target and covered himself in sand. Jiang Fei headed out of the training room and returned with 8 more sandbags. This time, he arranged them in a straight row, leaving at least a meter-wide gap between each of them. He had also wrapped his face with his t-shirt to prevent himself from swallowing sand again. When everything was ready, Jiang Fei headed to the front and took his stance. He pulled his left arm back and, penetrating chi strike. He dug his toes into the ground and threw out a left punch. What happened was something out of a movie. The first sandbag exploded horrifically. That was not all. The same thing happened with the second one, which was 1 meter away, as well as the third and the fourth. The fifth sandbag did not explode, but was blown away a good distance. Upon inspection, the damage dealt to the fifth sandbag had been enough to cause a minor tear on the outermost wrapping. King Hell. Is my fist the legendary fist of the North Star? Not even the right punch was that devastating. At the very least, he might still walk away with broken ribs. Jiang Fei could not even begin to wrap his mind around the lethality of his punches. Jiang Fei suddenly recalled Han Tianyu saying something about martial artist masters utilizing their inner chi to deal damage without the need to touch an opponent. With this, Jiang Fei might as well be a master or a grandmaster. After a few more experiments with several more sandbags, Jiang Fei finally spotted a flaw with the penetrating chi strike. It may be capable of attacking from great distance, but he could not simply touch the air. His left fist had to physically come into contact with a target to cause the cascading damage. That's it for active skills. Jiang Fei smirked again, went out of the training room to retrieve more sandbags. The sandbags that Jiang Fei had been using as sacrificial pawns were covered in strong Kevlar. Even so, it could not stop Jiang Fei's fist from breaking into the sandbag. Unlike his previous punches, this time, the sandbag did not explode. Instead, his fist merely sunk deep into it, almost going all the way through. At the same time, Jiang Fei noticed a faint flickering light. The light had been there when Jiang Fei threw out his first punch. However, since he was completely covered with fine sand, he had not noticed the light that was being emitted from his own body. Jiang Fei recalled the properties of the fists and remembered that all attacks granted him a shield that equated to 50% of the damage dealt. As he could not open up a status window in the real world, Jiang Fei could only surmise as much. 5 seconds later, the flickering light vanished. Jiang Fei concluded that the shield effect must have expired. "Interesting," said Jiang Fei with a smirk as he proceeded to penetrate the already ravaged sandbag. Jiang Fei punched the sandbag for a total of 3 times. The first and second behaved much like the previous punch, but the third one was different. When the third punch landed, the sandbag blew up. The explosion was unlike anything else. This explosion was the result of an internal combustion, as if Jiang Fei had forcefully stuffed a bomb within the sandbag. Based on the results of his experiment, Jiang Fei came to a verdict. If physical attacks dealt damage from the outside, magical damage dealt damage from the inside. It also coincided with the words of Han Tianyu and Old Man Hai. They had repeatedly mentioned that external qi and internal qi arts were different. Jiang Fei remembered that the Old Man Hai and Han Tianyu had stated that Jiang Fei's inner qi was lacking. They had all been certain that he would never in this lifetime manipulate his own internal qi. Jiang Fei had an item called an energy crystal. In the game, it filled up an entire energy gauge. If he brought it into the real world and used it, would it provide Jiang Fei a source of proper inner qi? Even if it worked, Jiang Fei could not properly cultivate his qi like other qi masters. However, the great Jiang Fei could always use mana potions. Who would want to waste time cultivating their qi? Jiang Fei grew excited at the prospect of becoming stronger and stronger. He left himself a mental note to fetch the energy crystal out next. Jiang Fei's euphoria quickly fizzled out when he realized that the item slot occupied by the energy crystal had been grayed out. Once again, the ring had let him down. Jiang Fei had just got his C**CK blocked again. Apparently, the energy crystal had some sort of spatial capability similar to an inventory system. It could not be extracted. "Sigh, looks like I gotta level you up again. But that's fine. What you want, you shall have." Jiang Fei lifted a finger and yelled at the ring. He was more motivated than ever. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. The stronger the ring got, the more power Jiang Fei would gain. Even though the ring was a glutton that made Jiang Fei bend over backwards feeding it, it gave back more than enough to make it worth his while. Jiang Fei truly believed that when the ring finally reaches the maximum level, he would be flying around in the skies, behaving like an omnipotent god. Boo-hoo. Jiang Fei quickly wiped out his drool and continued his training. With a clear goal in his mind, Jiang Fei's training became more intense than ever. Even though Jiang Fei had removed the gloves, the stats from the Iron Will helm had granted Jiang Fei 10 points of vitality. That allowed him to train from the dawn of day all the way to noon without tiring out. "Come at me, Zhongs." Jiang Fei continued shouting motivational lines to himself as he continued training. The thought of punching the buggers that were targeting him was truly invigorating. Chapter 226, Absurd Potion Prices. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After training for an entire day, Jiang Fei returned home feeling refreshed. That night, he suddenly received a phone call from Han Tianyu. "Fei, we've almost resolved the issue with the Zhongs." "Oh, what the hell? It's basically already talked over," said Han Tianyu, without getting too much into detail. Having dealt with Jiang Fei for so long, Han Tianyu understood him fairly well. He knew that Jiang Fei was no longer the cheerful little boy that he once knew. Jiang Fei understood just as much. He could pretty much guess the outcome. To free Jiang Fei from the death grip of the Zhang family, Han Tianyu must have made a deal with them, something that gave the Zhangs much benefit. Han Tianyu may have screwed up, but Jiang Fei was nevertheless grateful that he had gone to such lengths resolving it. Clearly, there was a spy amongst Han Tianyu's ranks, but Han Tianyu's swift actions had kept Jiang Fei and his family safe and sound. "Don't mention it. You wouldn't be in this situation had I been more vigilant with my staff. I'm happy enough to know that you did not lay it down on me. Don't hold back, brother," Jiang Fei replied. "All right, I have confirmed that the first batch of potions that you gave have been put to good use. However, the battles overseas do not seem to leading up, not even in the slightest. Those potions will be consumed in no time. The guys in the military are requesting for a second batch. It was a matter of life and death for the soldiers in the front line. Jiang Fei would not hesitate to help out. It's plenty. Uncle Chun knows that these potions all came from your own pockets. They have been used sparingly. We would only use them as a last resort. That's good. By the way, can I leave Manda Square now? Yeah, you're free to go. Han Tianyu's voice grew anxious. Asked Jiang Fei worriedly. He knew that Han Tianyu is a man with nerves of steel. If he was feeling uneasy, it had to be serious. It's the Manda Group. They wish to purchase your potions. The thing is, we have signed a contract to sell these potions to the Zhongs. Jiang Fei was startled. However, he understood what was going on in the next second. This was the very deal that kept them off Jiang Fei's back. Han Tianyu leged bitterly. Yeah, Jiang Fei nodded. Previously, when Jiang Fei had given the military the recovery potion through Han Tianyu, they had been handled with extreme care and security. Chen Kaiyan had maintained a very tight grip over the distributions of potions. Even though each soldier practically had a bottle at hand, Chen would check up with them every single day. Any use case would be reviewed, and any misplacement was treated as a breach national security. If the soldier who misplaced it had sold it for personal use, he or she would be sent to military court. Han Tianyu had handled things similarly, albeit skipping over several procedures and human rights along the way. Unlike the military trials, his traitors would be executed on the spot. Simple as that. Under such tight security, the chances of those potions appearing on the streets was equivalent to dinosaurs walking around in public parks. However, a couple of Jiang Fei's potion had indeed surfaced in the black market, fetching a price several times higher than any Western rapid cell regeneration medicine. All right, since you are up to speed, I hereby would like to represent Manda Group and the Zhang family in requesting for a purchase of your magical potion. The first batch would amount up to 30 potions. Almost instantly, Han Tianyu's tone had changed into a strict, business-like manner. Just when Jiang Fei was about to say something, Han Tianyu interrupted. Before you name a price, I'm going to tell you something, not from the position of a businessman, but as your brother. In the West, they have produced a similar counterpart to your potion. It's called the Hyperactive Cell Regeneration Potion. Each bottle costs at least 1 billion USD. They are extremely expensive and highly regulated. If China were to buy it, we could only procure one bottle for ourselves at most. Do what you want with that information. Now, name your price, Han Tianyu said nonchalantly. Very good. Jiang Fei laughed weakly. He understood why Han Tianyu had dropped him that note about Western medicine. He was only trying to be fair. This was strictly business. Friendship and brotherhood had no right to stand in the way of transactions between professionals. Han Tianyu was worried that Jiang Fei might be too young to understand economics. Truth be told, Jiang Fei had the shock of his life when he heard of the regeneration potion. He had always known that his potion was valuable enough to make some profit, but he had never expected anything similar to even exist in this world, and at such an exorbitant price too. When Jiang Fei first met Han Tianyu, he had thought that 1,000 bottles was not a small amount, considering the fact that he had received a lump sum of $50,000. That amount was so relatively massive to him that he had accepted it after much hesitation. Now, Jiang Fei felt as if he had truly seen the world for the first time. If Han Tianyu had not told him about Western medicine, he would have remained blind and naive. It was finally made clear to Jiang Fei that pharmaceutical companies were easily monopolizing the medicinal market. 1 billion USD? What absurdity was that? That was an amount that Jiang Fei could not even fathom. Brother, let's just work with China dollars, yeah? Jiang Fei sternly said. Han Tianyu bit his lip. Han Tianyu had just given Jiang Fei good reason to overcharge the medicine. It was not about Jiang Fei's profits. It was all about shutting up the Zhongs. If they were underpaid, they might expose Jiang Fei as the source of the potions. If that happened, The Zhang family would not be the only people after Jiang Fei. Screw this. 1 billion RMB per bottle. Han Tianyu quickly wrapped up the deal. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fei was suddenly plagued by a persistent itch beneath his skin. Giving the military 1,000 bottles of potion was nothing but a small feat. He had no qualms about protecting the lives of those who put everything on the line for the sake of the country. However, 30 bottles of potions being distributed into the market was a different thing. It all seemed surreal. Who would be willing to fork out 1 billion RMB for a bottle? 30 billion renminbi. If he were to stack the bills together, he could even build a tower of money and still have some spare. Still, having money was better than having nothing. With such a large amount of cash bound to enter his account, Jiang Fei felt like he could even buy the heavens. He looked down at the ring in his fingers and said, "Little one, tell me your desires. Diamonds? Crystals? Just tell me what you want." Jiang Fei finally understood how Han Tianyu felt. When one is loaded chock full of money, one would not even know how to spend it. On the other hand, Jiang Fei knew exactly where to spend them. When Jiang Fei returned home, his mother had received the news about the curfew. The Manda Group had already sent someone over to have a word with his family. They may choose to leave, but the house was already as good as the family's freehold property. What Jiang Fei's mother was told that Jiang Fei's father was no longer at risk and the family was no longer in danger. She had thought that they would have to leave Manda Square and return the mansion to Manda Group. When she was told that the mansion had, in fact, been given to them, Jiang Fei's mother soared above cloud 9. The house was so grand that Jiang Fei's mother had gotten used to living in a higher society. Little did she know that Jiang Fei had caused all of this. She had absolutely no clue on what Jiang Fei had turned out to be. Of course, Jiang Fei's mother was not the only one lost in her ignorance. Everyone else would assume that Jiang Fei was a regular, run-of-the-mill citizen. Even the higher-ups merely thought that Jiang Fei was only connected to the actual source of the potions. That was all about to change when Jiang Fei straightens up to proclaim his power. They would soon regret judging Jiang Fei so prematurely. Chapter 227. 227. I want a territory order. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After dinner, Jiang Fei returned to his room. Jiang Fei still had a few diamond ores that Han Tianyu had given him. Did they still suit the taste of the ring? Jiang Fei's face fell. The diamond had remained in his hands, instead of turning into beams of light that the ring would have otherwise absorbed. What the hell? Diamonds are expensive, you know? Jiang Fei grumbled, yet the ring remained silent and motionless. There was absolutely zero response. Just what do you want? Tell me, what do you want? I don't care if it's expensive. Jiang Fei roared in frustration. Just when he thought he was now free to spend lavishly like Han Tianyu, the ring decided to be a total D*CK. The problem now lay in the question of what to buy, and not how to buy. If Jiang Fei does not figure out what the ring wanted, leveling up would be a massive pain in the butt. Try as he could, Jiang Fei experimented with many other things until it was 10 p.m. With no hope of knowing what the ring wanted to eat, Jiang Fei grumpily logged into the game. Jiang Fei went straight for the NPC potion shop and purchased a total of 35 stacks of intermediate healing potions. That was the total of what the guys in the military, as well as the Zhang family, wanted. Upon purchasing them, Jiang Fei immediately transferred them to the ring's inventory. Since the ring had plenty of empty slots, Jiang Fei would never have to worry about storage. After that, Jiang Fei went ahead and completed 2 dungeon runs, one in normal difficulty and one in elite difficulty. With Isabella by his side, plowing through the dungeon carried the same degree of difficulty a hot knife experienced when held against butter. By then, Jiang Fei had reached level 38 and had obtained several more equipment. However, the dungeon's cherry had been popped, so the fruits had greatly diminished. The final boss of the elite difficulty only provided violet-graded equipment. All previous bosses yielded blue-graded equipment. Normal difficulty only produced green-graded equipment, and only the last boss had dropped a miserable single blue-graded equipment. asked Isabella, anxious to know. Hee, don't worry, said Jiang Fei as he immediately contacted Smart Tomato, said Jiang Fei. Lord Tier, Brother Fei. Smart Tomato replied immediately. Nowadays, players that hunted open-field leader-tier bosses would have to gather at least 100 members. Lord-tier bosses would be far too tough at that point. Come 1,000 or come 100,000, a Lord-tier boss would squash them all. Numbers meant nothing if the players were rubbish. They may be of the same tier, but a leader-tier boss in the dungeon was nothing like a leader-tier boss in the open world. These bosses only had one life. They would never respawn again if they were ever taken down. Naturally, their loot would be far more unique and valuable. The more powerful the boss, the better the drop. Smart Tomato was blown away by the fact that Jiang Fei was not asking for a leader-tier boss. He had skipped tiers entirely and jumped straight up to Lord. TSK. It's just a simple question. Jiang Fei mumbled. Sigh. I'm afraid that a Lord-tier boss is out of my league. I could try it, said Smart Tomato. Will do. Don't just stop at one. Jiang Fei smirked and said. Jiang Fei hung up and proceeded to repeat that request to Han Tianyu. Are you out of your mind? Ah, Fei, are you actually saying that you can solo a Lord-tier open-world boss? Han Tianyu replied, said Jiang Fei, laughing. Please, boasting is my specialty. Well, that's a fact, not a boast. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. That much was true. He had fed a nuke to the fool, Dakasoren. Tell me the truth. I want a territory order. Jiang Fei had said without hesitation. He intended to build a base at the underground swamp cavern. That way, he could secure the Ant Queen to himself and save Han Tianyu's thugs some trouble. He was not doubting their loyalty, but they were human like he was, and some unfortunate day might end up with them being in foul moods and taking it out on the only monster they could find there. That being the Ant Queen. Oh, you want a guild territory? Why didn't you say that? I could give you mine, said Han Tianyu. Happy Drunk, who was training right beside him, immediately froze in place. The man had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into building the guild to its current state. Han Tianyu, being the rich guy, he was willing to toss it aside to Jiang Fei without hesitation. Happy Drunk had never had his sanity tested like so. What? I don't want your turf. Jiang Fei replied angrily. He understood that Han Tianyu was just being a good bro. However, he specifically needed this territory to encompass the entirety of the underground swamp cavern that would allow the Ant Queen to produce as many ant milk and ong eggs undisturbed. Han Tianyu's land was no good. Fine. Han Tianyu caved in and played along. It was not that he did not care about Jiang Fei. He just did not take the game as seriously. As mentioned before, he was only playing Dawn Break to have fun, and his idea of fun was to bully others and to spend more time bonding with Jiang Fei. All right. Sheesh. Oh, wait. Tomorrow, there will be a gathering. Oh. Jiang Fei protested. Since the problem with the Zhang family had been resolved, it was high time for him to return to school. Class, please, I'll get the school to let you off for a day. Han Tianyu replied prudently. Looks like you've made up my mind for me. Fine. Jiang Fei nodded dejectedly. As long as Han Tianyu meant no harm, he would follow him. After he was done with Han Tianyu, Isabella and Jiang Fei went to the Ant Queen and retrieved the ant eggs and ant milk. If he failed to do so, they would hatch in just one day. The last thing Jiang Fei wanted was for the Ant Queen to rebuild her colony. Jiang Fei recalled something as he exited the underground swamp cavern. He opened the level ranking board and noticed that the top 10 players were all above level 30. The top 5 players were already level 31. Even if they managed it, Jiang Fei had already cleared the elite difficulty. Before the fact, the entire server had been giddy with the prospect of reaching the finish line first, training as fast as they could for the dungeon. When Jiang Fei plunged down from the skies like a dark cloud and consumed the elite difficulty, that passion was quickly quelled. What was the point? The dungeon's first clear had already been taken. There was no use going in with full force anymore. Chapter 228, A Private Gathering. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, endless fantasy translation it had been called at a rather short notice. There was no way Jiang Fei could gather 40 players in such a short time and challenge the heroic difficulty of the bottom of the blood pool. After breezing through the normal and elite difficulty, Jiang Fei went off to the wild like everyone else, joining their ranks as just another level grinder. After an entire day, neither the guild members of the aristocrats nor Smart Tomato returned with any news about Lord Tier bosses. There was a good reason for it as well. Most of the players were simply incapable of venturing outside level 30 maps. They simply would not survive, let alone stumble upon a level 50 field boss. When the night ended, Jiang Fei got up and proceeded to the training center to train. Even though Han Tianyu had said he would take him to a gathering, it would only take place in the afternoon. Hence, Jiang Fei spent the entire morning training. When noon came, Han Tianyu arrived to pick up Jiang Fei at the 80th floor of Manda Square, where the training center was. Said Han Tianyu, and he took Jiang Fei to top. A helicopter sat waiting on the helipad. Whoa, Jiang Fei asked worriedly. What sort of meeting required a helicopter trip? Han Tianyu said with a smirk. He gestured to the pilot to start powering up the rotors. What the hell? That far? Relax, little brother. We're just taking the helicopter to a private airport. That's where we'll find our real transportation. Don't worry, though. Several minutes later, Jiang Fei arrived at a militarized airbase. Said Jiang Fei, gaping at a fighter jet. That's right. This is Manda Group's latest prototype. May I present to you the FA-41 fighter jet, codenamed Black Sheath. It would give those Westerners a run for their money. This one even has a cloaking system, said Han Tianyu, beaming across his face. Huh. Jiang Fei had little understanding about arms trading, but he did know that only faulty or obsolete products would be put up for sale. How can a newly made prototype be sent out into the market? Ho ho. This baby was once the best in the world. But some happy, recent accident led to a boom in technological evolution. As it is, anything that gets exposed to the masses would quickly turn obsolete. I won't wait till this baby ends up in the trash can. Before having such technology exposed, we might as well exploit it to our best. I see. Jiang Fei laughed along and asked no more. The government had very claim over such weapons. Even so, the government had the say in how and where those weapons were being sold. Even if Han Tianyu lost his mind, the government would never allow him to sell top-class weapons to just anyone in the world. If this jet was actually being put up on sale, it had already be obsolete. Hop on. This jet is a two-seater. You can take the back seat. Relax. We're not going to fly in a battle. I'll be piloting this, said Han Tianyu, as he jubilantly hopped into the front seat, like a little boy calling shotgun. You, said Jiang Fei, his eyes close to popping out of their sockets. Naturally. What do you take me for? I spend my free time wisely, always picking up something new along the way, said Han Tianyu, rolling his eyes. When both of them were finally strapped in, Han Tianyu flipped some switches, did some checkups before promptly blasting off into the blue sky. The so-called latest prototype fighter jet was indeed carrying some modern technology. Jiang Fei knew his physics well enough to know that the jet was equipped with some sort of pressure-dampening technology that adjusted the air pressure in the pilot cockpit to reduce the immense gravity load on the pilot. Jiang Fei, who never once rode a fighter jet in his life, was feeling rather comfortable. At that point, Jiang Fei was sure that Han Tianyu would continue to surprise him. When he said that they would be taking a faster mode of transportation, he was not kidding. The jet tore through the sky at Mach 4, and they arrived at their destination within an hour. When the jet landed, Jiang Fei took a while to regain his bearings. He still could not believe that he had just sat in the cockpit of a fighter jet. All young boys would kill for such an opportunity. Brother you, Jiang Fei asked when he noticed that the surroundings were just surreal. The island was not very big. Most of the limited real estate had been taken up by a landing strip. What was left of the tiny island was a small, hotel-like building. Across the edge of the islands, endless streams of battleships were docked. This meeting was definitely not for civilians. There was even 2 airship carriers and a few submarines that had surfaced above the water level. As Jiang Fei walked a little further, he soon learned that their jet was not all that special. Not far off from the Black Sheath were other fighter jets. One could easily be convinced that the island was a command center for war. Therein was the problem. No two jets were the same. It was rather apparent that they all hailed from different countries. It may serve as a small comfort that none of the fighter jets had been equipped with weapons. The meeting? Well, it's nothing much. Just a get-together of weapon manufacturers from around the globe. We are all sharing the same cake here. If one takes a slightly larger piece, the others will have less. We're just checking in on each other and ensuring that the balance is maintained. Han tianiu likid. Ho. Han. A blond, middle-aged man approached them as they spoke. Well, hello there, Mr. Smith. Han Tianyu turned around and greeted the man. I see that your father has decided to pass the baton to you, said Mr. Smith with a smile on his face. So it seems. Han Tianyu smiled back. After exchanging a few words with each other for a while, Smith left. As young as Jiang Fei was, he could tell that the friendly chat between the two had barely contained an all-out, violent altercation. Asked Jiang Fei, the biggest weapons manufacturer in the European Union. Jiang Fei nodded. Back in the days, my father would be the one attending such meetings. However, something came up, and he cannot attend. That's why I'm here. Since you have nothing better to do, I just thought that you might be interested in this sort of thing. That's why you're here, said Jiang Fei as he held up air quotes. Oh, no, my little brother. You're too naive. In this world, the sky's the limit. Ever since the day that you used that mystical, magical potions on me, the world has never stopped trying to get their hands on it. Take the Zhangs, for example. Despite the best of our efforts to keep it a secret, they would soon learn about it. Soon, you will be one of us sitting at the same table, selling something similar, yet different. I sell weapons, you sell medicines. Yin and Yang. Jiang Fei fell silent. He had always assumed that his potions would only reach as far as Han Tianyu and Chen Kaiyan. Even when there was that mishap that drew the Zhang family's eye to him, it was just a small bump in the road. However, Han Tianyu had just opened up the book of revelations to him. He feared that he had already been marked by others, and there was no escaping it. The skies were still clear as of now. But what if someone wanted to have his own slice of the cake? What would happen to his family? Could Han Tianyu protect him and his family? That depended on the severity of the situation. Han Tianyu was not all-knowing and all-seeing. Take the Zhangs as an example. Han Tianyu had even forced to cave in and take the short end of the stick. What would happen if a more powerful family appeared? With the looming threat, Jiang Fei hoped that he could gain more strength soon. That way, he could stand on the same stage with the rest of the world. At the very least, no one would dare threaten him. Chapter 229, 229, Seed Den. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation as they bellowed in each other's ears over the sound of the deafening jet engine roars, they proceeded towards the hotel. Said Jiang Fei, a little curious. That's not it, but close. We're not really here to show our wealth, but our power. Mind you, this is a meeting of weapon manufacturers. We should turn up in the best of the best tech. The island was undoubtedly a private island, but hotel staffs were lined up in the front of the hotel to greet new arrivals. Not long after, a man stepped out and led Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu into the hotel. These guests were regulars. Hence, everyone had long been designated to their own rooms. Brother Yu, are there any rules here? Said Jiang Fei nervously. It was his time participating in a meeting of such level. Nothing in particular. Well, but there is something for you to bear in mind, all right? We're here to pick a fight, said Han Tianyu as he smiled deviously. That's right. Pick a fight. Well, not physically, of course. That's fine too, but remember what I said about technological evolution? We're here to look for my direct competitors and make them feel like they're a decade too obsolete, said Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei nodded his head. The longer he mingled with Han Tianyu, the more weapon manufacturers turn out to be ruthless in his mind. I heard from Old Man Hai that your body hardening skill is pretty well developed, said Han Tianyu, out of the blue. Just so. Zhang Fei had no idea what Han Tianyu was planning and merely nodded at the statement. Even so, he could take the threat of bodily harm out of his mind. All right, in that case, I want you to find that bastard Tokugawa and pick a fight with him. I want you to bring up the case of the Tokugawa assassins. No one was allowed to bring too many bodyguards for this meeting, and that bastard doesn't know any martial arts. Let's not forget the fact that his sons are all cowards, so you would not need to worry about being hurt. Just provoke him into throwing the first swing. When that happens, I want you to go all out and beat the living hell out of them. If you don't have the guts to harm them, just pretend to be offended. I'll handle the rest, said Han Tianyu with a smile that sent shivers down Zhang Fei's spine. Zhang Fei immediately agreed. He had a bone to pick with the Tokugawa anyways. The assassination attempt was more than enough for Zhang Fei to hate and despise the entire family. Zhang Fei was not the kind of guy who preached nor practiced the virtue of forgiveness. In fact, because of watching too much anime and playing too many games, he often resorted to the most barbaric means to vent his anger. Physical revenge. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. But sweat talk is not going to save your butt this time. Sending an assassin to kill me would only earn you a good but whooping. Now that Han Tianyu had given him the green light, Zhang Fei would never miss out on the opportunity to enact his revenge. After a short break in the room, both Zhang Fei and Han Tianyu went down to gather at the hotel lobby. Nervous and jumpy, Zhang Fei observed his surroundings. The hotel was designed and decorated based on high-class Western architecture. No one would ever suspect that this was where arms dealers met and greeted each other. Well, brother you. Just as Zhang Fei and Han Tianyu walked down the stairs, a Caucasian young man came over to greet Han Tianyu. Try as one might, everyone would end up agreeing that the man looked just like a generic villain. Careful, this man is from China, like us. He is one of the 5 family members of the Shi family. His name is Shi Dan, a cunning bastard. Keep your guard up at all times when dealing with him. Han Tianyu froze and whispered into Zhang Fei's ear. After the warning was given, Han Tianyu's expression changed a full 180 degrees, and he greeted Shi Dan with a warm smile. Ha! F***CK brother you. Shi Dan immediately piped down. Even a master of trickery, Shi Dan quickly fell silent. His family name may have played a role, but Shi Dan was very rarely made fun of when it came to the social circle where he and Han Tianyu shared their roots. At most, such names were only exchanged behind each other's backs. Han Tianyu was probably the only one who spouted such names right in their faces. Huh, shit dumb. Or perhaps you had your name changed. Remember, there are some things that you can never bury even if you change your name, said Han Tianyu coldly. Brother you, please forgive me. Do not put the blame on me for the previous mistake, said Shi Dan with an innocent face. Zhang Fei was flummoxed. Ho, do not fret. That weasel has no guts to pull off such a stunt. Let's not dwell on the matter any longer. Some things are best kept in smoke. Han Tianyu smiled. Brother you must believe me. Shi Dan retained his innocent expression as he spoke. Enough already, said Han Tianyu as he quickly changed the topic. Oh, my dad is not here. I see. In that case, let's have a chat together when your third uncle is free, said Han Tianyu as he pointed at an empty seat and dragged Zhang Fei away. Brother you, said Zhang Fei. Let's just get to the bottom of it. It all dawned upon Zhang Fei. He recalled the conversation between Han Tianyu and Shi Dan and understood something. From the looks on your face, you do remember. The rules of the game cannot be broken. Since they made the preemptive move to break the rules, the ball is rolled, and there is no stopping it. Han Tianyu smiled coldly. He and Zhang Fei may have the same concept of vengeance, but they were heavens apart. It would be a blessing if Han Tianyu left someone intact. To think that someone would actually go for such a man's life. More and more people started to fill the lobby, and in no time at all, more than 50 people were gathered. At that moment, an older white gentleman stepped to the center of the room and used a spoon to clink his tall glass. Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sound of the glass lingered in the air as the room fell silent. Welcome, all of you, to this little meeting. We, The Locksters welcome you. Brother Yu, Jiang Fei whispered. That man is one of the big shots from America. The representative of the Locksters. Han Tianyu emphasized the word were. He appeared to be confident that his own tech would triumph over the others. Han-san, word has it that your spies have done a good job lately. Just as Han Tianyu was about to finish his last sentence, a soft, yet shrill voice of a man tore his attention away from Jiang Fei. Chapter 230, Picking a Fight. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Harada Yoshihiko. Before you bite someone, you best ask for permission from your master, like the dog you are, said Han Tianyu, not even turning to face the man. Han Tianyu. Harada growled. Not soon after, the man started jabbering in some bird-like language that both Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu could not understand. English was far elegant and understandable when compared to the man's barking. Who the heck set this dog loose? Han Tianyu had barely raised his voice, yet Harada instantly fell silent. A white young man who might be in his early 20s stepped out of the sea of people. Is this yours? TSK. Why are you letting him roam around without control? Han Tianyu worried. Han, cried the blond man. He was obviously trying to cover up for Harada. Han Tianyu glared at Peter. Peter, on the other hand, was clearly petrified. Ho ho ho. The flames of youth still burns in this man. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Several in the crowd had seemed ready to pick on Han Tianyu, but they had all cowered away now. Peter could only point at him and do nothing more. I'll count to 3. Han Tianyu's tone had not changed, but Peter was starting to sweat. Peter was in a complicated situation. It was Harada who had informed him about how Han Tianyu's spies had retrieved information regarding the hyperactive cell regenerator. Peter had intended to have Han Tianyu confess about that deception. There and then, Jiang Fei's medicine and the Western ones were all too similar in terms of composition and effects. From Peter's perspective, that was enough evidence. However, he had not expected Han Tianyu to lash out at Harada like that. That had left him no choice but to come out to protect Harada. It was just a means to show him that he cared. How else would that little dog of his continue to obey him? Things had escalated too quickly when Han Tianyu decided to bare his fangs instead of spilling the beans. His crosshair was sighted on Harada Yoshihiko, but when Peter came up, he had entered Han Tianyu's line of fire as well. Han Tianyu and the other younger weapons manufacturer were dubbed as the Devil's Advocates. Be it their own intelligence or their ruthlessness, they were on another plane of reality when compared to other youths. When Peter saw Han Tianyu rearing up on his hindquarters, Peter had shriveled up. He was practically within his jaws. He was utterly convinced that Han Tianyu would actually step up and take that finger from him. However, if he backed down there, he would be branded as a coward. Having a cowardly reputation was suicidal in this line of business. Enough. Peter. Just as the atmosphere could not get any colder, the Lockster man came along. It was time to save his grandson. Yes. Peter immediately withdrew from the scene and left Han Tianyu, still shaking from that encounter. Han, said Lockster, as he greeted Han Tianyu with a gentle pat to the shoulder. The atmosphere quickly livened up again, as if the exchange between Han Tianyu and Peter had never even occurred. Yes. Han Tianyu got up from his seat and smiled at him. He had many enemies in the room, but Han Tianyu still respected the old man. Ha! Your old man is just trying to find an excuse to whip you into shape. Oh my, how rude of me to ignore this young gentleman here, said Lockster politely. Han Tianyu immediately reached to grab Jiang Fei by the shoulders. Han Tianyu said no more after that. On the other hand, Jiang Fei could only resort to some simple English phrases. He had not been learning English in school, hence the poor vocabulary. However, due to him gaining intelligence and spirit values from his equipment, Jiang Fei had obtained a superhuman memory. Learning a new language would be a walk in the park. As they mingled around, Jiang Fei spotted a familiar face from amongst the crowd. Said Jiang Fei in a hushed voice to Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu shot a glance at the Tokugawa family. Tokugawa Shinji stood amongst them. Shouldn't I leave this to you? Your specialty? Listen, Lockster is the alpha dog here. He knows that I'm out for blood tonight. That's why he's here to keep an eye on me. You? Nothing is holding you back, right? Go smash your fist in his face. Han Tianyu smiled evilly again. Fine. Jiang Fei smiled back and gave a generic excuse to leave Han Tianyu's side. It was easy for Jiang Fei to slip past the old man, as his attention was focused on keeping Han Tianyu caged up. "Joe, stupid Japs," cried Jiang Fei when he had approached Tokugawa Shinji from behind. When he was only a few meters away from Shinji, he had sped up without the use of his equipment and zoomed to his side. Shinji yelled. Like a common street thug, Jiang Fei threw a punch to his abdomen, without utilizing his gloves nor his special nameless fist style. A straight-up punch to the gut. Kapow! Even without skills, Jiang Fei punch was packed with power. As a result, Shinji was sent flying over 2 meters into the sky. The sudden attack had startled all the Tokugawa members. Everyone that was present then were men and women with power. Even if they bore grudges against each other, nobody would straight up start a fist fight here. Especially not from the front. Nobody had seen this coming. You little shit. Jiang Fei was merciless. Just as Shinji descended from the sky, Jiang Fei caught the moment and landed a powerful uppercut parallel to his fall and struck his face. Wham! To think that this man actually had guts. After being punched by Jiang Fei twice, he did not wail, but merely fainted, cried the Japanese. At that moment, 4 to 5 men surrounded Jiang Fei. As Han Tianyu had said earlier, one could only bring very few bodyguards with them while attending this meeting. Hence, there were only 3 bodyguards, Shinji's father and his elder brother. From the looks of their builds, none of them could fight proper. Jiang Fei could easily make them kiss the ground without the use of his skills. Chapter 231, 231 Kill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone stop. Old Lockster said as he glanced over at Han Tianyu, worried that Han Tianyu might slip away and start yet another fight. Finally, he forced himself to rush over to Jiang Fei. A Tokugawa household's bodyguard asked, giving Tokugawa Kazuyoshi a look. As a Tokugawa household's retainer, he was prepared to take Jiang Fei down. However, now that the organizer of the gathering, Old Lockster, had spoken, he had to concede. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi did not utter a single word, but simply gave a quick nod. Although Tokugawa Shinji was not a pampered kid, their household could not stand watching him being attacked and humiliated in front of everyone. This was beyond reproach. When the bodyguard saw Tokugawa Kazuyoshi nodding his head, he immediately pounced at Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei had not restrained himself earlier when he was throwing his punches. On top of that, Tokugawa Shinji was a clueless rascal and had therefore underestimated Jiang Fei's abilities. He had thought Jiang Fei had only managed to lay hands of his son because of the element of surprise. The bodyguard did not think much of him. When Jiang Fei saw the bodyguard charging at him, he took action. What that seemed like a regular punch was actually part of the nameless fist technique that Old Man Hai had taught him. The seemingly normal attack was deceptively hard to evade and defend against. Oof. The bodyguard spouted in broken Chinese. Based on his observations, Jiang Fei knew nothing about self-defense. He completely let down his guard. The bodyguard extended his left hand to grab on to Jiang Fei's wrist as he bent his index finger and middle finger to knife-hand Jiang Fei's throat. It was a fatal attack. Clearly, he intended to kill Jiang Fei before Old Lockster could take action. Nobody could bring back the dead. The crowd observing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had not thought that the Japanese would be this cruel and go for the kill. The only person who still remained calm at that moment was Han Tianyu. He had a good grasp of Jiang Fei's capabilities from Old Man Hai. Such a level of attack was incapable of breaking through Jiang Fei's defenses. There was no way the bodyguard would hurt his brother. Jiang Fei grunted in annoyance as he dodged the attack. While successfully avoiding the Japanese bodyguard's attack, Jiang Fei clenched his fist and returned fire, sending the bodyguard staggering a few steps back. When he saw the Japanese merely rubbing his shoulder after taking Jiang Fei's attack, Jiang Fei's facial expression darkened. Despite his confidence, he now knew that his power was not strong enough to defeat such a professionally trained martial artist with ease. As Jiang Fei scanned his surroundings, he noticed Han Tianyu, giving him a nod of approval. At the same time, Jiang Fei also noticed that Old Lockster was not uttering a single word, despite wanting to break up the fight earlier. Clearly, he too intended to watch the show. After all, watching the people from Tokyo and people from Huaxia fight against each other would be quality entertainment for him. Hee, this is interesting, Jiang Fei said as he laughed slightly. He retrieved the bloodthirsty divine fists and put it on. It was an instant power boost. He had also instantly gained a few skills. Although the bloodthirsty divine fist looked just like regular gloves, they looked like cool, regular gloves. Everyone else would dismiss them as a gimmick for bravado, or some fighter's sense of professionalism more than anything. Therefore, they did not pay too much attention to it. The bodyguard was sent staggering back yet again. He was beginning to sense the heat, losing ground in front of his master. He immediately charged towards Jiang Fei. Bang crack! Jiang Fei successfully dodged the bodyguard's attack while delivering another blow to his left shoulder. This time the punch carried 500 kilograms worth of force and ignored defense attributes. It was enough to crack bone. Bang crack! Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Fei struck the same spot on the bodyguard's shoulder. This time, he thoroughly shattered the bodyguard's shoulder blades. The bodyguard was still a skilled, trained fighter. When Jiang Fei struck him the second time, he had thrown his fist at Jiang Fei's chest. It was an eye for an eye. After all, Jiang Fei did not have as much fighting experience as he did. Jiang Fei was only focused on attacking and had not expected an attack at such a moment. Therefore, he could not react to the attack in time. Bang! Before the bodyguard's fist came into contact with Jiang Fei's chest, the area around Jiang Fei's chest glowed, emitting a layer of light. If one did not observe closely, one would not even see the light. However, the weak layer of light was able to completely nullify the bodyguard's attack. Jiang Fei shouted, more in surprise than anything, having been taken by surprise. Jiang Fei returned the blow to the solar plexus. Bang! Boom! The strike on the bodyguard's chest did not cause much damage and only broke 2 of his ribs, but a white light was suddenly emitted from Jiang Fei's fist. It instantly sent the bodyguard over 10 meters away. The bodyguard's chest completely caved in as he lifelessly slid across the ground. He could not have died a more terrible death. Suddenly, the entire hall became silent. Everyone stared in shock at Jiang Fei, who stood in the middle of the field. Old Lockster mumbled the word with great difficulty. D'asterisk erin. Am I blind or what? Not only were others surprised by what they saw, but even Han Tianyu was also stunned. He had checked with Old Man Hai and confirmed that Jiang Fei would never be able to pick up on the inner chi technique. Even so, Jiang Fei had managed to master it in just a few days. Not only was Jiang Fei able to harness chi energy, he had even managed to use the chi body protection and chi projectile techniques at the same time. This was a level that nobody could achieve without more than 10 years of hard work. This TSK. Stan acknowledged Jiang Fei's explosive powers. He was shocked beyond words. He had never heard of such a young inner chi expert in the entirety of Huaxia. Even Han Tianyu the genius had not yet reached a level that enabled the chi body protection technique. Jiang Fei had never thought that his punch could be this strong. He did not know that this single punch had also resolved the problematic situation that his potions had gotten him into. Before the eyes of such a young inner chi expert, the benefits Jiang Fei possessed could no longer be desired by just anyone. Moreover, Jiang Fei was providing advice and guidance to an inner chi expert. He was most definitely a formidable existence. By now, even Old Lockster was left feeling embarrassed. Although he was a rather respected military arms dealer in his own right, he had no power over existences like Jiang Fei, who defied the laws of nature. Now that the people from the North American Mutants Brotherhood were not present, He felt pressured to avoid communication with people like Jiang Fei. If he got on the wrong side of Jiang Fei, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 232, An Evil Plot. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to his low standing, Jiang Fei was still left in the dark when it concerned many other dark secrets. Otherwise, he would have long been aware that the humans in this world were classified into two categories: normal humans and the metahumans. Normal humans were the commoners you pass by on the street. In their eyes, everyone in the world looked the same. People would get sick when they catch a cold or get wounded when stabbed with a knife. Although different people had different statuses, they were all equally fragile. However, people like Han Tianyu often came into contact with the second type of humans, the metahumans. These were people who had powers that exceeded what science was capable of explaining. For example, Huaxia's energy experts were capable of using powerful and boundless energy in their body to perform extraordinary feats. However, very few people could fully control such abilities. The existence of such individuals was not exclusive to one country. In other countries, some of these metahumans could control fire, while others had regenerative abilities that made them almost immortal. Hyperactive regenerative cell potions were created using the blood of such people. That was why they cost so much. Many of these metahumans could not die from bullets or blade wounds. Some of them could even climb walls. Normal weapons were hardly a threat against them. These were superhumans. Fortunately, these beings rarely appeared before ordinary human beings, and therefore, under cover of most national governments, they were nearly non-existent. Very few commoners would be aware of their existence. Jiang Fei's actions today had convinced everyone present that he was one of the members of the metahumans. In fact, he was a particularly powerful specimen. As such, even highly influential individuals like Old Lockster had to tread lightly before him. There was a famous saying in society: metahumans' problems should be solved by metahumans. There was not much meaning hidden beneath the clear message. People who belonged in such groups were out of the common man's league. These metahumans were not invincible. They could be taken down by nukes and missiles at the cost of countless other lives. On top of that, there was no way of ensuring that the missiles would even hit the target. If the metahuman target survived, he would definitely seek revenge. Such beings would wade through hellfire and a hail of bullets like it was regular rain. On the other hand, heavy-duty weapons could not be used defensively. Therefore, if one would be hunted down by a metahuman, one would be in grave trouble unless he could hire an even stronger metahuman. Otherwise, no matter how strong or influential a normal human being was, he would not dare to get himself into trouble with a strong metahuman. Everyone present was blown away. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was still traumatized by the first murder he ever committed. Therefore, the entire hall was in complete silence. After a brief moment of silence, someone finally spoke. "Who are you?" Old Lockster sighed in relief when he heard the voice. Naturally, when organizing such a gathering, a high-level metahuman being would be involved. Otherwise, these people would die in vain if other metahumans suddenly appeared to wipe everyone else out of existence. Jiang Fei turned his gaze towards the speaker. All he could see was a Caucasian man with a head of red hair looking down at him from a balcony of the second floor. "That's right," Han Tianyu replied. He knew that Jiang Fei did not have a clue of what was happening and quickly spoke up. "Since you are from the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance, why don't you follow the rules?" The man in red hair asked. "My friend was merely seeking revenge. That fellow had once sent a ninja to assassinate my friend. The Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance has records of it," Han Tianyu said. The man in red hair furrowed his brows. It was difficult to trust Han Tianyu's words. Low-level ninjas were rubbish. They would barely be able to hold their own against a level 1 metahuman. A Huaxia inner chi martial artist who could use his chi body protection technique would already be classified as a level 4 metahuman. It was absolute stupidity for someone to send a level 1 ninja to assassinate a level 4 expert. Which idiot would give such an order? Moreover, the target was a member of Huaxia. Even a dimwit would not send his own men to die for nothing, would he? However, Han Tianyu had no reason to lie. In fact, Han Tianyu had bluntly stated that Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance had records of the assassination attempt. Even the perverted old man Hai knew about this. As ludicrous as it sounded, it simply had to be the case. When he thought of this, the redhead could not help but look towards the Tokugawa household. The more he looked at them, the more he thought them to be a bunch of fools. It seemed like they had still not figured anything out. They all still had their fists raised at Jiang Fei. On top of it all, Tokugawa Kazuyoshi was merely looking perplexed, not even aware that he had just lost a bodyguard. The man nodded towards someone behind him. A beautiful, golden-haired lady instantly disappeared into thin air. That lady must either have the ability to hide herself or the ability to teleport. On the other hand, the red-haired dude definitely has special abilities related to fire. Han Tianyu muttered to Jiang Fei, who stood next to him. Huh, your master is some weirdo. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes as he spoke. Jiang Fei laughed cheekily. Where'd he find his non-existent master? Not long after, the golden-haired lady suddenly reappeared next to the red-haired guy. She whispered into his ear. Holy crap! The red-haired guy's eyes flew wide open. He had refused to believe that such a foolish move would even be carried out in the organization. But when met with irrefutable evidence, he was left without a choice. Han Tianyu asked the red-haired guy, chuckling. Based on our investigations, Tokugawa Shinji has asked for this himself. You can do whatever you want him. However, the Tokugawa household has been unaware of such a move. The red-haired guy was clearly addressing Jiang Fei directly. A level 4 metahuman was his equal. Jiang Fei asked as he turned to Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei had initially planned to just beat Tokugawa Shinji up to blow off some steam. He had not expected to actually kill someone. Although Tokugawa household's bodyguard now lay dead, it had been a genuine accident. Moreover, everything had happened so suddenly that Jiang Fei still felt terrible about it. Tokugawa household, if you wish to make peace, we are willing to compromise. Let Tokugawa Shinji kill himself and get it over with. Han Tianyu said with a laugh. F*CKU. You are indeed a two-faced devil. Stan exclaimed as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi had to choose between taking on risks on behalf of himself and his household by going against a level 4 metahuman, on top of directly challenging the Manda Group, and choosing to kill his son or letting his enemies torture his son to death. Whichever choice he made would never end well. Chapter 233. 233. The Human Torch's Invitation. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi was at a loss of words. Big drops of sweat were dripping down the sides of his forehead. This was not a decision for humans to make. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi was already stunned speechless by Jiang Fei when he had revealed his capabilities. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi had no idea what he had done to earn the ire of such a powerful being. When Han Tianyu explained why Jiang Fei had attacked his bodyguard, Tokugawa Kazuyoshi had nearly passed out. As Tokugawa Shinji did not have a low of power in the Tokugawa household, and only had a few low-level ninjas working for him, Tokugawa Kazuyoshi had not expected his useless son to cause this much trouble, with his low-level ninjas too, on top of that. It was beyond foolishness to send a low-level ninja after an inner chi expert who was capable of using the chi body protection technique. In fact, he had even attempted the assassination on Huaxia's turf. When he heard this, Tokugawa Kazuyoshi had subconsciously believed this entire thing was a plot against the Tokugawa household. If his dumb son actually gave the order, he would even beat his son to death on the spot. However, this was not the time to do such a thing. Besides, his son Tokugawa Shinji already lay unconscious. There was a chance that his son did not actually carry out something this stupid. Even if he did, Tokugawa Kazuyoshi would have to protect him. If Tokugawa Kazuyoshi killed Tokugawa Shinji now, that would be as good as admitting defeat to Huaxia's people. If that were to happen, the Tokugawa household would lose their influence in Tokyo. Such an act of weakness would cause them to be sidelined or even attacked by other households in Tokyo. Surrendering to the people of Huaxia was a suicidal move. There has to be a misunderstanding. I need to carry out some further investigation. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi finally made the decision to wage war against Jiang Fei and the Manda Group. Although this was not a smart move, and it also meant pushing the Tokugawa household off the deep end of the pool, it could possibly garner them support from other Tokyo households. There was still a chance that they could all work together to fight against Manda Group and the level 4 metahuman. Has the old fool Tokugawa gone mad? For such a dumb son too at that. Yeah, perhaps. Many of the Western military arms dealers present could not understand the thought process of the Tokugawa household. In the eyes of the people from Tokyo, even bowing down to the Westerners was not something shameful. However, if they kowtowed to the people from Huaxia, it would be a sign of weakness. Therefore, they could never bear to bow down to Huaxia's people. Hantianyu Huklid. Tokugawa Kazuyoshi's decision came as no surprise to Han Tianyu. It was also the outcome he had hoped for. Han Tianyu made a face at Jiang Fei. After all, Han Tianyu's capabilities were comparatively weaker. If he attempted to address the red-haired guy, he would only be flicked aside. Therefore, the best thing to do was to have Jiang Fei speak. Jiang Fei quickly understood. He took a glance at the red-haired young man on the second floor before he spoke. The red-haired young man was left somewhat embarrassed. He had been personally invited by old Lockster, and therefore naturally leaned towards their closer ally, the people of Tokyo. Although he tried to appear fair, he had already somewhat sided with the Tokugawa household. Now, anyone could tell that Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu wanted to use this opportunity to thoroughly crush the Tokugawa household. Therefore, the red-haired guy had given the Tokugawa household a chance to get rid of their dumb son. It would be a sacrifice they had to make to protect the entire household. However, the young red-haired Caucasian male had not expected the Tokugawa household to turn down his offer. As a Caucasian, the red-haired man clearly did not understand how the Japanese thought. These were a bunch of cowards who feared the strong, but bullied the weak. They took advantage of the Huaxia people's kindness while they kowtowed to their Western allies. If the Tokugawa household bowed down to the people of Huaxia, they would be viewed as weaklings by their compatriots. If that happened, they would be annihilated by other Tokyo households. Therefore, Tokugawa Kazuyoshi was determined to go against Jiang Fei. This had placed the red-haired man in an awkward position. He was now unsure of how to continue the conversation. If he continued to speak for the Tokugawa household, his bias would be made clear. That meant getting into trouble with a level 4 metahuman. It was not a wise move. Even if the red-haired man did it on a whim, the Mutant Brotherhood would never stand for it. He was a loss of words. After much consideration, the red-haired man finally hissed through gritted teeth. Your Excellency, I must apologize. I am in charge of the safety on this island. I hope that you can hold back while you're still on this island. After everyone leaves the island, you may kill these people as you wish. I will definitely not interfere. The red-haired man was trying his best to ensure the safety of the Tokugawa household while they were still on this island. He would at least stop them from being completely annihilated by Jiang Fei on the island. Jiang Fei pretended to be deep in thought as he secretly took a peek at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu nodded his head slightly. He did not need to take the lives of the Tokugawa household right away. Now that they had already acquired an excuse, getting rid of the Tokugawa household was only a matter of time. As for the lives of people like Tokugawa Kazuyoshi, Han Tianyu did not mind letting them live for a few more days. All right. Jiang Fei nodded toward Schroeder. He was still traumatized by his accidental murder of the bodyguard earlier. Naturally, he was not thinking about killing more people. As Schroeder had arrived late, he would have missed out Jiang Fei's introduction. Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei replied plainly. The red-haired Schroeder gestured with his hands. Jiang Fei looked at Han Tianyu, confused. This was the first time he experienced something like this, and he was not sure of what to do. Go ahead. Han Tianyu spoke in a hushed tone. Although he too was a martial artist, his level was not high enough to warrant an invitation from Schroeder. Therefore, he could not accompany Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said with a nod as he followed Schroeder into a cabin on the second floor. Schroeder said pleasantly after they entered the cabin. He had dropped all pretense of professionalism. "All right," Jiang Fei asked as soon as he sat down. Schroeder was dumbfounded by the first thing Jiang Fei said. He had invited Jiang Fei into the cabin to personally keep him company. After all, it would be disrespectful to leave a metahuman amongst a bunch of common human beings. Therefore, he had personally taken the time to attend to Jiang Fei. He had not thought of the possibility that Jiang Fei did not even consider himself to be a metahuman. Chapter 234, 234 Metahuman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation shuffle as the awkward silence settled down around them. A sound quickly provided Schroeder some much-needed respite. A golden-haired girl suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei, giving himself a fright. If not for Jiang Fei's sound mind, he might have reflexively thrown a punch at her. The girl was holding an intricate teapot in her hands. She poured a glass of thick red tea into the cup before Jiang Fei. "Hee, this is my sister, Jenny," Schroeder said with a laugh as he introduced his sister. However, he secretly sighed in relief. His sharp senses had sensed that Jiang Fei had been poised to strike. Jiang Fei had barely stopped himself in time. Although Schroeder's sister had the ability to instantly teleport away, she could not continuously use it. Besides, as a level 2 metahuman, she could not possibly withstand an attack from a level 4 Huaxia martial artist. Although Schroeder was also a level 4 metahuman, his attacks were more effective in long-distance combats. He would not be able to take on a skilled Huaxia martial artist up close. Little did Schroeder know that Jiang Fei's capabilities did not come from his body, and instead depended on the equipment he wore. Jiang Fei could not deliver such powerful blows with every single punch. The effect had only been activated when he had punched his opponent the third time. In fact, Jiang Fei was unlike any other Huaxia martial artist. Other Huaxia martial artists, Han Tianyu included, were not particularly powerful, but they had started training at a very young age. Their fighting techniques were not something Jiang Fei could compare to. However, Schroeder had made presumptions about Jiang Fei, which had thoroughly misguided himself. He believed that all of Huaxia's martial artists were skilled in battle techniques. The higher one's level was, the more skilled they grew. Against Jiang Fei, who was a level 4 metahuman, he had to be powerless. How are you?" The golden-haired lady appeared to be very bubbly as she greeted Jiang Fei and initiated a conversation. Jiang Fei replied. However, he still did not know what to say to these siblings. The awkward situation persisted for nearly 2 hours. Schroeder and his sister were speaking most of the time, while Jiang Fei seldom interrupted. One of the reasons was that Han Tianyu had asked him to speak less and to listen more. Secondly, Jiang Fei had no idea how to keep up with Schroeder's various in-depth topics and philosophies. All Jiang Fei could do was to agree, again and again. After the conversation, Jiang Fei did in fact acquire a lot of useful information. For example, he learned that there was a metahuman organization in every country, such as the Huaxia Martial Artists Alliance in Huaxia, the North American Mutants Brotherhood, Europe's Light and Dark Association, and some other smaller metahuman organizations in other locations. Some of these metahuman organizations had existed for a long time, while others were newly established. For example, Huaxia's martial artists were a legacy that had been passed down from one generation to the next, whereas North Americans' mutants were created through injecting genetic potions into the bodies of special people, which awakened their innate special abilities. As for how the genetic potions were created, Schroeder had remained tight-lipped, and neither did Jiang Fei press him much. After all, they had only just become acquainted. Apart from that, Jiang Fei's greatest reward from the conversation was getting to know about the rankings of metahumans. There were individual ranking systems among different types of metahumans. However, there was an international standard widely accepted for mutants. This was because the mutants were the majority among all of the metahumans. Other types of metahumans, like Huaxia's martial artists, were measured using the same system as the mutants. The lowest level among mutants was level 0. These types of mutants were weak and had significant flaws. Their battle power was equal, or sometimes even weaker compared to properly trained normal human beings. They mainly performed in circuses or performed tricks at various places. There was then the level 1 mutants. They were still weak, but they did not have any significant flaws. These types of mutants made up the majority in the demography. Their battle power was equal or sometimes even higher than trained forces. These people lived mostly normal lives. Some of them would become spies or act as backup to certain offense-type mutants. They were followed by level 2 mutants. These mutants held incredible, albeit flawed powers. They made up the main battle force of the Mutants' Brotherhood. If their weaknesses were left undiscovered, or as long as they did not reveal their weaknesses, they would be powerful enough to take on a small-scale army. The level 3 mutants have great powers and no flaws. However, they were incapable of freely controlling their powers. These were the elites among the mutants and were capable of going against a small-scale army under any circumstances. Even dozens of level 2 mutants were no match for a single level 3 mutant. The level 4 mutants possessed great powers and had no flaws. They were also fully capable of controlling their powers. Their capabilities were strong enough to suppress up to 100 level 3 mutants. The level 5 mutants were one step above the level 4 mutants. Some of them were so strong that they defied the laws of nature. Their capabilities could not be measured or compared to in numbers. Unless they fought against an opponent of the same level, nobody could stop them. The level 6 mutants existed only in theory. Up until now, nobody could prove such an existence. They would be stronger than even level 5 mutants and were so powerful that they could influence the movements on Earth. One level 6 mutant could single-handedly destroy the entire universe. According to the ranking system of the mutants, Huaxia's martial artists who could control the chi body protection technique were equivalent to the level 4 mutant. This was almost at the peak of the metahumans realm. Although there were still gaps between those who were stronger and those who were weaker at the same level, a level 4 metahuman was still in existence that any large organization would not want to become enemies with. Besides, Huaxia's martial artists were different. Mutants' capabilities were fixed for a lifetime from the moment of awakening. That meant that a mutant's strength or weakness was preordained. One could only improve himself by making up for his weaknesses by other means. However, his mutant ability was not something that could be influenced by hard work. As for Huaxia's martial artists, they gained power over time. They may start at a level that was below even level 1 mutants. However, through their own training and cultivation, they could reach even the state of a level 5 mutant after years of hard work. The chi body protection technique displayed by Jiang Fei seemed weak at the moment, but Schroeder did not dare disrespect that show of power. Jiang Fei was still very young and had already reached level 4 capabilities. The implications were nothing short of terrifying. Mutants could awaken at the age of 7 or 8 and instantly gain level 5 abilities. However, for a Huaxia martial artist to achieve level 4 when he was not even 20 almost guaranteed that he would become a level 5 expert in the future. He might even become the best of the level 5 metahumans. Having understood the ranking system of the metahumans, Jiang Fei now realized that he had been mistaken as a level 4 metahuman. However, Jiang Fei knew that his true capabilities only reached that of level 1 or level 2. The capabilities he exhibited were all thanks to his equipment and came in sporadic bursts. His skills mostly possessed long cooldown periods, and a lot of the special effects were limited by certain conditions. He was far from the level 4 standard whereby one could supposedly control all of his skills at will. In fact, Jiang Fei could not really deal a lot of damage as others have thought. They had only seen the show he put on when displaying the chi body protection technique through the help of his bloodthirsty divine set. Chapter 235, Level 5 Master. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. By evening, the gathering finally came to an end. Jiang Fei bade farewell to Schroeder and his sister as he left together with Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei could tell from the giddy look on Han Tianyu's face that Han Tianyu must have benefited greatly from the military arms gathering. Jiang Fei asked curiously, on their way back to Manda Group's military airport. It went well. I have acquired an excuse now. Once the testing of our new technology is completed, we will start mass-producing the goods for our third army. We will then be able to thoroughly wipe out all of Tokugawa household's armed forces overseas. Han Tianyu exclaimed proudly. Jiang Fei said, laughing. Although he was not used to personally killing others, he could not suppress his curiosity towards warfare. "Oh, right?" Han Tianyu asked. "Not much. We just sat around and had tea." Jiang Fei said as he shrugged his shoulders. "The asterisk erin?" Han Tianyu asked, somewhat suspiciously. "How would I know?" Jiang Fei had gotten used to using his imaginary master as an excuse for almost everything. Ever since he first found out about metahumans, Jiang Fei understood clearly that the level 5 metahumans were very well respected. Everyone, including the metahuman organization, held such mysterious existences in high regards and were also fearful of them. Naturally, they would not even try to instigate these level 5 metahumans. They would never doubt the word of such existences, for it was better to believe that they were right than to question them for fear of getting into trouble. In all honesty, Jiang Fei did not understand why the big households in Huaxia and the Martial Arts Alliance were so curious about him and yet would not investigate his background. Perhaps they were worried about the mysterious expert behind him. When Old Man Hai first met Jiang Fei, he had already decided that Jiang Fei's mysterious master was someone of the level 4 metahuman category. Therefore, various forces in Huaxia had held back and tried not to disturb Jiang Fei. The only people dumb enough to do so had been the Zhang household. The Zhang household had a reach that matched that of the Han household in charge of the Manda Group. However, the Zhang household was not closely associated with the Martial Arts Association. Unlike the Han household, they did not have the genius Han Tianyu who had the talent to train in inner chi techniques. Through his martial arts training, Han Tianyu was able to get acquainted with metahumans. It was because of this lack of knowledge that the Zhang household had dared to move against Jiang Fei. Old Man Hai had previously reported his suspicion of Jiang Fei's master as a level 4 metahuman to the entire Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance. The news had thoroughly surprised various tycoons in Huaxia. When Han Tianyu reports Jiang Fei as a level 4 expert, the truly high-level experts like Old Man Hai would treat Jiang Fei with even more respect. Jiang Fei was a teenage level 4 martial artist, whose master would at the very least be an expert among level 4 metahumans. In fact, there was a great possibility that Jiang Fei's master might even be an expert that surpassed level 5. One would not dare get into trouble with someone like that. One should even watch his words to prevent upsetting the legendary master and end up getting himself killed. When Han Tianyu returned to Manda Group's base, he was obligated to report to the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance on everything that had happened today. Jiang Fei's identity as a level 4 martial artist would mean a great deal to the Alliance. His mysterious master, who might be a level 5 metahuman, would be an even more shocking discovery. "Little you, what did you say?" Old Man Hai was in a state of disbelief when he finished listening to Han Tianyu's report. Old Man Hai had met Jiang Fei on multiple occasions. Although each time Jiang Fei seemed to improve his capabilities very quickly, his dantian has already matured, and he was incapable of cultivating inner chi. This was something that Old Man Hai had personally checked and established. Besides, a teenager being able to cultivate any amount of chi energy was already astonishing enough. Being able to use the chi body protection technique was something unheard of and could only appear in one's dreams. "It's true. I personally witnessed it," Han Tianyu said with certainty. Old Luo, who stood beside Old Man Hai, said as he patted Old Man Hai's shoulders. Old Man Hai could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard that. "I think there is a high possibility of that being the case." Old Yang nodded in agreement. "Forget it. Those old ancients have lived for far too long. Most of them have gone nuts. It is better not to get into trouble with them." "All right. I remember that Old Man Hai had planned to exchange moves with him. I better not be there in person. Old Luo said nonchalantly, as if he had not just narrowly escaped a disaster. Yeah, I'm not going to. Old Yang nodded earnestly. Old Man Hai was embarrassed. Although Old Man Hai had advanced to level 4 many years ago, he was not even close to the level 5 category. If he actually picked a fight with a level 5 old pervert, was he not asking for trouble? Ha ha! Someone got so bored with his life that he even kidnapped the master's disciple to request for a battle. Ha 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 ha! Old Man Hai, don't blame us for not helping you this time. I still have mouths to feed at home. Old Luo said as he nearly suffocated himself from laughing. Level 5, Old Man Hai sighed in his heart. Although he knew that his two old brothers were just making fun of him, his respect and envy toward a level 5 being came from the bottom of his heart. When Jiang Fei finally got home, he lay flat on his bed and reflected on the day's events. Killing a person had not seemed to have affected Jiang Fei's psyche significantly. Although he felt disturbed, it did not reach the point where he wanted to puke. Hee, I'm so *ket up. Either I was born as a killer, or I have grown accustomed to it thanks to all the games I have played. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself as he laid on his bed. The accidental murder paled in comparison to Jiang Fei's discovery of metahumans, as explained by Schroeder. Jiang Fei had thought he could become an invincible Superman by putting on a full body of equipment. Now that he had more equipment on his body, and he gained access to higher-level influencers, Jiang Fei realized that his capabilities were far from sufficient. Although he had managed to terrify everyone with his bloodthirsty divine set and misled them to believe he was a level 4 expert, Jiang Fei knew very well that he could only compare to a powerful level 1 mutant or a slightly weaker level 2 mutant. If it were a real battle, Jiang Fei was no match for the high-level mutants. He could forget about the inner chi experts skilled in combat. His facade would be uncovered if he truly fought against such opponents. Chapter 236, Money-Wasting Class. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation at night, Jiang Fei logged into the game. After getting online, he cleared 2 rounds of dungeons as usual. However, because Jiang Fei had reached level 38, he did not gain as much experience as before. By the time he single-handedly cleared the dungeons, instead of leveling up, his experience bar had only moved up by a decent chunk. The lowest position holder of the level ranking board was already level 32. By this, Jiang Fei estimated that there were now more than 100 players in the entirety of Dawnlight City that were level 30 and above. Jiang Fei muttered. Then, with Isabella, he went to the underground swamp cavern and took the day's portion of ant eggs and ant milk from the Ant Queen. Things can't go on like this forever. Jiang Fei stored the ant eggs and ant milk into his personal storage, then prepared to head out and try his luck. He sent a message to Han Tianyu and Smart Tomato, once again asking for Lord rank bosses. However, he still did not get any useful news. Ding! At that moment, Jiang Fei received a friend request. Jiang Fei was surprised at first, but he soon remembered who this person was. Previously, when he and Zhao Feng were doing a quest together, Jiang Fei had been in the same party as 7 Stars Warrior. It was precisely on that day when Jiang Fei and the others chanced upon a Seal Curse spellbook and a hidden class transfer token for warriors. Jiang Fei had given the Seal Curse spellbook to Little Rain, and 7 Stars Warrior was the one who took this hidden class transfer token for warriors. Little Rain had directly joined Jiang Fei's guild after obtaining the Seal Curse spellbook, but 7 Stars Warrior had never contacted Jiang Fei ever since. Jiang Fei nodded. No matter what, they were once party members. So, adding him as a friend was not a problem. Brother Fei, 7 Stars Warrior immediately sent a voice message. Jiang Fei was puzzled. 7 Stars Warrior said excitedly, "Ho ho, congratulations. You're also a hidden class now. You have a bright future ahead of you." Jiang Fei laughed. 7 Stars Warrior asked. Jiang Fei was surprised. His guild was not very large. It was not even comparable to powerful guilds like Magic Thieves, let alone the top guild in Dawnlight City, the Aristocrats. Back then, Little Rain's request to join Imperial Dragon could only be assumed to have been done out of friendship, but Seven Stars Warrior had already obtained Ares' order for a long time. If he was asking to join now, Jiang Fei felt somewhat hesitant. Seven Stars Warrior laughed. Ho ho, not at all. Jiang Fei also laughed. Brother Fei, I'm only asking to join now because I've been busy doing the class transfer quest before this. Although I obtained the transfer token, this thing is nothing like a sealed curse spellbook. 4 sealed curse spellbooks, you just have to use it, and you would learn the skills. There's no chance of failure. But transferring to a hidden class is different. Once you fail, you'll be left with nothing. Brother Fei, when you gave me the transfer token without hesitation at that time, I was very touched. So at that point in time, I had already decided that if I succeeded in transferring classes, I would look for you and join you. Seven Stars Warrior said sincerely. Jiang Fei nodded and directly sent him a guild invitation. As he had said, currently, Imperial Dragon was just a small guild that had around 100 members. Other than Jiang Fei occasionally storing some equipment into the guild storage, the other benefits that his guild members received paled in comparison to that of major guilds. Seven Stars Warrior was a hidden class that had a promising future ahead of him, regardless of the path he took. Even if he had ulterior motives, what could he possibly do to Jiang Fei? Ho ho, why have you only joined now? It's like you disappeared for the past few days. The moment Seven Stars Warrior joined the guild, Little Rain started nagging away. I was busy doing the transfer quest. Do you think everyone else has it easy like you? Seven Stars Warrior rolled his eyes. Anyway, it's good that you're here. Little Rain laughed mysteriously. Share? Seven Stars Warrior asked. There's another new member. This time, before Little Rain could reply, Rosette Fox's gentle laughter tinkled through the chat. Wow. Handsome. Come to Triple X quickly. Don't go to them. Those girls are really lazy. You'll become a coolie if you go there. Come on. At Rosette Fox's words, the guild chat exploded. As Jiang Fei had not opened a recruitment to the public, it had been a long time since Imperial Dragon had gained any newcomers. These girls were already tired of teasing Little Rain every day. Moreover, Jiang Fei had grown accustomed to their attacks and was now extremely thick-skinned, so there was no fun in teasing him anymore. Thus, when they saw a newcomer, this group of bored girls immediately became active. Damn! Seven Stars Warrior was so scared that he quickly sent Little Rain a private message. The guild chat was suddenly dominated by a group of noisy girls. He thought that he had fallen into the territory of female hooligans. Little Rain laughed evilly. Jiang Fei and Isabella walked around outside the city for a while, but they still could not find any trace of a Lord Rank boss. By then, Seven Stars Warrior, who finally got rid of the girls, sent Jiang Fei a message. Brother Fei, I have a friend who wants to join our guild, but this guy is a profession class, so he would only burn through your resources, Seven Stars Warrior said. Jiang Fei was puzzled. A profession class pub player was even rarer than hidden class players. Moreover, these people would have already joined guilds early in the game, as they could not survive on their own. Seven Stars Warrior awkwardly said. Jiang Fei was interested. This was new. He had heard about how some profession class players did not hesitate to pay large penalties to leave their guilds upon getting their hands on high-leveled recipes. However, he had never heard of a profession class player getting expelled before. Seven Stars Warrior said, embarrassed. Jiang Fei had free time anyways. He also wanted to see how severe this guy's money-wasting problem was before deciding on his fate. Okay, Seven Stars Warrior said happily. After all, his friend was a money-wasting trap. Jiang Fei was already very kind by not rejecting his friend right away. Chapter 237, Chemist. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Brother Fei, are you free now? After 10 minutes or so, Seven Stars Warrior sent a message. Jiang Fei said. Seven Stars Warrior immediately sent a party invitation. After Jiang Fei joined the party, he immediately noticed the third person in the party. Six Fans, a very peculiar name. Jiang Fei directly tore a return scroll. As the teleportation point was right next to the east gate, he soon arrived in the pub. The private rooms here were independent spaces for transactions or discussions. They were similar to dungeons. There would be no disturbances from outsiders. Jiang Fei was shocked to see 6 fans in the private room. 6 fans, pure-blood human, chemist, level, 10 health points, 855 mana points, 100 attack power, 75 remarks, no guild or clan. Jiang Fei was not surprised that 6 fans was a pure-blood human. After all, profession players did not need the bonus of combat attributes. If they gave up the possibility of evolution and chose the pure-blood human race, the speed at which they gained experience and skill experience would improve. This was advantageous in situations when other players brought them out to train or when they were practicing their profession skills. The only thing that surprised Jiang Fei was 6 fans' class, chemist. It was no ordinary class. It had to at least be a rare class. It could even be a hidden class. Jiang Fei nodded. He clearly understood why this guy had a low success rate and why he had wasted a lot of money. An advanced profession class like chemist was nothing like a divine blacksmith. There was a chance that a chemist's buffs were not the type that increase success rates or increase production. Some advanced profession classes had relatively lower success rates and consumed way more materials. However, when they succeeded, the items they produced would almost always be ascended items that even money could not buy. This guy had obviously been expelled by his previous guild because he had not informed them about his job advancement. Moreover, as he had just transferred classes, his profession level was very low. Hence, his success rate was extremely low, and he never produced anything useful even after wasting a lot of money. So, his guild deemed him to be useless and kicked him out. Actually, if this guy joined Jiang Fei's guild and did not produce anything useful after wasting a lot of money, Jiang Fei would definitely find a way to kick him out as well. However, as Jiang Fei had the mysterious ring, which provided him information about this guy, things were different. Having understood this guy's background, Jiang Fei knew that this guy was like a God-sent precious talent. Jiang Fei would never let him go. I heard from Little Seven that you intend to join our guild. Jiang Fei greeted him with enthusiasm. He was like the big bad wolf catching sight of Little Red Riding Hood. Obviously, Jiang Fei's enthusiasm was terrifying. Jiang Fei was left speechless. 7 Stars Warrior rolled his eyes at 6 fans. This guy had already been expelled by many guilds. If he could not find a guild to take him in, he would never be able to increase his skill level. Fine, Brother Fei, let me warn you. I waste a lot of money trying to make potions, and my success rate is extremely low. If you won't be able to handle it, it would be better if you say it now. 6 fans straightforwardly said to Jiang Fei. He also did not mention anything about his advancement and his advanced profession. F*CKU. 7 Stars Warrior rolled his eyes after he heard what 6 fans said. The reason why this friend of his had been expelled so many times was also in part due to his manners. His success rate was already lower than other chemists. It would be new if he did not get expelled for once. Ho, you can rest assured. I have enough herbs here. You should first look for Rosette Rose and sign a contract. Jiang Fei said. At the same time, he also sent Rosette Rose a private message. Later, some guy called 6. Fans will contact you. Find a way to make him sign his life away. Don't worry about money. Don't worry. I promise I'll make him join the guild. Rosette Rose laughed. She was experienced in this field. The contracts that she drafted were not only flawless, but the strict terms contained within it would also leave the signee feeling like they had the longer end of the stick. Deal. It's no wonder that you're #1 in Dawnlight City's level ranking board. 6 fans smiled, then went to look for Rosette Rose. After all, profession classes were different. Profession class players needed a lot of funds in the early game, so signing a contract was inevitable. After the contract was concluded, Jiang Fei added 6 fans into his guild. After adding 6 fans into the guild, Jiang Fei asked curiously, I'm learning Chinese medicine in real life. I usually use a fan when decocting drugs. Now that I'm in a game, the players here are a lot stronger here than in reality. Decocting drugs with one fan would definitely not be strong enough. 6 fans laughed. Afterward, Jiang Fei gave Big Brother Bear 2,000 gold coins and made Big Brother Bear responsible for the supplying of herbs to 6 fans. After all, 6 fans was just a profession class player. Before 6 fans manages to successfully produce a special potion, Jiang Fei could leave him to his devices. Jiang Fei sighed. In the past 2 days, he had already bought a lot of HP potions and moved them into reality. Now he had to fund such a money-wasting chemist. Jiang Fei's wallet lost what that remained of its contents. Jiang Fei muttered. Killing bosses was now his primary source of income. After strolling around the city for a little while, a system announcement caught Jiang Fei's attention. Ding! More than 100 players in Dawnlight City have chosen a camp. Ding! More than 100 players in Dawnlight City have chosen a camp. Ding! More than 100 players in Dawnlight City have chosen a camp. Damn! Jiang Fei nodded. Other than the few players who were competing for places in the level ranking board, the amount of experience points the mainstream players have been rather similar. When Jiang Fei logged into the game today, there were only around 100 players who had reached level 30. After only more than 10 hours, 100 players had already chosen a camp. This meant that there were already at least 300 or 400 players who were over level 30 now. It was apparent that the number of players who had reached level 30 had increased rapidly. The second job era had begun. Ho-ho! After reaching level 30, players can incubate pet eggs. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. It just so happened that he was short of money at this time. Now, an excellent opportunity to make money had shown up. Chapter 238 minus 238 ant Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Citywide Broadcast. Player Verger Glider will be selling 10 pet eggs and 10 Dantion pills that increases pet growth in Dawnlight City System Auction House. It shall only be available for a limited time of 2 days. Citywide Broadcast. Player Verger Glider will be selling 10 pet eggs and 10 Dantion pills that increases pet growth in Dawnlight City's System Auction House. It shall only be available for a limited time of 2 days. If interested, purchase now. Citywide Broadcast. Player Verger Glider will be selling 10 pet eggs and 10 Dantion pills that increases pet growth in Dawnlight City's System Auction House. It shall only be available for a limited time of 2 days. If interested, purchase now. Trading broadcasts were unlike system announcements. System announcements could be seen by all players. Trading broadcasts could only be seen by players who were in Dawnlight City at the time of the transmission. Once you left the city, you would not be able to see them anymore. Moreover, these broadcasts were not cheap. However, for Jiang Fei, an advertisement of this level was enough. The 3-time system broadcast immediately sent waves throughout Dawnlight City. The F*CK bait eggs. As expected from the top player Verger Glider. Verger Glider, give me 1 pet egg, pleasey. Can you not act cute, especially when you have a face like that? B*start. Fei, why are you selling the pet eggs to the public? Rosette Rose sent him a voice message almost immediately. Damn, Fei. Han Tianyu's message was next. They're all garbage pet eggs. The best one is only of green quality. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The Ant Queen regularly laid 10 eggs per day. Although they were mostly white eggs, the sheer volume made up for it. Surely enough, Han Tianyu immediately became uninterested when he heard that the best eggs were only of green quality. The pets that players hatch from pet eggs could not be replaced easily, unlike the pets of hunters and magicians. Even if the pet exhausted its lifespan or died in a battle, players had to complete a tedious quest for a second opportunity to hatch another pet egg. Therefore, stronger players would think twice before hatching any pet egg. Jiang Fei was planning to sell these garbage pet eggs to the small tycoons among the pub players. These players had money, but they were weak. They had a meager chance of getting a pet egg themselves, so they could only buy average low-quality pet eggs at a high price. Although it was not really worth it, it was enough for them to flaunt to their relative lessers. Of course, if Jiang Fei could provide thousands of these junk pet eggs, the major guilds would spare no expense to purchase these eggs and power up their core members. However, Jiang Fei only had 10 for sale at that moment. Even if the major guilds gave 1 or 2 pet eggs to their elite group members, it would not really make a difference. So, these pet eggs did not seem as attractive to them at the moment. However, the Dantian pills were in a ballpark of their own. Although these Dantian pills did not work on Isabella, even the growth of an epic pet could be improved when these Dantian pills were consumed. These Dantian pills were way more valuable than those pet eggs. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to fix the price of the white pet eggs at 200 gold coins each, and the green pet eggs at 500 gold coins. As for the Dantian pills, the fixed price would at least be 1,000 gold coins each. It was a fixed auction, but if the bids were too low, Jiang Fei would ask Big Brother Bear to raise the price or even stop selling the items altogether. Jiang Fei had not held an auction on his own. Instead, he did not hesitate to pay a fee and use the system auction house. He intended to keep the bids and price raises private. Players could not see the name of the buyers in the system auction house. The item was stored in the system's warehouse. The items would automatically appear in the backpack of the player who placed the highest bids. Even if the sellers started fixing and artificially raised the prices, nobody else would be aware of it. Moreover, as Jiang Fei had become an Nephilim, he had joined the Dark faction. Now, he could no longer trade with players from the Light faction. Therefore, he could reach more buyers if he sold his items through the system auction house. Although Rose still felt that it was inappropriate to put the pet eggs and Dantian pills up for auction, Jiang Fei still decided to do it anyways. He was short of money, and these 2 items did not mean much to him. So he went ahead with his plan. Ding! 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 As Jiang Fei was the seller, he would receive a notification whenever someone placed a bid. After Jiang Fei listed the pet eggs and Dantian pills, the prices of the pet eggs kept increasing, but nobody was interested in the Dantian pills. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. In actuality, it was not just the pub players who were interested in the ant eggs. Some clan members, as well as top players of small guilds, were also bidding. After all, a battle pet could significantly improve the combat efficiency of these people. Regardless of whether players were farming for money or doing quests, pets were beneficial. The fact that the ant eggs were selling well had been within Jiang Fei's expectations. However, Jiang Fei had been mistaken about the sales of the Dantian pills. After all, the players had just reached level 30. Their chances of getting high-end pets were meager. Buying one of Jiang Fei's pet eggs was enough to deplete an average player's savings. Thus, they naturally had no more money to buy Dantian pills. Moreover, those wealthy players looked down on the white or green quality pet eggs. So, they did not need the Dantian pills, and they naturally did not bid. As a result, nobody cared about the more valuable Dantian pills. After just 3 hours, Jiang Fei's ant eggs started yielding in ridiculously high bids. Ding! 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 Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he looked for Zhao Feng and Rose and borrowed 5,000 gold coins from each of them. He gave the money to Big Brother Bear and ordered him to have someone pull the price of the Dantian pills up. This way, if no one raised the prices, Jiang Fei would lose the money that he spent on paying the system auction house's processing fees. But at least it was better than having someone else sweep these Dantian pills at a bargain price. Although the Dantian pills' lackluster sales came as a disappointment, the auctioned ant eggs were selling far better than what Jiang Fei had imagined. When the game was about to shut down for the day, and players were about to be forcefully logged out, the bid on the white ant eggs that Jiang Fei had auctioned were already at 300 gold coins each. The excellent quality solitaire ant eggs had reached bid values of an astonishing 850 gold coins. Ho ho, these ant eggs are way more popular than I thought. Jiang Fei grinned to himself. He did not know that this decision of his was going to suck away all the average players' hard-earned money, the money that they had originally planned to spend on mounts. Chapter 239 Attacked. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That morning, Jiang Fei left the game. After having breakfast, Jiang Fei began his journey to school once again. Although Jiang Fei had only taken a few days off, everything he experienced in the past few days made him feel like a year had passed. Those few days had been far more eventful compared to the past decade of his life. When he thought about his conversation with Schroeder the day before, he started looking at passing pedestrians differently. Jiang Fei felt like he was traveling back and forth between two completely different worlds. The world of an average person was so ordinary, stagnant like dead water. The world of a metahuman was beautiful and colorful, but this excitement was matched by the danger of facing death at any moment. Although Jiang Fei was eager to enter the world of the metahumans, fear gave his heart some pause. As he took halting steps through the metahuman's doorstep, little was he aware that his life was already inevitably entangled with metahumans the moment he had picked the mysterious ring up. Even if he tried his best to avoid it, the peaceful life of an ordinary person had long abandoned him. After he arrived at school, Jiang Fei did not find many people surprised, despite having been absent from school for a few days. Only son Meng Meng complained to him a little, saying that he was not taking his studies seriously. Everyone had even accepted his lengthy periods of absence as a norm for him, let alone taking leave from school. After a dreary day of classes, Jiang Fei began his journey home. On a relatively quiet road, Jiang Fei stopped and frowned slightly. Having trained consistently for quite a while now, Jiang Fei had honed his senses by a fair bit. This person that was following him was not as strong as Nakoda, his would-be assassin from back then. Just as Jiang Fei stopped walking, the person attacked. Wuxi felt some wind, but no sound of a sharp weapon could be heard. Without even turning back, Jiang Fei could already tell that the person was attacking him unarmed. Snap! Jiang Fei suddenly turned around. He was not the ignorant teenager that almost lost his life to Nakoda. Jiang Fei instantly moved and grabbed hold of the person's wrist. Jiang Fei only used a little force, but the person was already screaming. Jiang Fei was shocked. At that moment, he realized that the person who attacked him was actually a girl. The girl in front of Jiang Fei was dressed in black, and she had a delicate-looking figure. Her face was covered with a black scarf, and her hair had been done up into a long ponytail. At that moment, her face was cringing in pain. She tried to break away from Jiang Fei's grip, but failed to do so. Although Jiang Fei was not wearing the bloodthirsty divine gloves, a girl was absolutely no match for him. His big hands were like a pair of steel tongs, firmly grasping the girl's wrist. She could not break free at all. The girl shouted, dissatisfied. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei asked. "None of your business." The girl yelled as she struggled. Jiang Fei sneered. Then, as he grabbed the girl's wrist with his left hand, he used his right hand to tear off the girl's black scarf. Swoosh! The black scarf was ripped off, revealing a delicate face. The girl was not old. She looked to be about the same age as Jiang Fei. The worst part was, Jiang Fei had absolutely no recollection of that face. Jiang Fei asked, confused. The girl shook her head. King hell. Jiang Fei was annoyed and rolled his eyes. The clothes that she was wearing were quite high-end, and she was also wearing expensive jewelry. If this girl said that she was out to rob people, Jiang Fei would not believe it all. On the other hand, they were complete strangers. Why would this girl come to him and ask for trouble? None of your business. The girl opened her eyes wide and said, "Hey, can you be a little more reasonable? You attacked me only to fail miserably." This girl was driving Jiang Fei crazy, but he also did not know what to do with her. She posed absolutely no threat to him. Although Jiang Fei had caught her, he had no idea on how to deal with her. Although she had attacked him, she had not used any weapons. Obviously, she had no intentions of taking his life. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to kill her just like that. He thought about handing her to the police, but he was already a metahuman, so it would be shameful if he bothered the police. However, Jiang Fei was unwilling to just let her go like that. No matter what, he had to teach this girl a lesson. "Hey!" The girl shouted, dissatisfied. Jiang Fei asked. The girl rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei dragged the girl over to the flower bed at the side of the road. "You." The girl looked at the green belt and immediately remembered the story of the rogue bully that her brothers had once told her. It had never bothered her in the least, but at that moment she was horrified. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed evilly. You be asterisk starred. You rogue. Let me go now. The girl shouted as she struggled to break free. Jiang Fei smiled and dragged the girl towards the green belt. You be asterisk starred. The girl shouted in horror. Oomph. Jiang Fei smiled and sat down on the edge of the flower bed. Then, he tugged at her wrist hard and forced her down onto his lap. Slap, 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 slap. Jiang Fei's right hand rose and fell continuously, and a burst of crisp sounds followed. He spanked the girl's ass 7 or 8 times. When Jiang Fei had spanked her the first time, she had been surprised. At the same time, Jiang Fei could clearly feel the girl breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, however, the girl's face turned red, and she continued to kick at Jiang Fei. As she threatened him, she was also calling him things like the asterisk-starred, rogue, and the like. Hee, I guess that's it for today. Let's see if you still dare to randomly attack others next time. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The girl's face turned even redder. Slap. Before Jiang Fei pulled the girl up, he spanked her one last time. Stupid rogue. After Jiang Fei released her from his grasp, the girl stood with her arms akimbo and glared at Jiang Fei. It seemed like she wanted to kill him right there and then. It felt too good, I couldn't help it. Jiang Fei laughed, embarrassed. Idiot. Her face was still red. After she glared at Jiang Fei one more time, she ran away without looking back. Chapter 240. Are you trying to pick me up? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As he looked at the quickly vanishing figure of the girl, Jiang Fei shrugged. He was not really bothered about this stranger who had came at him out of the blue. Firstly, the girl had not been after his life. Secondly, the girl's combat power was not sufficient to pose a threat to him at all. Just as the girl was about to disappear into the corner of the street, 5 or 6 brawny men came from across the street. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, sounded very surprised. Although these people were already very far away from Jiang Fei, this area was quite secluded. With the additional spirit points, Jiang Fei's hearing was nearly superhuman, so he heard them with such clarity that they may have well been speaking into his ear. The girl rolled her eyes at the group of brawny men, then ran off. Jiang Fei smiled. Yes. A brawny man next to him nodded. All right, we've received the money. Now we have to avert the disaster. The moment the leaders signaled for them to go, the 5 or 6 brawny men charged towards Jiang Fei. F***CK. Jiang Fei could not figure out what was with the consecutive attacks against him. He had not offended anyone. Although he had embarrassed the Tokugawa family yesterday, as stupid as they were, there was no way they would send more unpowered humans to mess with him anymore. Just by looking at these brawny men that were rushing over, Jiang Fei could tell how weak they were. These men were nothing like the soldiers and special forces who had gone through strict training, let alone metahumans. At most, they were just a group of big-sized hooligans, on the same level as Big Brother Bear and the others, who would even order these people to come and mess with him. As Jiang Fei was still confused, the brawny men had arrived in front of him. These guys were holding wooden clubs in their hands. Jiang Fei could tell that they were just average street gangsters. He was too lazy to even attempt talking things through with them. Even a weak person would become angry if they were continuously attacked, let alone Jiang Fei. Previously, with a delicate girl, Jiang Fei felt like it was inappropriate to actually hurt her. However, when it came to these gangsters, Jiang Fei was not going to be so gentle. Jiang Fei furiously smacked them around. Although he was not wearing the gloves, his strength had been buffed with nearly 300 kilograms of force. Moreover, Jiang Fei was now quite skilled in Old Man Hai's boxing methods. So, in a blink of an eye, the strong men were all lying on the ground. Those that were smaller in size had been beaten up so badly that they could not stand up anymore. The heavier ones have had their bones broken. The leader was dumbstruck. The few people he brought had actually been knocked down in just a few moments. Moreover, as Jiang Fei had locked his gaze on the leader, the young man instantly felt that weak at the knees. Crack, crack, Jiang Fei gloomily cracked his knuckles as he walked towards the young man. Just as Jiang Fei was about to arrive in front of the young man, he heard footsteps coming from behind him and someone shouting. Jiang Fei looked back and saw two people running over. One of them was a teenager, and the other was a brawny man who was probably the teenager's bodyguard. After the teenager ran over, he actually wanted to say something. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he first looked at the young man standing opposite of Jiang Fei, then looked at the group of strong men lying on the ground. Finally, he turned to look at Jiang Fei, and he looked extremely dumbstruck. However, after only 2 seconds, the teenager composed himself. Then he said to the young man across Jiang Fei, "You scums are really odious. You guys even dare to rob a student?" The young man across from Jiang Fei was about to cry. "Can't you see that I'm the one being threatened here? My subordinates have fallen, and this kid right here is coming closer and closer to me with a smirk on his face. I'm already in such a miserable situation. Why would I still rob someone else? What the F***CK do you mean? I won't tolerate scums like you guys." The teenager ordered the bodyguard beside him. Yes, the bodyguard nodded. Now that all the other brawny men were lying on the ground, had to target the young man who stood opposite Jiang Fei, the F***CK, the boy who carries the surname Zhang. Doing such a thing is not right at all. I only agreed to act along when I took your money. When he saw that the bodyguard was getting closer and closer to him, the young man threw it all away and immediately cursed at the teenager. F***CK, you still dare to frame me. When the teenager realized that the young man had betrayed him, the teenager immediately gave his bodyguard orders. Even though Jiang Fei was not as experienced as Han Tianyu, he already knew what was going on. Obviously, these two groups of people had been working together. One group would purposely mess with him, and another group would appear just in time to help him out. Then, they would use this opportunity to approach him. This was a F***king pickup tactic for chicks, but they were using it on him, with a F***king treating him as a girl. Moreover, this teenager was obviously a fool. Clearly, he had miscalculated Jiang Fei's strength at the beginning. The group of gangsters who had to put Jiang Fei in danger not only failed to threaten him, but were also suddenly defeated by him. Thus, the teenager who came into the scene later did not know what to do, because the script he designed had not been supposed to play out in this manner. Faced with such a situation, this idiot teenager actually did not even attempt ad-libbing and went on with the act. As a result, the guy who was working together with the teenager called it quits when he realized that he was about to be beaten up as well. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to take care of these idiotic actors. He immediately walked past the two of them and headed in the direction of Manda Square. Hey, brother, it must be fate that we've met here today. Let's be friends." When the teenager saw that Jiang Fei was leaving, he immediately ran over. Jiang Fei sneered and continued walking. Zhang Yangshi laughed and said, "Your acting was way too bad." Jiang Fei sneered. Zhang Yangshi was a little embarrassed as Jiang Fei had seen through everything. Jiang Fei smiled and stopped walking. It was quite hard to meet someone as thick-skinned as this. Chapter 241. News about the Lord Tier Boss. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ho ho. "You had me there," said Zhang Yangshu as he laughed awkwardly. Although his act was seen through by Jiang Fei, he had to act right there and then, or he would never be able to make friends with Jiang Fei the next time he sees him. If Zhang Yangshu allowed Jiang Fei to walk away after his little act, Jiang Fei would forever brand him as an enemy, said Jiang Fei bluntly. After going through so much, Jiang Fei had grown from the naive little boy he once was. When a young man introduced himself, Jiang Fei immediately raised his guard up high. There was no way Zhang Yangshu could be subtle when Jiang Fei was being so cautious with him. Sigh. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and sighed. He already knew that Han Tianyu had paid a high price to guarantee Jiang Fei's freedom. Why would they still approach him? Please, I don't want you to misunderstand. I don't have any intention to harm you. We might have had some complications in the past, and That was why I had purposely crafted this scenario in order to gain some good guy points from you. Zhang Yangshu gulped down his saliva as he saw what Jiang Fei did to the thugs he had hired. These, said Jiang Fei as he pointed to the unconscious thugs on the ground. Don't be silly. Zhang Yangshu kicked one of the fallen thugs in the head as he rolled his eyes. If he had sent people from his own family, they would never throw him under the bus, even if their own lives were at stake. Who are Dash? Jiang Fei tried to speak, but was interjected. They were common thugs in the street. My goal was just to have them disturb or at worst harass you. When that happens, I will show up and chase them away to befriend you. The jig was up, and Zhang Yangshu had no reason to keep anything a secret. Fine. Let them leave, Jiang Fei barked. Zhang Yangshu was right about one thing. Help was not necessary at all. In fact, Jiang Fei had reached a certain level of strength where he felt that dealing with thugs was nothing but trouble. Zhang Yangshu kicked them in their stomach to wake them up before chasing them away. Jiang Fei turned around and walked away. That's fine. As you please. Zhang Yangshu cried out. That was the first time Zhang Yangshu had met Jiang Fei face to face. He dared not to do anything that would anger him. Even though Jiang Fei had caught him red-handed, Zhang Yangshu had the chance to talk and introduced himself. Although the two did not brush it off nicely, they were not at each other's throats. For Zhang Yangshu, that was considered as a victory. When Jiang Fei returned to his house in Manda Square, he recalled the event and laughed. That man called Zhang Yangshu was an interesting man. Perhaps there was room to work with him in the future. Now that he had a deeper understanding on metahumans, Jiang Fei had, somewhat, found himself. He was able to lower himself to stand on the same level as others, not place himself on a pedestal. A move only true men of power did. Before the meeting, as Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were bonding, he had gained some form of vision where he only recognized his own power as true strength. Even when he met other famous people, he was still undermining them. However, when he was informed of the existence of metahumans, he was soon clear of his place. He was able to set out his own path and understood that the strong should never lower their heads to others, nor force them to bow down to him. When night fell, Jiang Fei entered the game. After 2 dungeon runs, Jiang Fei reached level 39. The price of pet eggs had stopped rising. It took some time before anyone won-upped the bids. At that moment, the price of a worker ant egg was 430 gold coins. A soldier ant egg was at 970 gold coins, whereas the more valuable Dantian pill had been completely ignored. A day after, many more players had reached level 30. As such, the city was littered with mounted players. It was to be expected. Most of the players were riding cheap horses. Riding a horse would be an unprecedented experience for one who has never ridden a horse before. A short while later, Jiang Fei had received a piece of news that he had been waiting for. "Brother Fei," cried Smart Tomato as he contacted Jiang Fei. "You found it." Jiang Fei's heart was about to leap out of his chest. "Yes, it's a level 50 Lord tier boss. Man, it wasn't easy to find," said Smart Tomato proudly. "I'll take it," Jiang Fei replied happily. "About that, the price will be higher since it took so much damn work." Smart Tomato aggressively placed it up front. Although Jiang Fei had no money at that moment, he went around borrowing some from his guildmates. He could easily pay them back with the sales of his pet eggs. With no time wasted, Jiang Fei contacted Sun Meng Meng and borrowed 5,000 gold coins. Unlike the real world, the girls did not really spend much of their money in-game. They had not spent a single dime from their share of various Jiang Fei-led dungeon runs. When Smart Tomato entered Jiang Fei's party, he was shocked to learn that Smart Tomato was only level 24. "What the hell happened to you?" "Huh, I was level 29 yesterday." Smart Tomato laughed it off, as if it was merely part of his occupation. "Ugh," said Jiang Fei, giving him a thumbs up. At that point of the game, to sacrifice one's level meant a lot. After signing the contract, Smart Tomato led Jiang Fei into the hills. After 2 hours of trekking, both of them arrived at a deep cave beneath a large cliff. "This is secluded as heck," said Jiang Fei, when he realized that there was no way anyone would stumble across this place. "Bro, This is part of my job. Jiang Fei gave another thumbs up. Even though Smart Tomato brushed it off as if it was nothing, Jiang Fei could see the pain in his heart. What comes next is a most tricky route. Follow my steps to the toe, or else monsters will be triggered. Jiang Fei nodded. He had the black dragon scale on him. He will never be attacked by random monsters anyway. After several minutes, both of them arrived at the cave. The boss will be inside the cave. Be advised, the boss will immediately attack you once you enter the cave. I can't go any further. Even though I may have died a few times, a few more would definitely hurt. It takes too long. I got you. Chapter 242. 242. Gray Stash the Gerbil. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Smart Tomato left, Jiang Fei entered the cave alone. Even though Smart Tomato had warned him about the boss fight, Jiang Fei boldly strode into the cave. However, the boss did not budge. This black dragon scale is excellent. Shush! A beam of light flashed in front of Jiang Fei, and Isabella appeared. Verger Glider. Isabella roared at Jiang Fei. Hee hee. Jiang Fei snickered away at Isabella's empty threat. Jiang Fei had put away Isabella to hide her from Smart Tomato. Even though he had brought Isabella around in public before, Smart Tomato was too much of a risk factor to have him know about her true nature. He was the go-to information broker of the game. There was no way Jiang Fei could stop him from doing what he did best. He would only bring him chaos to no end. As Jiang Fei ventured deeper into the dark, damp cave, he could hear echoes of loud breathing. He was closing in on the boss, but due to the effect of the black dragon scale, he was in relative safety. Gray Stash the Gerbil, Beast Lord, level, 50 health points, 380,000 attack power, 8,800 skills. Bite, Tail Swipe, Shriek, Raging Frenzy Bite, immediately attacks an enemy and causes bleeding. Tail Swipe, deals damage to 2 enemies behind it. Knockbacks targets. Shriek, deals powerful damage to all enemies 100 meters around the caster. Silences them for 2 seconds. Raging Frenzy, increase attack power and speed for 100%. Note, the greatest adversary of all nearby farmers. Kill this beast to obtain a bounty reward from the farmers. Jiang Fei gazed into the end of the cave and found his target. A gigantic, mouse-like creature was hiding, cowering at the end of the cave. With a pair of blood-red eyes filled with curiosity and fear, it glared back at Jiang Fei. As a beast-type boss, Gray Stash was not all too smart. However, the powerful, intimidating aura that came from the black dragon scale had sent this poor gerbil to the end of the cave. What nonsense is this? Isabella rolled her eyes. Her transformation skill was still on a long cooldown period, and her human form was not strong enough to defeat this Lord-tier boss. TSK, TSK. Jiang Fei jokingly teased her. He knew that Isabella's transformation skill was still on cooldown. That was why he asked that sort of question, to trap her into a position that allowed him to easily tease the poor little girl. That way, he could show her that he was more capable than she often believed him to be. Unlike the previous bosses that he had fought, Jiang Fei had to carefully calculate his strength and the enemies. Theoretically, if he used his demon transformation, 3 minutes would be just enough time for him to defeat the boss. Since the boss was not too smart, to begin with, Jiang Fei decided to forego using the soul of the beast to attempt speaking to it. Jiang Fei jumped to the boss and started the fight in his demonic transformation. A bolt of purple lightning zapped down from nowhere and struck Jiang Fei. In that instant, he rose, hovering above the ground as his transformation started. Jiang Fei's skin turned into a mosaic of purple and red. A pair of large horns burst out from Jiang Fei's head. At the same time, a pair of demonic wings ripped through Jiang Fei's back. As he landed back onto the ground, a dark armor adorned his body. A long, curved scythe appeared in his hand to replace the hammer that he wielded. The glimmer of his metal scythe was so bright and elusive that one would immediately mistake him as the Reaper of Death. The giant gerbil shrieked in fear as it jumped a step back. Bash! -1,826. minus 1,826, minus 1,826. Jiang Fei started the attack. Even though he had supposedly gained double damage, the damage dealt by Bash was determined by Jiang Fei's health point, hence a not-so-strengthened damage output. However, since he had gained Chaos Element, all of Jiang Fei's attack would ignore all defense and the level suppression system. Minus 924. Just when Jiang Fei had the time to land a normal hit, the boss had started to retaliate. The boss leaped forward and bit Jiang Fei. Due to the effect of the Black Dragon Scale, the boss held its attack. However, after Jiang Fei had landed the first hit, the boss was relieved of the effect and knows the identity of the mysterious entity. It was not that of a powerful dragon, but a mere foe. Minus 5,325. A tremendous amount of damage struck him, despite having over 3,800 defense. The overwhelming level advantage had given the boss a boost in its damage. The only thing that came as a slight respite was the damage reduction effect from his armor and cape. Bella! Jiang Fei cried out. At the same time, Jiang Fei started to attack as rapidly as he could. All right, Isabella complied. Even after several blasts of her magic, Isabella was not dealing as much damage as Jiang Fei due to the level gap and not having Chaos Element. All her attacks barely totaled over 2,000. Life Link. Jiang Fei activated the accessory skill, and a magical rope burst out, connecting both Jiang Fei and Isabella. The line glowed with a greenish hue, and both of them started to heal by 500 health points a second. Jiang Fei had a life-steal effect of over 70%. 20% originated from the Blood Cross accessory, and 50% came from the additional power of the demonic transformation. As such, Jiang Fei's recovery rate was very high, but only if he kept on attacking. Jiang Fei attacks would only grow stronger as Ruthless Barrage gained more stacks. When Ruthless Barrage reached 10 stacks, his damage dealt was so high that even though the boss had knocked off 2/3 of his total health points, he was slowly regaining ground. Minus 5,276. An attack landed on Jiang Fei, and his health points were at a dangerous low of 6,000. In that infinitesimal moment of danger, Jiang Fei landed a chain of skills. Minus 4,260. Minus 852, Dragon's Breath, plus 2,982, Life Steal, plus 500, Life Link. Minus 4,260. Minus 852, Dragon's Breath, plus 2,982, Life Steal, plus 500, Life Link. Jiang Fei's attack speed far outstripped the boss. He was so fast that for every blow received, he gave out 2 of his own. As such, he was continually recovering at a rate that surpassed the damage taken. Since Jiang Fei's damage ignored all forms of defense, his regeneration was consistent and sufficient. When Ruthless Barrage had accumulated 10 stacks, he could deal, on average, over 5,000 damage on the boss per second. 10 minutes since the start of the battle, the boss had already lost 2/3 of its health points. Chapter 243, By Sheer Luck. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation never once letting up on his blows. Jiang Fei was able to deal consistent damage to the boss. At the same time, the boss struck back violently, occasionally throwing out a silence-disabling debuff, which disrupted Isabella's attack rhythm. Nevertheless, that disruption only served as the slightest bit of disturbance for the pair. Jiang Fei, in his demon form, had taken on the role of the main DPS. Isabella, on the other hand, was only a supporting DPS. Jiang Fei rarely threw out any offensive skills. Ice Burst and Bash were significantly affected by Jiang Fei's maximum health points. When Ruthless Barrage had gained 10 stacks, Jiang Fei had skipped using skills altogether. His normal attacks dealt much more damage. Hence, the boss silencing effects did not affect them in the slightest. Even though Jiang Fei recovery was great and all, the boss damage output was not to be underestimated. Sadly, Jiang Fei armor was just too thick. If the boss was supposed to deal 100% of its damage to regular players, it was only able to deal less than 50% of his original power on Jiang Fei. Psionic Ape had 20% damage reduction, and with 15% damage reduction from his body armor, and the 20% chance to block, nullify, damage, the boss was only able to deal less than 50% of its intended damage on Jiang Fei. If anyone else took his place in this fight, they would be flattened to the ground in no time at all. Ultra-high damage reduction in Jiang Fei's double attack and defense demonic form had granted Jiang Fei the defensive capability of a level 50 high-def character, allowing him to tank a level 50 Lord tier boss. And tank well he did. Naturally, the boss' own stats played an important role. Compared to bosses of other race, beast-type bosses had a lower attack value and higher defense. This battle would be a battle of wits and time. With lifesteal effect in his demonic form, Jiang Fei would almost always outlast such bosses. Hence, even if the boss outleveled Jiang Fei by another 10 levels, Jiang Fei would still be able to defeat it. Half a minute later, the boss health points closed in on the bottom. However, something happened at that moment. Along with a loud, ear-piercing shriek, the boss glowed in a bloody hue. Its attack and speed rose by a notch, and the overall damage output had quadrupled in the blink of an eye. At that point in time, Jiang Fei's lifesteal started falling back. He was losing health at an alarming rate. Minus 9,872. After the buff, the boss was now an actual threat. Minus 4,260. Minus 852. Plus 2,982. Lifesteal. Plus 500. Lifelink. It was useless. Try as he might, the boss was slowly but surely manhandling him to the ground. Before the overwhelming buff, Jiang Fei was able to recover over 20,000 health points. However, in less than 2 seconds, he was already knocking on death's door. Blood pool, plus 36,524. In an instant, Jiang Fei had fully restored his health. However, minus 9,624. In the next instant, Jiang Fei had lost almost 1/3 of his fully restored health points. What the F***CK? Jiang Fei grunted. The boss still had over 80,000 health points, whereas he was only able to last for 10 seconds. Tops. Claret Aegis. Armored Bulwark. Under tremendous stress, Jiang Fei had activated 2 defensive skills. One granted a shield that absorbed 7,000 physical damage, and the other would reduce his damage taken by 50% for the next 3 instances. Minus 4,925. Absorb, minus 4,260 minus 852. Dragon's Breath, plus 2,982. Lifesteal, plus 500. Lifelink. Even with 2 defensive skills, he was still taking a lot of damage. However, he was able to restore over 3,000 health points in that exchange. 3 seconds later, Jiang Fei had managed to restore over 13,000 health points due to the effects of Claret Aegis and Armored Bulwark. Psionic Acceleration. This time, Jiang Fei got serious. After that series of exchange, Jiang Fei had already collected over 10,000 Psion. Activating the skill would grant Jiang Fei a 10% increase in attack speed and movement speed. That allowed a minor rise in Jiang Fei's lifesteal capability. Bella. Isabella acknowledged her master's wish and used demonic flame infusion. Ignoring the effects of the boss's tail swipe, she rushed to the boss and attacked rapidly. Minus 9,028. Since the skill of Claret Aegis had worn off, the boss was once again striking at maximum capacity. Minus 8,520. Critical. Minus 1,702. Dragon's Breath, plus 5,764. Lifesteal, plus 500. Lifelink, nice, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. That critical hit was just in the nick of time. Not only had it dealt powerful damage to the boss, it also allowed Jiang Fei to restore double the average amount. Like a roller coaster, Jiang Fei's health points are going up and down haphazardly. However, death was inevitable, and Jiang Fei had triggered his ultimate skill. One would save him if a fatal hit stuck. Jiang Fei health points were restored by 50%, And at the same time, Jiang Fei had activated Blood Pool, despite it not being fully charged. At most, the skill had restored over 10,000 health points, giving Jiang Fei over 90% health points for the boss to demolish all over again. TSK. Jiang Fei scolded himself. Even though the demonic transformation was almighty, it was only useful for a brief moment. As expected, a lower-tier boss could never be compared to a leader-tier boss. Even while at the brink of death, they could still pack a punch. Bang! A loud, metallic sound rang when the boss attack was blocked by Jiang Fei's shield. Block! A large white text popped up. Huh! Just as Jiang Fei had pretty much ready to give up one level to learn from his experience, the ultra-rare proc rate of block was triggered. Even though it was only a single blow, Jiang Fei had immediately regained the upper hand in that battle. In just 2 seconds, the boss was no longer breathing. At that moment, Jiang Fei only had over 6,000 health points. If block had not been triggered, Jiang Fei would have undoubtedly been killed. It could be said that Jiang Fei had won this impossible fight by sheer luck. Come on, gimme that territory order. Jiang Fei started to pray as earnestly as he could. After this battle, he had learned never to underestimate Lord-tier bosses. If this boss did not drop a territory order, Jiang Fei would never again try and challenge any boss, while Isabella had her transformation skill in cooldown. Chapter 244, Egg of the Heavens Devourer Sable. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. You have defeated Gray Stash the Gerbil. Obtained 280,000 experience points. Obtained 300 gold coins. Ding. You have eliminated the pest of Moonlight Forest. Please head to the harvesting town of Moonlight Forest and claim your reward from Mr. Nice. Jiang Fei smiled. He then moved towards the boss corpse. However, when he was in front of the boss dead body, he suddenly froze. Truth be told, after playing for so long, he had never been so anxious about a boss loot. Hey, stupid master! Isabella snarled and shoved Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was so anxious that even Isabella started to feel it. If she was not a pet, she would have gone over and rummaged about herself. All right, huh? Jiang Fei yelled to snap himself out of his trance. If there's nothing good. Jiang Fei sucked in a deep breath and reached out. Shush! A bright golden light flashed. With Jiang Fei's high luck stat and the boss being a Lord tier, obtaining a legendary tier item seemed very likely. Oh, what's this? Cried Jiang Fei as he grabbed a small golden plate. I'm so lucky that I can ask for anything. Oui! Jiang Fei cried with happiness. Jiang Fei had underestimated the power of his luck attribute. With 50 luck points, he would have obtained the highest rarity in Drop Table. Plus, the boss was an open field boss and a beast type. Generally, all beast type bosses would not have any equipment or gold coins in their drop list. With Jiang Fei's high luck at hand, the boss would have nothing else to drop other than the territory order. Excited, Jiang Fei kept the territory order into his inventory and reached out his hand again to find additional loot. With no equipment or gold coin, the next item should be materials. Shush! This time, the light that shone was not golden, but violet. When Jiang Fei drew out the second item from the boss loot, he was baffled. Heaven's Devouring Sable, Pet Egg, Epic. Use. Hatches an epic tier Heaven's Devouring Sable to fight by your side. Level requirement. 30 humph, said Isabella once she had a look at the egg. Even though she might not have to admit it, after she became Jiang Fei's pet, she would get jealous if her master showed any form of interest in other pets. My, is as you said, my dear Isabella. Jiang Fei grinned as he praised her. Oomph. Who's your dear? Isabella squeaked. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, she had averted her gaze and smiled to herself. As she having her time, Jiang Fei started to frown. Jiang Fei had Isabella. Since he was not a hunter or any other class which made for additional pets, he could not take in the sable. What would he do with the sable then? If he wanted to put up on auction, it would definitely fetch a high price. In fact, if money was what he sought, he only needed to have Han Tian you see it. He would then hand over an empty check for Jiang Fei to fill up. It was high time for Jiang Fei to cultivate his own power. The epic tier pet egg would outrank the ant egg like heaven and earth. It was a super rare item that, if he could raise well, would possess a combat power value would far exceed any rare class player. Higher tier pets were much harder to obtain when compared to the same tier skill book or equipment. Naturally, it would boost the player's combat power as well. There was nothing else to compare to. Take Isabella, for example. She was a divine beast tier. With her, Jiang Fei had cleared an elite difficulty dungeon with ease. Note that other players would have to be in a team of 15 players to survive, not defeat, the first 2 monsters at the start of the dungeon. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, only needed to waltz around the battlefield. That was merely a crude example of what a high-tier pet could do. Even though Isabella becoming a pet was purely coincidental, she was the prime example of how strong a pet could ever be. An epic tier pet would have, or even surpass, the combat prowess of a rare class player with above-average equipment. A legendary pet would definitely be stronger than a hidden class player with a full set of celestial tier equipment. That was the value of the little epic tier pet egg in Jiang Fei's hand. A priceless jewel, said Jiang Fei to himself. But the real question was who? There was only one egg. If you were to give it to someone close, it would be Jiang Fei's best friend since childhood, Zhao Feng. That boy had been through thick and thin with him. No one would come as close to the two of them. Jiang Fei would bet on his life that Zhao Feng would never betray him. Besides Zhao Feng, the second person that came to mind would be Sun Mingming. Even though the two had not been playing games together, she was still his classmate in the real world. Even so, giving either Sun Mingming or Zhao Feng the egg would be a bad investment. To put it bluntly, they sucked at playing games. Aside from those two, Jiang Fei believed that Rosette Rose was the next reliable thing. She could be said to be Jiang Fei's general commander of his army. In fact, she had been managing the guild and everybody in it. She was so good at it that Jiang Fei had never needed to meddle with the runnings of the guild himself. However, Rosa had been slacking in the game, in terms of actually playing. Sadly, even if that girl gave it all she had got, her skills no longer had much room to grow. She acknowledged her drawbacks, and that was precisely why she had been focusing on managing the guild, instead of fighting monsters or farming gears. Hence, the egg would be wasted on her. Down the list, there were many other guild members that could not even play the game to save their own lives. Rosette Phantom and a merry lot of girls had been in dungeons for a number of times with Jiang Fei. Their skills were only average, nothing that worth improving. The girls were just in the guild, playing games to raise the mood and bring joy to everyone. And they were really good at it. Big Brother Bear and his own merry lot were almost the full male counterparts of the Rosa Knighthood. Not a single one of them was good enough for the egg. At most, they were decent enough to join the secondary party of the guild. Truthfully, those guys were better at the game and might put the egg to better use. Sadly, the cold hard truth was that none of his members had what it took to even become professional trainees. At most, Little Rain might bedazzle the common mind, having learned a forbidden spell. Another one that came to mind was 7 Stars Warrior and his hidden class, of which Jiang Fei had yet to see in action. As he thought hard, Jiang Fei had reserved the egg for Little Rain and 7 Stars Warrior. The problem was the issue of loyalty. It was a minor bump in the road, which did not really concern Jiang Fei. He had the cunning businesswoman Rosetta Rose, the devil's advocate that cornered just about anyone into signing a contract. In fact, if it could be classified as a skill, Jiang Fei was pretty sure that she had maxed it out, looking at how even he had once fallen into her trap. It was a tough decision to make. Jiang Fei had his doubts. Little Rain had learned the forbidden spell, yet the power of the skill could never be brought to light. The skill required a whopping 60,000 mana. How could a level 34 player have that much mana in the first place? 7 Stars Warrior could still yet shine. However, he was a melee class. No regular player would select a melee class pet. It might be handy against regular monsters, but in PvP, the pet would only be a hindrance. Most pets did not possess high intelligence like Isabella. In melee combat, the pet might get in the way of an attack. That is the reason why melee class players would opt to pick up a ranged pet, while mages or other ranged players would bring a melee pet to act as a semi-tank. Chapter 245, New Data. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. Global announcement. The current players that have reached level 30 and above is over 500. An important game patch and maintenance will be starting shortly. All players are advised to make preparations for logging out immediately. The maintenance and patch will last for 3 days. New content will be made available after the patch. Ding. Global announcement. The current players that have reached level 30 and above is over 500. An important game patch and maintenance will be starting shortly. All players are advised to make preparations for logging out immediately. The maintenance and patch will last for 3 days. New content will be made available after the patch. Ding. Global announcement. The current players that have reached level 30 and above is over 500. An important game patch and maintenance will be starting shortly. All players are advised to make preparations for logging out immediately. The maintenance and patch will last for 3 days. New content will be made available after the patch. Just as Jiang Fei was still frowning over the epic tier pet egg in his hands, a loud chime blasted away, and a global announcement popped up in his visual feed. Jiang Fei jumped to his feet in shock. 10 minutes was too short of a time to immediately decide what to do with the egg. WTF. Phew. It's just the right time. Yay. New content. I wonder what it is. PvP. It's about damn time. Everyone's reaction to the sudden announcement varied rather widely. Some of them were excited for the new content, while others were annoyed, especially when they were in the middle of a dungeon run. Jiang Fei was one of those who had been rudely interrupted. The current game content was hardly any trouble for Jiang Fei to clear. He had the confidence to be in that state of mind, with Isabella to back him up. However, his individual strength was not to be looked down upon. He had already cleared many hard bosses and already found the game to be boring. As the news was released, Jiang Fei was left feeling frustrated, robbed of the time meant to use the territory order and build his land. A setback that spanned over 3 days would most definitely hinder his progress. Jiang Fei now regretted hesitating. There was really nothing he could do then. After storing the eggs in his inventory, Jiang Fei teleported back to the main city and chatted with the rest of the guild members while waiting for the server to forcefully kick them out of the game. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and when Jiang Fei was just about to crack a joke, everyone was forcefully logged out. Jiang Fei clicked his tongue. It was only 3 in the morning, and he could not get back to sleep. In fact, almost everyone who was forcefully logged out of the game had suffered the same fate. Everyone who played the game had already gotten used to having their bodies locked in deep sleep. Since it was a completely different experience from sleeping naturally, everyone had gotten used to waking up fully rested. As a result, no one could get back to sleep. Since Jiang Fei had a few hours of sleep at the very least, he started to think about matters related to the Zhang family. When Zhang Yangshu had met him face to face, he meant well, even though his methods were slightly unorthodox. Even though Jiang Fei had been mistaken for a level 4 metahuman, he knew very well where his strength was. The Zhangs were not in need for any superpowered metahumans for the moment, but since the world had gotten so advanced, they could not stand idly by, allowing Jiang Fei to pick a side. Jiang Fei wanted so badly to use the privilege of a level 4 metahuman, hence, he could not simply engage with anyone casually. If his real capabilities were exposed, trouble would only come to him and no one else. Ever since Han Tianyu had believed Jiang Fei to be a powerful metahuman, he had made contact with all the named families and had informed them about the existence of Jiang Fei. He had already gotten used to how oblivious Jiang Fei was when it came to all these upper-class matters. Via Han Tianyu's introduction, Jiang Fei realized that Zhang and Han were only second-rate names among the other named families. In the eyes of the plebeians of China, they were thought to be the best. However, due to the existence of metahumans, those without the support of the metahumans could only be considered second-rate. The Han family was slightly different. Due to Han Tianyu being a martial art genius, he had been able to creep into the rankings of the so-called first-class family. In reality, to be part of the top, he might have to wait for more than 10 years to reach the strength of a level 3 metahuman. After he had a certain level of understanding concerning family statuses, Jiang Fei now understood how the world turned around. At that moment, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive, yet excited at the same time. After breakfast, Jiang Fei finally got the chance to return to school. However, after the encounter with the metahumans, Jiang Fei felt like school life was just too dull. Just like Han Tianyu had said to him, schools had nothing noteworthy to offer to him. Only foreign language class seemed to give him some benefits. The only problem he had with school was that the lessons took the pace of a snail, said Jiang Fei to himself as he stared blankly at the board. With another day wasted in school, Jiang Fei went back home, glad that he had finally realized the futility in attending school. Just as he took the same path back to Manda Square, he felt a presence following him. He stopped his track and sighed testily. Haven't had enough? Come on, man. Ho, ho, ho. Little one. The familiar voice of an old man hissed around the corner of the route. Old Man Hai came out and revealed himself to Jiang Fei. Oh. Jiang Fei rushed to Old Hai and greeted him respectfully. He had expected more pesky urchins like the ones from yesterday. You did well detecting my presence. I'm here to tell you something. Remember the time I requested for a friendly spar with your master? Said Old Hai awkwardly. Huh? You don't want to fight now? Last I heard, he was fairly interested in the match, said Jiang Fei. Since Old Hai had retreated, Jiang Fei did not miss the chance to attack. Cough. Cough. Please, do not jest with this old man. I'm fairly busy myself. Jiang Fei's sudden comment sent cold sweat down Old Hai's brow. Well, it can't be helped then. I'll inform my master about the fight being called off. Jiang Fei knew when to back off as well. If Old Hai was forced into a corner, he might actually have to fight him off. The old man nodded and thanked Jiang Fei. It was a miracle for Jiang Fei to witness the old man being so courteous with him. The truth was the fact that Old Hai had learned the truth about Jiang Fei being a level 4 metahuman. Is that all? I'll take my leave now, said Jiang Fei as he immediately turned away. He did not want to linger around Old Hai, especially when there was no such thing as a level 4 metahuman in the vicinity. Hold your horses, young one. I have another matter to ask. You see, I'm here as a representative of the China Martial Art Alliance, and I'm here to invite you to be one of us, said the old man with a smirk on his face. Apparently, that was his real motive. Chapter 246, Zhang Yangshu's Invitation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, said Jiang Fei. He thought that he had misheard something. The China Martial Art Alliance. Perhaps you have not heard of us before. That is but natural. This alliance is a rather laid-back organization. Unlike regular human beings, metahumans are proud beings, especially those with power. Eccentric, perhaps. Most of them are not sociable to begin with. To recruit more members, the organization rules were made rather lax to please the metahumans. Jiang Fei nodded at Old Hai's lengthy explanation. What he understood from his explanation was that the metahumans prefer to be left alone. Aside from the abnormal behavior of the members, Jiang Fei also understood the benefits of the alliance. Through missions and other tasks, members of the alliance could collect contributions which worked as some form of currency within the alliance. Things that could be exchanged were money, equipment, high-tech gear, precious materials, or even powerful martial art moves. What is the condition? Or rather, requirements? There must be some restriction, said Jiang Fei. He was rather interested in the alliance, since he could obtain those rare materials. If he were to give out a batch of the potions, he might even be able to trade for items of higher values. In the alliance, there will be segregations. Different levels will receive different treatment. Level 4 old men like me and the others would only obtain some tens of thousands of contribution a year. A level 3 might only be able to collect 1,000 to 9,000 of the same thing, said the old man with a genuine smile. How about level 5? What do they get? When you enter the Alliance, a test will be given out. The same test that all members must go through every year before the total contribution points are consolidated. As for level 5, let's just say that they can have anything that the Alliance can offer. Anything that a level 5 could contribute would be outworldly in the first place, said Old High with enthusiasm. No, I'm just asking. Jiang Fei shook his head. How about you? Said Old High. He could not deny the fact that Jiang Fei's master, a level 5, would not join the Alliance came as a disappointment. It was as expected in the first place anyway. What mattered most was Jiang Fei's outlook on the whole thing. From his perspective, Jiang Fei had the potential of a level 4 fighter. Joining the Alliance would strengthen it as a whole. And an extension of that, when Jiang Fei got into trouble, his master would have to show up and lend a helping hand. Jiang Fei wanted to join the Alliance for rare materials to feed the ring. Since the ring had leveled up, Jiang Fei had been feeding the ring with many kinds of items, but it had rejected everything thrown at it. There might be a chance that the Alliance possessed items that the ring wanted. The entry test came as a problem. Jiang Fei knew his own strength. He was a phony. There was a high risk of him being exposed in the test. Old High nodded. From the perspective of a martial artist, making an important decision would require consultation from one's master. After bidding farewell to Old High, Jiang Fei returned to Man Square. Jiang Fei's mother had expressed her wishes to remain in the luxury home. Most of the belongings that were in the old house had been moved here. Jiang Fei was happy with that move. His parents were as normal as anyone could get, yet they would receive protection from the Manda Group. Little one, do tell me what you want to eat, said Jiang Fei worriedly as he caressed the metallic ring. The ring had always been helpful to him, but right now, the ring had been awfully quiet. The guessing game was starting to be highly frustrating to Jiang Fei. Brother Jiang Fei, it's me. Just when Jiang Fei walked into Manda Square, he received a phone call from an unknown number. Jiang Fei was stunned at the overly friendly tone. He had immediately regretted answering it. Oh, no. How could? You forget me? We had just met each other yesterday. It is me. Jiang Fei sighed. The face of Zhang Yangshu's smiling face floated in his mind. Could we meet? Come on, said Zhang Yangshu. Well, Jiang Fei accepted his invitation. He did not mind hanging out with members of the Zhang family. Although he was cautious of them in the beginning, when he realized that they had no metahumans backing them, his worries quickly vanished. He had the utmost confidence to overcome anything that the Zhangs threw at him. After much experience, Jiang Fei had started to learn how to protect himself. Although he was very close with Han Tianyu, he did not want to rely on just one man. Since a Zhang had approached him without the intention to cause harm, he might as well try to forge a relationship with them. Perhaps he could make use of them. Thanks. After that, Jiang Fei called his mother and informed her about a random school activity that will take some time up to nightfall. After the call, he waited at the east gate for Zhang Yangshu. In less than 5 minutes, a black limousine pulled up. Zhang Yangshu came down personally and greeted him. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he entered the extended vehicle. The car sped off and left the city. We're leaving the city, said Jiang Fei. From watching too many movies and shows, he knew when to be cautious and took out a defense potion from the ring in his pocket. You'll see. I've asked for permission from my old man, said Zhang Yangshu with a sinister smile. Jiang Fei realized immediately that this man had almost zero intention to harm him. On the contrary, he might just be a playful child at heart. Is that right? Jiang Fei played along. Half an hour later, the car pulled up at a plain-looking factory and entered an old garage. When the car stopped in the garage's space, the doors slowly closed, making old, creaky noises. Ka-chuck! The sound of heavy metal bolt locking was heard and another door opened. Just then, Jiang Fei realized that the platform that the car had stopped on was actually descending downward. Like an elevator. Is this? That's right. Prepare to be surprised. Olaf H. Zhang Yangshu started to giggle like a child. Chapter 247. 247. A present from Zhang. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Kachak. The platform finally stopped moving, and Jiang Fei alighted from the car. It was slightly dark, but the overhead lamps suddenly lit up, one by one, and eventually the entire floor was revealed. Cried Zhang Yangshu enthusiastically. Jiang Fei gasped in awe as he saw just how big the museum was. The ceiling was so tall that he could not even fathom the height. It was vast, long, and wide. The sight of 200 meters of racks and display shelves was unbelievable. There were all sorts of weapons arranged in an orderly manner. The Zhangs have been developing and manufacturing weapons for the military. Zhang Yangshu happily showed the place around. We have been developing weapons since the Song Dynasty. Mind you, that was a long time ago. We have made refined iron swords, polearms, spears, and other handheld weapons for royalty. Take this for example. To entertain and build a stable relationship with Jiang Fei, Zhang Yangshu had thought it through. Usually, when someone from Zhang Yangshu's position wanted to find some entertainment, they would go for nightclubs, bar, or other places of the same. Jiang Fei was only 16 years old then. As a young boy, he would not be interested in mature women or nightclubs. Cried Jiang Fei at the sight of all the weapons. The truth was that Jiang Fei was truly entertained, even though he was a shut-in back before the ring found him. As a boy, this museum struck his mark. Jiang Fei took some time to admire the old ancient weapons and made his way to the first firearms section. There he saw the world's first handgun, machine gun, all the way to the world's first railgun. Right then, when Zhang Yangshu saw the glint in Jiang Fei's eyes, he smiled excitingly. It seems like he had made enormous progress in getting on Jiang Fei's good side. Huh, enjoying yourself? Wait till you see this. Zhang Yangshu then received a large metallic case from his men and took out a silver metallic rifle. It shared some components with the railgun from the display shelf, yet it was different at the same time. There were many exposed electronics. It was clearly not the same product. This is the latest prototype weapon of our family. Allow me to introduce you to the world's first portable nuclear-powered laser Gauss rifle. The best, most powerful gun that had been designed. This baby here has power that far exceeds that of a conventional railgun. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he arched an eyebrow. He had heard the same thing from Han Tianyu and thought of the possibility of Zhang being related to it. That's right. This laser Gauss rifle has a maximum effective lethal range of 10 kilometers. Due to its ultra-compressive light particle functionality, it requires zero recoil compensation. Zhang Yangshu was clearly proud of his family invention. He could not stop talking about the gun. Look here. This gun uses a small nuclear battle device that could supply enough power for 3,000 shots. With this, soldiers would never have to worry about insufficient ammunition, not to mention the problems with logistics. Gone are the days where bullets are needed. Zhang Yangshu then released the safety latch of the gun and squeezed the trigger. Without even the need to charge, the gun fired out a blinding blue ray. It all happened so fast that all Jiang Fei noticed was the blue light and a peanut-sized hole at a wall 200 meters away from them. 10-kilometer range. Jiang Fei gasped. That's right. With special scopes and targeting system, the laser output could be enhanced. This thing could be used like a cannon. Not to mention, all of that firepower is packed within this rifle. Even though Jiang Fei did not know much about firearms, he knew that if this weapon was ever sent into production, they would overcome any infantry with ease. One soldier taking down an entire battalion could not be further than reality. Besides this railgun, we have also produced these smaller handguns. Jiang Fei widened his eyes as he saw it. Due to the design being smaller and the range being shorter than the rifle, it's just slightly weaker. However, shooting through a 5mm thick iron wall from 1 kilometer away shouldn't be a problem. In exchange, the battery could last much longer. Jiang Fei smiled. As a young boy, he could not deny his interest in guns. I'm happy that you like it. Here, please have these. I hope you find it useful. The handgun is perfect for protection, and you can bring it anyway. The rifle, however, might be too flashy in public. Wait a minute. Cried Jiang Fei. He really liked the weapons, but never would he imagine Zhang Yangshu just handing them over to him. "Yeah, I'm giving it to you as a present," said Zhang Yangshu as he bowed down. Miss." Zhang Fei was extremely reluctant since he had only met the guy twice. "What? I've decided to give it to you as a gift," said Zhang Yangshu, pouting. Okay, calm down," said Zhang Fei as he took the handgun. Luckily, the rifle was easily disassembled and compact enough to fit inside Zhang Fei's school bag. Fortunately, he had not gone straight home, or else he would never be able to take the rifle. "Brother, here are the manuals for the weapon's maintenance. Don't worry about breaking it when you play with it. I'll replace one for you in a jiffy. However, I'm compelled to warn you about the dangers of a nuclear battery. Do not ever dismantle the battery compartment," said Zhang Yangshu as he handed over 2 small booklets. Relax. Zhang Fei was very well versed in the dangers of nuclear power. Even though he knew that his armor could withstand the radiation, it was better to worry, since others around him could get affected. Having gifted Zhang Fei with nuclear-powered weapons and put a smile on his face, Zhang Yangshu's mission of the day was a success. After some small chit-chat in the car, he dropped Zhang Fei back at where he picked him up. When Zhang Fei returned to his room, he immediately placed the rifle in his wardrobe and locked it. The rifle was rather huge for someone his size. It would be too much for him to lug it about in the open. The handgun, on the other hand, might be handy enough for him to carry it along all the time. At that point, Zhang Fei was strong, but not against actual metahumans. If he decided to act, he might expose his true power. With the handgun, he had the range advantage and could easily eliminate threats from afar. That way, his secrets would be safe. Zhang Yangshu's present was indeed a godsend. Chapter 248. What will your punishment be this time? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When night fell, Zhang Fei got ready and went to bed. He was absent-mindedly getting ready to dive into the game, forgetting the fact that the game was still in its maintenance period. Feeling like a fish out of water, Zhang Fei tried to sleep, but only managed to do so after rolling about in bed for an hour. Perhaps due to all those weeks of machine-assisted sleep, Zhang Fei had forgotten how to sleep naturally. He slept through the night, and only woke up when his mother came knocking on his door. Zhang Fei let out a long yawn, the likes of which he never did since he started playing Dawnbreak. He could feel the difference in the quality of sleep that the machine could give him compared to his own natural sleeping habits. He was a little late, but he did manage to get to school on time. When he got in class, he found himself a huge surprise. Midterm exams. The date of the exams were announced during class, but since Zhang Fei was away most of the time, no one had spoken to him about it. He was genuinely surprised for a brief moment, but calmed down immediately, knowing that he had the overseer's eyes. Even without preparation for the exam, Zhang Fei had still maintained his composure as the top student in class. When the test papers were distributed, Zhang Fei laid down on the table and waited for a while. When almost all of the students had finished with their test, Zhang Fei summoned the overseer's eyes. The eye hovered around Sun Mengmeng and the other smart students for a bit. Zhang Fei then copied down most of their answers into his own paper. The entire process was as smooth as silk with no complications. Even exam invigilators could not find any foul play with him. On the contrary, the invigilators had praised Zhang Fei for his intelligence. When others were busy with their tests, he was sleeping. When everyone else was almost done, he had just started his work. When he did, his pencil never once stopped moving. Others might think he was a genius or a complete tool, since there was not a second wasted on thinking. When all the questions were filled, Zhang Fei grew bored and decided to send the overseer's eyes over to Xiaofeng. At that moment, Fatty was just staring at the question. There was nothing written on his paper whatsoever. Looks like he had given up entirely. When it was 5 minutes due, the fatty picked up his pencil and started to write something in the last question of the test. Not bad, said Zhang Fei to himself. But he was far too late. Even if he knew the answer to the question, he would never be able to finish in time. Huh? What? Oh, come on, bro, said Zhang Fei to himself when he saw what Zhao Feng had written down. It was written in a bad handwriting and slanted to his side at that. A man made the test Not easy, the son will have a tough time. This young one doesn't find it breezy. If I fail, return my pennies and dime. Jiang Fei could easily imagine the teacher's face when he read the fatty's poem. Even though everyone was already in high school, such behavior would result in a parent-teacher meeting. Though it was funny as hell, it seems that fatty did not have the guts to follow through. Half a minute before the time ended, Zhao Feng quickly took an eraser and rubbed the well-written poem off. If Jiang Fei had not seen that with his overseer's eyes, no one in the world would know that the fatty had a talent in writing diss poems. It was the exam season. The entire day was spent on tests alone and nothing else. When they were finally done, it was time to head back home. When Jiang Fei saw Zhao Feng if school ended, he planned to tease and make fun of him. However, since he was not able to explain how he was able to see him writing the poem, he decided to call it off and head home. On the same path, at the same crossroads, he felt a presence again and was immediately annoyed. "What's with this road and shit?" cried Jiang Fei, and he saw someone on a motorcycle waiting for him. He was supposed to turn into a smaller one-way street to go to Manda Square, but there sat someone on a motorcycle waiting for him to turn. That someone was wearing a full-faced helmet, hiding his or her identity. Virum! The engine roared, and the headlight was directly beamed into Jiang Fei's face. Gachuk! The motorcycle's clutch kicked in and shot at Jiang Fei. The incoming motorcycle was fast and large. Jiang Fei had to react fast, or he will suffer from injury. With quick reflexes, Jiang Fei jumped to the side. However, he was one moment too early, and the enemy truly intended to hurt him. His left hand was still controlling the steering, and his right hand lashed out at him, a whip at its end. Piak! The whip shot out, but Jiang Fei was faster. He had grabbed onto the whip's end with his bare hand. Skreek! The motorcycle skidded and zoomed past Jiang Fei. The sudden jerk pulled Jiang Fei a good distance. He was not ready for the fight and could not find his footing. However, the rider was in a worse fate than he was. Jiang Fei's strength was either equal or no less than the force of the motorcycle. Hence, when the whip reached its maximum limit, the rider was pulled down from his seat, with Jiang Fei still grabbing the other end of it. Boom! The motorcycle crashed, and the rider quickly got up to his feet. With an almighty tug, the rider jerked the whip to his side, pulling Jiang Fei closer to himself. Jiang Fei had not expected such a move and was thrown off his feet. Neither did the rider himself. Wham! The two met in a close embrace and fell to the ground with Jiang Fei straddling the rider. Jiang Fei had the upper hand in that situation and quickly raised his fist to strike. The sound of a frail woman came from beneath the helmet. Jiang Fei immediately froze. When he heard the sound of the women, he somehow realized that the rider was built on the rather slender side. He then decided to pull the helmet up and reveal the identity of his attacker. "Idiot thug, move away," said the girl when Jiang Fei caught sight of the familiar face. It was the same girl from before. Even though she was pinned down, she showed no fear in her eyes. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Just when he thought that he might never see her again, there she was, attempting to attack him again. What a persistent little lady. "This is none of your concern," said the little girl, blushing madly as she glared at Jiang Fei. "Ho ho, young lady," said Jiang Fei as he reached out and grabbed her lower jaw. "Don't touch me. Oh, no. That's not what you should be saying now," said Jiang Fei as he shook his head, pretending to be disappointed. "Only an idiot would do as you say," said the lady as she shoved her head downward, trying to bite Jiang Fei's hand. "Whoa there. Fine, I had it coming. But you know who else had it coming? The punishment that I'm about to give you," said Jiang Fei with an evil smile on his face. Chapter 249, Nuclear Leakage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. "Endless Fantasy Translation," cried the girl when she saw Jiang Fei's expression. She knew that she was about to receive a painful, humiliating punishment from Jiang Fei, and in that instant, she blushed in a red that was deeper than any rose in the world. With relative ease, Jiang Fei grabbed her wrist with one hand and lifted her up. He then dragged her towards a small platform beside the road and sat down. He then placed her face down on his thighs, with her, but facing him. Yesterday was 8 strikes. Today, I think I'm doubling that, said Jiang Fei as he struck the young girls, but cheeks hard. Piak, X1, KYEA. Piak, X2, HEY. Piak, X3, wait. Piak, X4, URGH. That hurts. I'll get you. Jiang Fei paused for a while and turned to her. Hey, why you dash? The girl glared at Jiang Fei furiously but decided to stop cursing. Piak, 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 X16, said Jiang Fei as he finished delivering the punishment. However, just as he was about to get up, he slapped her, but one last time on both cheeks and lifted her up. You bastard. Just you wait. Ouch, said the girl before she vanished into the night, leaving her damaged motorcycle at the roadside. Just what kind of young girl is she? Crazy girl, must be from a broken family. Jiang Fei's palms felt a little sore. When he took a glance at his palm, he could not help but to take sniff. There was a lingering smell of perfume in his hands. He laughed it off and decided to leave it at that. He did not bear any grudge against the girl, since she was not much of a threat to him. From his perspective, he thought that she was just a spoilt brat with too little or too much attention. Back at home, Jiang Fei quickly forgot about the girl and decided to chill in his room after dinner. Since he could not log into the game that night, he turned on his computer and tried to scour the internet for information about the game. Alas, there was no new news about the game, besides the huge countdown. Bored to the bones, Jiang Fei decided to take out the Gauss rifle hidden in his wardrobe. Like assembling a toy gun, Jiang Fei put all the pieces back in place and reassembled the rifle from memory. As the rifle began to charge up, Jiang Fei examined each aspect of the rifle and nodded with admiration. The Zhang family really does have a trick up their sleeves. It is awe-inspiring to pack a nuclear power into such a small battery pack. He turned off the rifle and disassembled every part of it except for the battery pack. It was the only part that he dared not dismantle. Nuclear energy at that time had grown rather common. There was still a certain level of precaution needed to prevent any catastrophe. Jiang Fei knew a thing or two about nuclear power, and the more he thought about it, the more he admired the Zhang family. To be able to shrink a reactor down to the size of a book was no easy feat. Bzzz. A soft electric buzzing was heard. Jiang Fei snapped. He found the source of the buzzing and realized there was a tiny crack in the battery pack. The outer protective layer of the battery had been stripped out, and the inner casing had started to deteriorate. Even though it was only such a small crack, the radiation would have already spread out. His parents, and perhaps even his neighbors, would have been exposed to nuclear radiation. Such a sudden incident had stunned Jiang Fei completely. Jiang Fei yelled to himself. When his heartbeat started to slow down, he began to think. The battery pack had a crack on it, and the radiation had indeed leaked out. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew that he might have a stronger resistance to the radiation to the armor he wore and his abnormal status. The problem lay with his normal parents. I need to contain the radiation. No, I need to bring this thing away from here. Jiang Fei thought of a temporary solution and decided to act immediately. Early exposure might be harmful to a certain point, but continuous exposure would be lethal. Without wasting any second, Jiang Fei held the battery pack and dashed out of the house. Once he was out of the densely populated Manda Square, Jiang Fei sprinted faster than he had ever had towards the Central Garden. At that moment, Jiang Fei wished that he had learned to drive. There were many cars on the side of the road, and Jiang Fei could easily pry the doors open with his bare hands. The problem was that he had no idea how to drive. All he had to depend on was his legs. It was not like he had Old High's ability to windwalk. Even though he knew that the mountainous region was the safest place to dispose of the nuclear battery pack, all he could think of right then was to run as fast as he could towards the Central Garden. In less than half an hour, Jiang Fei had arrived at the center of the Central Garden. There would not be anyone in sight for at least 2 kilometers. That might be the safest place for now. What do I do? Jiang Fei screamed at the top of his lungs. He could not stop thinking about his parents as he sprinted with all his might. Since there was nobody around then, Jiang Fei had started to worry about himself, even though he had armor from the game on him. How would he know that it would be effective against nuclear radiation? WRMM. At that moment, he felt a tiny vibration from his finger. The ring was shaking weakly. What the dash? When Jiang Fei took a closer look at the ring, he noticed that there was a faint, glowing light was being absorbed into the ring. He then saw that the crack on the battery pack was releasing those light particles and was immediately absorbed by the ring. What a minute! The ring did not respond, but continued to suck on the radiation from the nuclear battery pack. Jiang Fei braced himself and then shoved his fingers towards the crack on the battery pack. Wise! At that moment, Jiang Fei could feel the ring violently shaking for a brief second before realizing that the battery pack in his other hand had grown as light as a feather in a matter of seconds. The light particles were gone, and everything went dark. The pack was then completely empty, no longer having any weight. Jiang Fei muttered to himself, "Whiz!" At that moment of silences, suddenly, the ring burst out brightly. What followed next was completely out of this world. Beep beep, beep beep, insufficient energy. Beep beep, insufficient energy. Beep beep, insufficient energy. Intelligence support function shutting. Beep beep, insufficient energy. Beep beep, insufficient energy. Jiang Fei stood there, completely still for several minutes until the warnings completely stopped. The most shocking thing was not the sudden eruption of warnings, but the means of how he had received the warnings. They were not auditory. They were all blasting in his mind. It was echoing inside his head. Chapter 250, The Origin of the Almighty Ring. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, beep beep, insufficient energy. Beep beep, beep beep, confirmation. Beep beep, beep beep. The lists went on until the last depressing status was confirmed. Beep beep, ship crew member status confirmed. Beep beep, confirmation of all living intelligent sentient beings on board of Braveheart expired. Beep beep, warning, artificial intelligence law number 7 in effect. Beep beep, beep beep, search for intelligence life form complete. Life form, human, planet Earth. Age since birth, 16 solar cycles. Complying with the order of the law. Just when Jiang Fei had a moment to breathe, he felt a sharp pain in his finger that went away just as fast as it came. Beep beep, genetic sample obtained. Act 74 in effect. BZZ. The sound of mechanical parts moving roared from the ring as it started to disassemble itself into countless tiny cubes and float in the air. At the next moment, before Jiang Fei could even move a muscle, the cubes flew back to his finger and reformed the ring. However, things were different now. The ring was not just a simple circle of metal. It had grown far more polished, and there was a massive diamond in the center of it. Swish! The diamond glowed a little, and when Jiang Fei took a closer look at it, it shone so brightly that Jiang Fei was momentarily blinded. A womanly figure appeared, and Jiang Fei was scared to bits. "Oh hoot!" Jiang Fei cried. The figure slowly condensed and formed the digital hologram of a beautiful woman. "Who are you? How are you able to talk to me like that?" Just when he had just seen the world of nuclear power Gauss rifles, the universe threw another huge surprise at him. This hologram was something straight out of comic. "Captain, my name is 0541. I am the computer support system that assists the transport ship codenamed Braveheart. I am able to speak to you via means called telepathy," said the beautiful woman modestly, as if she was Jiang Fei's personal Victorian maid. "CC, Captain?" said Jiang Fei. "Yes, Captain. The ship has crashed into your planet, and all crew members are deceased. As a support system, it is my duty and obligation to search and elect a new captain. Since all the living members of the ship have perished, I cannot assume the role of captain, as it is against the Law of Artificial Intelligence Act, Article 7. No living being is allowed to assume a role of authority." "Huh? Planet Namek?" said Jiang Fei, as if he was not already in shock. "From your perspective." "Yes, sir," said the girl, a sweet smile. "Oh my God, just when I've had enough with metahumans, an alien pops into the equation. How am I supposed to process this? Grah." Normal life. Jiang Fei rustled his head and shouted. My most sincere apologies, Captain Sir, said 0541 again, with a smile on her digitally constructed face. Arg. Fine. Now that I'm a captain. Jiang Fei sighed in dismay at the response of the artificial intelligence. He had no clue whether the lady was just being straightforward or trying to provoke him. All of that mattered less than the fact that he had heard about a ship crashing into Earth. Yes, sir. Transport ship Braveheart had, unfortunately, exploded during atmospheric entry. Sir. My apologies, sir. Due to insufficient power, most of my functions are currently unavailable. Jiang Fei sighed heavily, just when he thought that he could at least see some alien technology. Oh, what about the nuclear radiation? Captain, I have absorbed all of the radiation and converted them into usable energy. All you say? Captain, all of the exposed radiation was completely absorbed by me. Jiang Fei dropped to his knees and was finally able to take a breather. Once he was calmed down, he got back up to his feet and started asking questions. Do tell me, what is about the ring leveling up? How could it possibly take items out of the game? Aren't those just images? Captain, before my main program could activate, an emergency repair module was in effect. Data from the game had managed to revitalize my system and reactivate the main program. 0541 explanation was simple and easy enough for Jiang Fei to understand how he was able to take items out of the game, as well as the ridiculous consumption of materials from the real world. I understand that, but how is it that I'm able to take out items from the game? They're basically just data, bits and bytes of electrical streams. Captain, the items were never taken out of the game. Substitute, said Jiang Fei. Yes, Captain. Planet Namek had thrived technologically compared to your planet, said 0541, as if the glove and potions were pieces of trash by the roadside. Her manner of speaking was so holier-than-thou that it made Jiang Fei feel he was talking to a robot. Not that she was not one to begin with. I see. In that case, please produce one complete set of body armor for me, Jiang Fei demanded. I'm sorry, Captain. Due to insufficient energy, I am unable to comply with any of your requests. Powerful body-enhancing armor would require special production factory. The one that was available in the ship was lost on Earth, said 0541. Oh no, Captain Sir, I am not giving you a troublesome task. It is your ship by authority, said 0541 with a stone-cold face, unlike the sweet one from before when she was explaining. Nevertheless, her words had sparked a fire in his soul. My ship. You're absolutely right. Bring it all. I'll do whatever it takes to restore my ship. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.